Team Heretics. We will figure out who the #1 seeds of Group A and B are today. And let's go ahead and check out our pick'ems powered by AWS. Now, with Trace's win over Vitality last week, you know, 100% is kind of difficult. Shout out to the 10% of you that I think might still be in it.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Trace going up against Leviathan, if they're able to win it, it'll boom 90% of brackets. But I can't believe that they're going to be able to beat both Vitality and Lev. Who knows?
It would be a ridiculous world if they could win both of those matches. I think some other surprises here. I would give FPX a better chance than 11.5% to make it out. I think they're really evenly matched in that game against Sentinels, considering both teams' form.
You know, I said that. I said absolutely. I agreed with you. But actually, it's Gen G Heretics in that group. So no, I don't agree with you.
But they could get third.
Yeah, they could get third.
Yeah.
These teams that we're about to watch today, they're in a class above, I think.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to be watching here today because, as I had mentioned previously, we got the winners of Group A and
Group B. You think Heretics is in a class above FPX? I don't think that's true.
I think they are when they get going.
Save it. Sure. Save the material. Now, first, we're going to see Gen G taking on Team Heretics, and then after that, it's going to be DRX going up against Fnatic, a Champs Classico. We're all excited for that one. And, guys, I think it's safe to say that we have back-to-back 2 DOS certified bangers today. Run the graphic. Dang. Yes. Yes. Horn usage.
I would agree with you. These games are ridiculous. You're going to get this.
No, today's going to be sick. Today's going to be amazing, actually. Today, I mean, I think today's going to be great no matter what, right? Like, even if... I don't think Gen G and Heretics can end easily. I think Fnatic DRX could. I think Fnatic could 2-0, like, pretty simply, but I think that would just be a masterclass. I think it'd still be very, very worth watching. What's up, Alex? What's up, Yissel? Give me 1 second. Let me go grab something real quick.
Banger, some might say. Gen G, what are you doing?
I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to scan it.
You're scanning his body.
You're scanning me.
Yeah, well, it's not.
Which, by the way, I welcome it. We'll have the results in just a little bit. Remember, okay, use those hashtags, Valorant Champions, VCT, all throughout the event. If you want to see your stuff featured out throughout the broadcast, we love to hear from you. Now, every VCT pro wants to make it to a global event. Sure, you know, it's all about the flame, the glory. It's all nice, right? But it's really about getting to try some delicious new food from all around the world. And earlier, Boaster met up with DRX's Mako for some soul food.
By the way, there is a world where my stream crashes at some point today. If it does, I should be back like within 5 minutes, but
and today I'm joined with DRX
just a heads up.
And we're going to be trying out some Korean food and talking all things Valorant Champion.
What is that?
What's this called?
Kimbuga? Oh, buga. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's like a seaweed cracker basically. I used to eat those on stream. It's great. Those are great. That's a great snack.
No, it's like crisp. It's like yeah, it's nice. I take it. How are you feeling? Like, any expectations for this champs?
아무래도 첫 IGL로 국제대회로 나오는 거기 때문에
Mako's voice is very low.
긴장하는 상태로 나온 것 같아요.
Really? And how is it being at IGL? Are you tired yet? Lots of hours, long days.
Dude, the Stormgate. We can talk a little bit about Stormgate right now.
많이 달라진 느낌이에요. 그래서 IGL들이
The morph cores are a little silly.
많이 알 수 있는 것 같고 대선배시고 이제.
The morph cores are a little silly. Everything else, actually, I thought the overall gameplay of the matches of Stormgate at Tasteless Showdown was pretty good. It was actually pretty exciting. Like, you saw a lot of development even within a day. Yo, so this Yakwa is, I used to hate it. Now I'm okay with it. But it's like very sugary, but not, I don't know. It's the textures, it's like crumbly but chewy. The traditional cookie.
Tastes alright though.
저도 잘 몰라요.
It's like a cookie, but not a cookie.
Yes.
Anyway. Yeah, the morph cores will probably get changed a little bit, I think, for sure.
Well, I have a bit more.
And to be fair, the biggest problem is that map. It's that map, Jagged Maw.
We didn't qualify for
that map is like that map just makes you need to do that in a Celestial versus Celestial match. Like that map is so dumb.
아무래도 이제 리빌딩
I mean, quite frankly, I think the thing is on other maps, I think people will figure out how to play against it, and then the morph cores will not be the go-to. But on Jagged Maw, it's like Parting tried to block it and he couldn't, and it's just like, well, now it's GG. But I think on other maps, because of the distance, you could do it. But Jagged Maw, the distance is so small, and you instantly start with a building that's flying that can shoot. So it's like you'd be silly not to use that, right? What's up, boy?
하빈이가 그거는 이제 좀 상대적인 거라서 아마 좀 같이 가보면 알 것 같은데 그냥 좀 부르는 정도인 것 같아요. 좀 잘 부르는.
But I do feel that for Celestials, I think for Stormgate, I do think Celestials are.
I prepared a Korean song for you to sing just in case we go karaoke together.
Well, what's he gonna
This
suggest?
is kimchi. I know kimchi. I've had kimchi because I don't eat meat, so I eat mainly kimchi every day. So yeah, I like kimchi.
Oh, boasters eat
I'd
meat. That's
say-
tough in Korea.
Who do you want to play the most at this event, other than Fnatic?
저는 이제 21년도 때부터 지금까지 계속 크루를 칭찬해 왔었고 크루랑 한번 붙어보고 싶다.
But yeah, I've actually been enjoying Stormgate quite a bit. I still have a few keys to give away, so I know we're streaming VCT, but just type the command and then it'll tell you how to enter. Aside from the Gleam one, even if you've entered that, I'll give away a couple during the stream today. So.
But that is all we have time for today.
But yeah, I've been enjoying the 1v1. The campaign and co-op, like all the criticism I think is mostly fair. Obviously, you have the it is early access, but you know the criticism still stands. You know.
Now let's go ahead and dive into our first matchup here. Of course, Gen G is going to be taking on Heretics, and we last saw these two teams.
But I've actually been enjoying the 1v1 of Stormgate a lot more than I thought I would. I've been itching to play it every chance I get. Like I'll be watching VODs and I'll be like, oh, I want to take a break, and I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna boot up Stormgate, play another game. Been having fun. I've still been sticking with Vanguard for the time being, but I think I'm gonna pick up. I'm gonna try Infernal. Infernal looked really fun.
But then we got to the last two maps of the final, and Heretics kind of crumbled, winning only 7 rounds across the last two maps of that series, and Gen G, of course, went on to lift the trophy.
Yeah, we also had the race between Woot and
All right, so today Gen G versus Heretics.
And then, like you said, that crumble towards the end. There are just so many MVPs.
The real question for this comes down to Boo, I think.
It can almost be any of them.
I think as well. I mean, it's
like his adjustments and his calls.
For both these guys playing into their rookie year,
and I guess the prep goes hand in hand, but
for who's going to be taking that prize as rookie of the year. And for me, it's no contest. If Gen G can lock up this tournament, even keep a final, and Karen maintains even an iota of his form, it should be him, because the kid's been ridiculous all year long.
Yeah, I've been playing Vanguard for now on Stormgate, but I think I'm gonna try Infernal. Celestial, it's just so different, and also like I feel like enough people are like playing Celestial that I could just probably pick that up at some point and just copy the builds.
I mean, and part of the reason why is because you got guys like Karen who.
I think Celestial's probably really bad for new RTS players as well, because it's so easy to just not learn the fundamentals.
Right, and I think a lot of people will be looking forward to seeing Wu on that duelist, but Karen, he's just been playing Smokes all
Oh
year.
shoot, Wu died his hair.
Smokes player in the world. There's actually nobody that's really on his level. You might look towards people like King, but Karen is still out in the league.
Yeah.
And he's a rookie, so he's, I mean, a massive front runner.
Yeah, I think map like Jagged Maw. I think that map where the Celestials just like fly their morph cores at each other. That will have to change.
Texture and Karen, two players that we talked about Karen here, but Texture as well. Another guy who has just been utterly on fire too. I mean, know we're giving Karen a lot of love here, and I think it's for good reason. But you know, you also just have so many tools on that Gen G side, Mimi, that makes it really, really difficult to pick a favorite.
I wonder what they're gonna play today.
For my money, Texture is playing like the best jet that we have right now. Maybe
I'm assuming Gen G is gonna ban Abyss.
Back in form, but this guy has just been lights out. I think the style that Gen G play, they're an incredibly confident team. I think their biggest strength is how incredible their team.
But that probably means that the sunset comes out.
And even when it's not the strategy that's winning them games, it's the ridiculous
so
firepower they
Heretics
have
will probably
across
pick
the
sunset.
roster.
And the firepower can
But I
show
wonder if
exactly
Gen
what's
G
going up
calls
Texture
the
Karen.
bluff and just says, you guys have played Abyss, but you're not going to pick it,
Played against Sentinels and Munchkins
which I think is
slow
very
to
possible,
those
and just
don't show
leave
you
Abyss
stats,
open and
and
ban
they're winning
sunset.
rounds time and time
But
again.
I think I would do something like that, because surely you still have something prepared on Abyss. So I think I would do that as a coach, but especially now having seen their Abyss. But I think Gen G wouldn't. I think Solo and HSK wouldn't. I think they're still going to ban the sunset. Or the Abyss, rather. Sorry.
In front of the home crowd here at Champions and so much more. Let's check it
And
out.
then
Hello, everybody. Achilles
And then
here,
we
and I
might
am
just
standing
play
by Jen, as well as none other than Texture.
Sunset
Joe,
then.
Thank you for joining me.
Heretics probably just pick sunset.
You've had quite the year so far here in 2020.
But that's got to be a little scary for
Every
Heretics, just
grand
because
final you could possibly make. You've been in
you
it,
don't
you've lifted a
you don't
couple
know.
trophies, you've
You don't know if
gotten
Gen G's
them
going to play the
out.
same
Most
comp.
recently, you've
I
gotten
assume they will not,
Korea,
but
off the rip, getting ready to go to the Champions.
I have a feeling that there's a good chance.
당연히 기분은 너무 좋고 일단 그리고 무엇보다도 챔피언스 가기 전에 마지막 대회를 우승으로 이제 트로피를 들면서 이제 챔피언스를 온 게 너무 일단 저희한테 있어서는 기분 좋은.
Yeah, I don't know actually. I was gonna say maybe they only swapped the Raisin, but
그리고 뭐 사실 기세나 이런 거는 저희 팀보다 좋은 팀이 없을 거라고 지금은 생각을 해가지고
honestly, probably
있는 상태입니다.
Well, obviously, it feels
swapping
super
the
good,
like
especially
the
because
KO out for the
being able
breach is
to
something they
end
could
stage
consider,
two
but I
with
feel like
trophy and on a
the
really
KO is
high
actually
note,
really strong.
moving into Champions, I think we have a really good momentum going. I would say we have the best momentum.
Dude,
going
man, the
in
veto and then the way they played, dude. Paper X was more disappointing. I didn't think they were gonna beat G2. Honestly,
because you have that trophy, because you have that momentum, with Champions being
like,
here
I
on
thought,
home soil in Korea,
you know, I was someone who
does that
thought that they had
add more
a pretty good
pressure for you,
chance
or
in
now
Shanghai of
because you
beating
have gotten
G2,
those
but I was
trophies,
wrong
you
about
get to win
G2, right?
stage
And I admit it.
Does it feel like the pressure's a little bit more
I also
alleviated
think
because
Paper
you've
X,
been
you know, they
right
had a bit of momentum, but then they didn't.
부담감은 킥오프
But dude, there was no way they were winning that match no matter what, and then it was just like even worse than I thought.
그때부터는 사실 부담감은 사라진 것 같아요.
I'm good, Lakia's #1 fan. I know a couple of you, by the way. Seeing your ID reminded me. Submitted your, I mean, application makes it sound so serious, but submitted your request to help mod the chat. I appreciate that. I'll get back to it probably in the middle of this week.
Kickoff was actually the most pressure we were under, but after that, it was just us trying to have more fun, and there wasn't much of pressure.
Be honest though, chat, I can't stop thinking about Stormgate though. I'm actually enjoying it a lot. We'll stream more of it. We'll stream more of it for sure.
Even more excited, and to be able to have the fans here rooting for us and watching the game in person, I think it adds to the fun of it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, you've gotten a lot of fans this year. A lot of people, you know, knew you from last year when you were over on Global, but you've kind of taken the world by storm and become a household
thought Paper X wasn't gonna get a run.
with your run and your performances.
No, exactly.
And I kinda
No.
want
There
to
is no
pick your brain,
salary.
because I'm sure there's a lot of people
I just
coming over to
appreciate
Korea
all your
to
support.
Watch you, to watch Champions, and they might want your recommendations for some things. So I want to go with #1 place in Seoul that you think people should visit, and then your #1 food recommendation for everybody here.
꼭 가야 하는 장소. 내가 근데 제가 어딜 돌아다니질 않아가지고.
Yeah, Dexter doesn't go. He just practices, man. He doesn't know.
그 제주도? 그냥 좀 경치나 이런 거. 사실 근데 저도 안 가봤어요. 그냥 보기만 했던 거라서 제가 꼭 가보고 싶은.
Oh, he's never been to Jeju Island either. I only went for the first time last year.
딱 두 개가 있는데 제육이랑 김치찌개. 딱 이 두 개요.
Okay.
I would say Jeju Island, but I'm more of a hermit, so I don't really go out that much. Jeju Island, personally, I want.
You know
to
what
go,
I
I've
thought
never
was
been,
surprising?
but
I mean,
hope that the fans get the chance to visit.
Talon went all out against Lev.
Kimchi jjigae, which is like kimchi boiled soup.
Which
and
is
also Jaewook, his favorite dish, which is kind of fried.
I mean.
Pork.
All right. Well, I kind of knew that you were going to say Jaewook, so I'm glad you gave me something a little bit extra.
I mean, they played well, but it's just.
Thank you for the
I wonder if.
That's going to do it for now. We'll see you guys next time.
I mean, I guess there wasn't really, because chances are you're not going to rematch against them, so it doesn't hurt.
I love me some
But.
fried pork, so thank you so much for that texture.
If he wins the trophy, we're taking.
I mean, I think they've asked it like different content pieces. I think Gen G has had a like social media post where they asked all their players as well.
Secret to have Gen G not win next year. You're gonna give
You guys can just ask me. What are you worried about?
Debuff.
But you know what, though? There was something that he said that was really interesting there, which was about, the pressure that they had felt, right? And they felt more pressure at kickoff than they have now.
I've been enjoying Zone Zero. There were like 1 or 2 days that I didn't get to log in, but I was actually just playing it earlier today while I was eating lunch. Really glad I pulled Zuyan. She's really strong.
Maybe we get some fried pork.
It's been over 100
Although
days since he's gotten it.
I want to actually
your question about pressure and
get
why they're not feeling it on the stage,
her
I think a big
partner
part of it is what you're seeing in that clip.
Chang Yi or whatever.
They're just so comfortable on these big stages. Something goes wrong, something goes
But I guess she's the very next banner, so I don't know if I'll have the. Oh, Ching Yi. Chang Li is from Wuthering Waves. I mixed the two. Ching Yi. But I don't have. I don't know if I'll have enough polychromes to do that.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And there's a reason why.
Would you recommend ZZZ? So here's the thing about gachas, though. If you're gonna play a gacha, you like have to accept you have to accept the very core things about a gacha, so you don't go crazy. So you're not gonna get to get every character you want if you don't use money, and even if you do, it's not guaranteed. 2, characters will get power crept over time. Like they're just going to, right? Like this game is not meant to be a full game ever. Like it's not meant to ever be complete and make you feel like you know exactly what to do. Like it's always just going to power creep you, etc. So as long as you just accept that and just kind of ignore it and accept that as the powers that be, then I think like for ZZZ, I think the action is fun. I think the combat is fun, and I think the like RPG elements of like exploring the town and stuff is it's not bad. Like the animations are pretty good, like the actual characters and stuff, and then the cutscenes are pretty good too. So
fun to play, challenging to play.
I mean, I think it's a fun game, but once you complete the story and then you just have side quests left to do, and then you just kind of do your daily, allotted stamina to get items for builds. There's a couple things that you can do a little bit more that's not limited to day-to-day limits, like the roguelike and stuff. But then it's just, eventually you'll get to a full build, and then it's just about like, can I maximize my build to get better times on the bosses? Like that's really what it comes down to. Oh, right on. Yeah, I mean, I think the combat's pretty fun. It's very snappy. It's a very snappy game. It's a very snappy game. Like I would say at the very least, it's worth a shot. I would say ZZZ is a game worth looking at if you're, because it's a good reminder on the fact that like style and non-realistic animations can feel so much better and generally do feel better. Like it's a very good reminder. That's the biggest takeaway for me for ZZZ is just like, yeah, you actually don't want things to be realistic, and like you can cut corners on the way that things are animated, and it actually feels better. It's just a very snappy game. The combat's very snappy. The music's pretty good. So yeah, it's worth a shot.
Being really slow to adapt on Bind. I think they kind of overcomplicated things a little bit. We're falling into a lot of these heavy contact plays, just walking into the chamber and dying, things like that. But there's still time, and there's still a lot to learn for this team.
Very true, but like you had all said, I mean, they're going into the blender against Gen G here. It's going to be a tough one. But the good news for Heretics fans is that one player actually popped off in the opening matchup, and I think a lot of people...
Dude, Rians was nasty in that match.
Talented Rians brings it every single time, but this was just something different.
It was
He
actually
on another level
crazy.
here, and it truly just felt like if he could keep this form going, that's enough to build off of, I think.
If Rians is playing like this, you should be winning matches easily, which is
Fair,
a positive,
fair.
right? That he's
Do you
playing that
think
well, but it's
Lex
also
can
part of the
recover their
nature
form,
of
or
it.
do most
Many
teams
people
have
I think
strategies
New
against their
Zealand
style? They
to
seem
the
to be
level that
outplayed
people
since
like
the start of
Rians are showing us
playoffs.
Yes.
On Team Heretics, but I think a lot of it is to do
Lex?
with what we were
Rex?
talking
Paper
about,
Rex?
about that
You're talking about
middle
Paper
line
Rex?
burnout portion. So many people on Heretics have talked about that. Benji talked about it in the press conference. They felt burned out towards the end of stage 2. And it's about being able to maintain that form all the way throughout the year. That's why Gen G are so spectacular.
As for Paper Rex, I'm going to be very honest. I actually don't think that...
That can't be the norm.
I don't know if they can recover... Oh, it autocorrected. I don't know if I don't know if they can recover their form, but I do think they can get out of their group, because I'm like pretty confident that they're gonna, like, if they win against Foot, which I think stylistically they can, I think they can still beat Foot, and I think stylistically they should be then playing EDG, which they can win out there as well. So it's like, I think they'll get out of the group, but I don't think they'll look good doing it, to be very honest.
We're going to see today and in the tournament. I understand that, Texture, you took the boys to Korean barbecue, right? How was it? Was it fun?
Yeah, of course, fun. So good.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was very tasty. Korean barbecue is my favorite foods, you know, when I tried it in London. So I got to try authentic Korean barbecue with Texture, you know, guiding me. So yeah, it was very good.
You got to hang out with the boys as well, right? Yeah. And now, I mean, I know you guys are super good friends outside the server, but I wanted to get you to maybe do a little bit of a friendly.
Dude, the hats are so sick.
You got
The
anything
Gen G hat.
Yo, do you remember Grand Final in Shanghai? Friendly, bro. What? Oh, I was gonna say, na pegopa. I'm gonna eat you, bro.
All right, I can't wait to see you on the server. Thank you, boys.
Na pegopa means I'm hungry, so you eat you.
All right, good luck.
Give me a second here. Dude, Texture's English has gotten so good, by the way.
Okay, Benji.
Who's eating who? I'm confused now.
Dude, it's just, the volume seems so soft today, but everything's almost at max for me.
Stop. Enough's enough. Okay, poor thing. We have to put headphones on him. Yeah, he's a part of the team. What do you think, Wingman? Yeah, doesn't want to be eaten. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you lovely people.
No, yeah, so here's the thing, is that can Paper Rex still, like, Paper Rex should still be making internationals, right? Like let's say there's another international tournament after Champs this year. They are probably favored to still make it, like, you know, but I do think the ceiling on the way they currently play is, it's there, right? And yes, G2 is like the penultimate matchup for them, so that sucked as well, but
Fans are fairly well known. You should be able to pick a map where you're favored on.
But I would also say that they just also didn't play well. But it's always a little iffy with Paper Rex, because I think there's, like, playing clean Valorant like G2 is actually the way to force errors out of Paper Rex. So it probably goes both ways.
He loves Gen G. That's why he's yellow too.
Big Gen G fan Wingman is. That makes a lot of sense.
This is a Gen G shirt.
Bias here in Seoul. But you know what though? It's going to be an.
Oh, you guys can't really see it.
Matchup. You guys have Gen G going through.
There you go.
Predictions, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
But if Team Heretics could win this is the proof in the pudding that they are ready to actually be a contender to lift a trophy here and to show their growth.
You are so right. Now we got 2 certified bangers on the way. Let's get this show started.
Let's go.
Day 5 of Champion Soul starts.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for this one. As for my Preds for today, I'm gonna be honest. I think Fnatic beats DRX. I would love to see. I think. So here's the thing: is that I think, like, I think DRX can beat Fnatic, right? But I think the inexperience is gonna hold them back. And also, dude, like, I don't know, man. I don't think you should be playing them on Lotus. I don't think you should be. You definitely shouldn't be playing them on Abyss. I don't know if you really want to be playing them on Sunset. I think they're... Hold on, let's watch this.
Grand finals of League of Legends. And I remember saying to each other, like, hey, next year, if it's in Korea, let's go meet each other. Let's play on that stage against each other. And here we are.
또 너무 좋은 친구이고 또 배울 점이 많은 선수인 것 같아요. 게임 안에서 만났을 때는 이제 엄청나게 큰 적이기 때문에
So, Istanbul, who knocked us out? DRX. On your home turf.
I forgot about that. That was Alpha Air's debut onto Champions, and then DRX freaking crushed it. I forgot. Everyone always only remembers the bad times. I always only remember Fnatic wrecking DRX on Fracture.
No egos here, and just prep.
No ego in the Fracture. Ego on the
That's what we'd like to see.
화이팅 하겠습니다. 화이팅.
Genji not slowing down from prior performances.
Genji, currently best team in the world, no doubt. We played them only once, which was the final of Shanghai.
Yeah, I
felt really bad and sad, but
I think it would be nice for them to just put the subtitles in throughout.
Not allowed to be sad about that.
Like, you have the black bars anyway.
중요한 사람이기 때문에 앞에 있는 성적보다도 당연히 뭐 상하이 우승을 하든 무조건 챔피언스를 가야 된다라는 생각으로 임했습니다.
My brother Domi, he said like I want to play them so much because they're obviously the best. If you want to beat the best, you need to beat the best. And there is no better team than Genji to prove that.
Here's a little trivia.
자신 있으면은 계속 들어오세요. 어차피 저는 뺄 생각도 없으니까 한번 붙죠.
Ah, yes, and then show the terrible soul traffic where like just 2 lanes just won't move while everyone else is empty. Here's a little fun trivia. Rian's actually uses like almost perfect chopsticks. I was there to help out a little bit with Genji and Heretics when they were out for barbecue. Rian's chopsticks are like really good.
It's the run back of the Shanghai Masters final.
It's like Genji's defense.
And even though there is
They just know how to overload the correct positions. Oh, they do ban the sunset. Okay. Okay. Wow. Honestly, I think this is the way, but I think this is the way. I think this is the way. Show the Abyss a little bit nice and early too. No, this is good. This is good. I just didn't think Solo would do that.
For other teams to fall into. But to be honest,
wow.
As soon as Genji get rid of Sunset, there is no better map for Heretics to try to go towards. So they need the win on Abyss to open up the series and then try to scrap something out maybe on Vine.
Yeah, both these teams' bans are taking away their opponents' basically
Ascent
best map
ban.
Sunset and Ascent respectively. The big question for me around this veto is how is Miniboo going to
What was it?
saw them move away from the Neon comp they were playing in EMEA, in Lotus, and also debut him on Jet on Abyss, an agent that he basically never plays, and it was an underperformance
Map 1
on
Abyss.
both of those maps. He needs to step up today against the guy who right now is probably the #1 runner for best player on that agent.
And it's
All right, we got predictions up on Twitch.
But when Miniboo entries, he's going to be playing against site anchors like Karen and Meteor.
Yeah,
those are the players he's going to be going toe-to-toe with. You've got to be able to get those guys down to have a chance in these
Then what was
Yeah,
it? Genji ban Sunset.
off of that Jet makes you wonder, like, do they go and make that change here? Do they try and just say, hey, screw it, it didn't work out before, let's go back to what brought us to the dance in the first place?
But at the same time, the actual big mystery is what
Oh, I didn't see what
Genji are even gonna be
sides they
running on Abyss.
picked.
Is it going to be a good map
Oops.
for them?
Good call.
They had Breeze and Split removed from the map pool. Their 2 best maps. They still have the best map pool in the world. How is this team real?
Icebox and then Haven, and then Bind
I
is the last
we
one.
can expect at least one thing. Texture is almost certainly going to be playing the Jet here. We've seen a very heavy focus on Jet Ops and the value they can provide on defensive side from a lot of teams on this
Dude,
map.
this map-
We've seen a lot of looks, especially
Honestly
around
though, if
control
Heretics
your
wins
front,
the Abyss, I actually think this is pretty doable. And the Meteor Euro comes out. This is their breeze comp.
They're running their Breeze comp.
Yep, this is their
They're
breeze
just
comp.
running their Breeze comp here, and
Which is
applying
actually,
it
I
to
think,
Abyss.
really good for
So
this
you're gonna
map.
see same like teleports into the smokes.
Yeah.
Defensive side is super strong with the pulls and with the Viper. Is it gonna work 1-to-1? I'm not
I
sure.
think
You
it's
have to
actually
scale it out.
pretty
Sight
darn
of the
good.
ball
I think
is not
Astra's really good on this map. I think Viper still holds a lot of value, especially when paired with the Astra. I think the Euro's really good. No, separate initiator can feel a little rough, but you still have the Sova and then you have great flashes. So I think this is overall fine.
He's really a aggressive. And on top of that, I haven't seen a team play this comp. So Team Heretics,
Yeah, no, I like that they're doing this. I don't think it's going to be the perfect comp on Abyss, but I think for Gen G this works really well.
Across the board. I mean, truly the map is living up to its name because Team Heretics are going into the Abyss here against Gen G. Let's get into map 1, shall we? Send it over to your casters.
Yeah, but coaches don't have to put it into Nightbot chat.
Thank you so much, GB. Yes, it's time to kick this one off. A rematch of a grand final where Heretics went 2-1 up, but lost the series. This time, they just need to do the same. 2-1, that's all they need.
All right.
Trying to sell this.
I think if Heretics can get the Abyss down.
A little bit bad. I think it's going to have to be a step up from them because, yeah, the last time out, it was a close affair. Different personnel on the server now, but also different form. Gen G have looked truly unstoppable no matter who they seem to come up against. And on the other side of things, Heretics have faltered a little bit. They've slipped from that sort of dominant force that they were within the stage 2 of EMEA. Either way, fully expecting an exciting series.
Yeah, hitting B site nice and early on the pistol is good.
Teams are fairly telling at where they are right now.
Setting expectations for Gen G. Lotus, they absolutely dominated Heretics there.
Because you're only going to have the one tripwire.
They're going to feel comfortable going to. And as Sideshow said, this is just a breeze comp brought through, so although it's a different map.
And then Karon's already watching mid.
Karon sitting around mid.
So that's
very
good.
Late in the game. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Texture to at least drop his one. Spams are good, and Heretics find the kill. Now that lane.
Do they account for the wingman though? The spam. Oh, I guess they do. They account for all of it. And the lineups. Hell yeah, the lineups. Let's frickin' go.
Making it incredibly difficult for anybody to get near that spike. We see
That's Karon's job is just to make sure that Lakia is safe. Then you got the gravity, dude. They're still sticking it. Oh, the second dart. The lineups. Everyone was worried about the bullet spam on the default plan. you weren't prepared for this.
Even with Texture not finding his ones up close, that utility that they have to fall back on is absolutely insane. And we've seen teams falter to exactly like you said, Tom. That setup from Heretics.
So funny. Dude, everyone's so concerned about the Odin spam. And meanwhile, you've got Gravity Well, you got Snake Bite, you got double shock darts. Oh my god, YouTube. Stop! Dude, what is going on? Oh my god. You're kidding me.
Between the round going to
Hold on, we'll watch it in 1080.
To a flying start, 1-0 facing into an eco.
PX, so maybe they're trying to steal a leaf out of the Book of the Guardian. Plenty of positions.
I think maybe it was the 1440, but we'll deal with the 1080 for now.
Saw Boo attempting to try and do the same with an Odin.
I know, not a lot of teams used a lot. Like DK in Korea was the only one that really used the lineups, and then they like blew their entire lineup playbook in one game, and then they just like didn't use it anymore.
Even though they've got the numbers, hard to convert the kills up against the rifles in play for Gen G, even if they do go running into them. For now, though, a couple of shots.
So down the road, this wire, curious how they break this. Do you use a shock dart nice and early to break it, or what? That's my big question. They see the stack, so they're just gonna choose to deal with the tripwires. Dude, 4 Guardians, by the way. Are they gonna plant default this time? Is that what it is? I think they might.
Updraft dashes. But it's just a conventional push from Gen G, and they know exactly where Gen G is. Nice and
oh no, they're still gonna plant safe. Dude, what a flick.
On spot. Some aim practice early on
another 4K.
It's been spoken about quite a bit how many days it's been since Texture got an ace. I think it was only probably mere rounds since the last time he got a 4K, but another one on the books, and more importantly, he's now 2 away from a
okay, but this one, I mean, listen, Heretics went for a stack onto A, which I think was reasonable, right? Because you saw them going B when the Cypher is weakest on the pistol, and then you imagine that they'll try to hit A just to shake things up. You go for that stack there. Yeah, they rotate off of it. It's just clean, but that round, what were you going to do? You are on the half armors, though, so that's a little rough.
All the credits are on the line, and a loss
Miniboo's watching mid, but this Astra Smoke just straight counters you. And then the Poison Cloud. So the double smokes. He does have the nice jump peek to check if there's a cross. It's a bit of a timing play, but that's good from Miniboo and Heretics. But the double smokes, this is where the Astra and Viper, or like the Viper and whoever, works really well, is that you just completely dominate. You completely dominate mid. Dude, that shock dart into the poison cloud? In case someone's peeking out right as it goes down, but they would still have the decay on them? That's pretty good. Check for the push out as well.
Definitely dangerous territory.
Oh, dude, and they've pushed. This is smart from Heretics. So you got the trip. You're basically trapping them if they want to come in for the plant, and then that cam.
He's incredible at it. You see the orbs all farmed up on Meteor. How important it is for him to have his ult for entering in.
Okay, they see that. Oh, the trip. Okay, he dashes back.
He's safe for now. Boo, not so much.
Dude, the dash back.
After just the one, the spike drop.
Very, very fast. They never broke it though. Yeah, he's falling. He's falling.
And he was there to back them up, but they can't quite stop that.
He's gone. But they don't know that. Although I don't know if Boost saw it.
Where Meteor is. Nowhere else really been to stand. Karen's position has already been spotted, and a lot of low
That trip's
players
good.
now for the side of Gen G. Bonus not exactly going to plan, and well, it seems like it's only going to get a little bit worse.
But here's the thing: is that Heretics just uses that on their buy round.
Definitely need the replay from Benji. He even did a little dance, a little emote at the end.
Yeah, early on, you're seeing the falling deaths. I don't know if that's off the initial trap. Maybe it pulled him back in. I think he put an updraft into play, and sometimes it can act a little bit like a slingshot.
Well, I think he dashed backwards.
Yeah, he dashes back, but he hits the wall because the trip. Yeah.
Oh, there he goes.
30 seconds left.
I mean, the trip was never broken, so it wouldn't have actually gotten him back onto the ground. That's what I thought. The caster said he was safe, so I thought maybe I was reading the minimap wrong. But
of course, the last round flawless financially. Gen G are going to be able to go back into this round with another purchase. In fact, they're in a great spot overall.
So the thing is Heretics doesn't ever have to use that trap again, though. Like, you're using it on your buy round against your bonus. They're probably, but Gen G always has to check for it, so that's going to slow down B hits a lot. So now Gen G wants to make sure that they fight for A main control and they don't give it up for free, because B clears are going to take a long time. So you don't want Heretics to push out.
Heretics have got something planned. This aggressive push might be just that.
So they're watching out for it, but Heretics already basically has that priority. You do have the toxic screen though, so unless they're peeking out this far, you know you can always try to fight for it again.
But it's Meteor's ultimate, and they farmed it up. I expect them to use it in a round like this. Credits on the line, and for Heretics,
Okay.
a bit of a moneymaker in the last.
Oh, he spots that. Okay, but the ult comes in. All right, so he spots everybody.
They know there's 3 players
Huge.
The decoy is going to be used, sending them back alongside the recon.
Opens up the site, and you've got a gate crash back.
Yeah, this is all they want. Gets them into that post plant again.
Oh, the plant. They move the plant though. Gen G's gonna have to account for that a little bit.
To fight from, especially with Meteor up close. That's gonna get cleared out by the drone. That's something.
Oh, dude, great swings from Heretics. Triple swing right off of it. Meteor. That platform is actually really wide. Catches a lot of people off guard.
Already spotted, but he's gone. Already. Karen takes away the ace.
Dude, texture. Dude, his flick on the anti-eco was so good too in this round.
That's all that matters. Spirits are definitely.
Oh my gosh.
Lord,
Holy.
4 kills in 2 rounds. That's all his kills on the board at the moment. 8 and 2.
Dude.
Last round he falls off the map, having a little bit of a laugh.
Dude, that third kill adjustment and then this. Oh.
So clean with it. And I don't even think there's arguments at the moment for.
I mean, to be fair, Karon saved him on that kill on the Astra.
Everybody apart.
Against a team like Heretics as well. So many individuals we write home about. We've seen them perform on the international stage, make deep runs into the tournament, but
that's the story.
And now with the Blade Storm, you're going to pressure A, right? Because you have the jet, you can pressure the cross over the cliff if you wanted. You don't have to use it, but you can. Did they spot Wu? No, you can't really quite see it. Here comes the lineup. Dart's going in. You've got all the stars set up. Dart right at the top. And then the drone. Yoru goes in early.
We know, but it could be the texture. Good for one, and the dash keeps him on the map. He's not falling this time.
Pretends that he's just on the bridge. And then they still want to rotate back. Still a minute. I mean, look at just how well Gen G uses time. And Heretics does this quite a bit too, but
it's all about the position of Boo. He's able to catch Karen,
they weren't quite expecting that.
And now slowing them down, the stars put to cover his retreat. and he's right back to
They would have heard it.
No need to take that fight. With
But you
40
still have
seconds on the
time.
clock, the pressure's on for Gen G to find an opening.
Yeah, his only goal was to buy time. The rest of the team fully rotated.
So now they go back, and Munchkin's duty is to basically keep them here and dwindle the numbers, right? He's gonna check for Boo. He's gonna just slow clear everything.
Try and attempt to bait them.
And if they still don't see anybody,
Continued this push. His teammates starting to come back, but the cam is going to give the game away.
oof,
Now you're going to see Wu
that's
get
rough.
back into position. Even still, a potential for a 1 versus 1, but with the time
Nobody's checking the
desperately low, there was
window.
a moment for Boo. But they are going to be making their way. Oh,
Yeah, this is good from Heretics. They should have this. Oh, nice spam.
Round already over. Arians will add the final nail in the coffin. It's a second on the board for Heretics, and what a big round from Boo.
Great push and pull.
So
and yeah,
so
just the
Heretics
fact
has
that they
been
get Boo
pushing
into
out
that
a
position,
lot on
Gen G
the
played
flanks.
They've pressured A.
Something that they haven't done a lot against FPS because they were so focused on fighting the main force. And this is, I think this is the scary part about Heretics, is that their ante is pretty good. They stylistically match up, and it's kind of, it's the reason I think these two teams match up so well against each other is that they both aim for the same fundamental goal, but the way they do it is different. Heretics tries to match the opponent, while Gen G just says we play as textbook as possible. Or at least like the theory of it is as textbook as possible. We play the same default and then just a couple rounds with curveballs. So now Gen G's response is to go mid and hit harder into mid.
Utility being expended into that A site. The Viper screen put there, but it is all a ruse.
And the drone at the same time. Drone was used A main as well to really try to sell this. And they know that at that point, usually what Heretics has been doing so far is that they've been pushing out the weak side with a weak number, so they just fight. No Astra to reposition that. Whoa, dude, I can't believe you're jumping that without anyone covering you. That's crazy.
Around the edge, and there it is.
Yeah, they never quite realized that Woot was still here.
That's some of the utility at least removed, and an early snake bite will buy them a little bit.
Dude, Munchkin, this killed you before. Why are we still there?
Only one man can defend him. Lackey is firing out the
Huge.
shot darts, delaying the defuse at least for a moment. Hunter's Fury now comes in to do the same. Fired off once, gets its mark. Second shot's good. Third will be a kill, but it's already half. They've got the kills from Meteor,
the cover from Meteor as well. The Hunter's Fury.
And that's Gen G locking in another round.
Yeah, I was thinking with the post-plant utility that was available for Heretics, like, Woot did fantastically well, like being able to put the
Lakia's so good.
Player into an angle.
He's so calm.
Uses the thrash as well to basically just keep someone in position.
Oh, dude, that transfer is sick.
His post plant has been disgusting.
Oh,
not enough time, and wow. This is why we always want to see Meteor back on that duelist. If he was on any other team,
I mean, either way, he still set Lakia up for success, but
the other guy's texture though.
yeah, it has to be from Heretics. But the thing is Heretics has been responding pretty well from round to round. It's just that now they're constantly the one that has to answer back and climb the rounds back.
There's 3 players alive. The first one that it would have hit was caught in the mosh pit and got dropped in time. It allowed the thrash to instead go on to Meteor.
This sign is amazing.
The next couple seconds.
Oh, okay. So during this,
already fired out that shock dart.
what are you wondering that Heretics is gonna do?
Then Hunter's Fury that we mentioned earlier used for
the you can't possibly try to switch up the setting too much from the Cypher. But there could be some mid control, right? Now this previous round, Gen G took some mid control for a fake, but I love the flower pen. I think Gen G probably watches out for any sort of heavy mid control from Heretics.
Obviously, they had an incredibly close.
And then probably wait for A main push out as well. See if you fight that off. It is an eco round. Oh, and Miniboo's gonna go for an op on the eco with the Blade Storm. Oh, that one's hard to read.
Gen G makes sense. And then for Heretics, okay, they haven't played Abyss. Maybe they're not ready to go in that direction, so they've gone for that pick instead.
A hero operator on Miniboo. Everyone else with the
They suspect it though.
They're gonna have a chance. This is one way to try to see.
They suspect it. And now they've heard the dash out, so they know that he was pushed up close. He didn't pop his Blade Storms early, so you know that he bought at least a Hero Vandal, if not an op.
Where they go, it's about where does Miniboo go? Does he suspect this rotation? I already see him in middle. If he makes it to A
Munchkin heard the drone.
They can grab a pick, but it looks like the
So he re-clears. This is what Genji's so good at, is fast re-clears.
Maybe he can save the op. Maybe he can win them the round with it. And even if not, he has the Blade Storm for the next round. The bigger problem, though,
And then
is
Cosmic Divide.
serious pressure.
Into the corner. Oh no, that gives him a rifle.
Incredibly well to read the gap of where his opponent's going to be.
He is stuck.
Pushing into this. Actually has risks
Don't. Just let him live.
Close range, a singular headshot is enough.
This is, I mean, this one's a bit of an easy tell, because here's the thing is that he had used that same TP spot before. So I think it's a bit of an early tell, but dude, Munchkin. Oh!
Spidey senses were tingling. You could feel those eyes on him. Turns to take the kill, and with that, Heretics win out the round. And it's nothing to do with the op, really. Sure for the last kill, but Boo finding.
No, the problem is if Texture was going to peek into the Cosmic Divide, they had to have peeked together. They needed to peek that together. But great read from Boo.
The thing is as well, this is now a couple of times that we've seen Meteor TP into this backside. I think one was the round where Riens gets the opener. This time they even put the Cosmic Divide into position to allow him an angle, but it's just something that clearly Heretics are very
but
aware of.
Boo had a
Especially
great
Boo
read
knows
on that.
exactly what that's going to be, and then it creates an awkward fight for Texture. As I said, you're running through a corner.
So Genji, Econ is bad.
Even versus a low player.
They're going to wait for a push out, see if you can combat it.
Fantastic read from the
Trying to go for some mid control with the smokes again.
Like a bit of an oversight from Genji to keep giving these early fights in low buy rounds.
Yeah, Boo plays just to stay alive there. No A pressure here, and they spot Boo.
Stopped Boo from being able to deliver the op shot into what could have been a collateral. Genji
Can't get the ult. And give you the ult soon. There's a Hunter's Fury on the other side alongside the op. So you can't actually play really safe default. So this time if Genji does get the plant, which is already going to be a little tough because the tripwires are out front, Munchkin's probably going to go for the late lurk in mid this time, actually fully all the way, because you're not going to feel that safe. Unless you want to put up the pit because he's rejoining. Maybe they put up the pit.
Good opportunity for Heretics to equalize this one. Sight, however.
Oh.
It's going to be taken.
Nice dash in though.
Maybe if they had a couple of SMGs, the pistols aren't bad, but they are going to risk it. They're going to gamble
Okay,
already.
early pit
Well, they're gonna have to fight
just to
from a
cover it.
disadvantage. An interesting
So
pit
now
that takes an
any type of
awful lot
spam.
control.
I think that
Gonna
the
push
spike is
through
right
and need
outside
so
though.
much, but they're going to have to spam onto the players attempting to tap that spike.
Yeah, the problem is they can't even see when it's being stuck. You got to get that a little bit closer.
Meteor's holding close on purpose though.
But for Team Heretics, trying to negotiate their way back into the pit is a problem. Up close, no utility to try to drop that diffuser. It's all down.
Oh, but you have Sheriffs, man.
It's coming across the line. Already, the round is sealed. Texture.
And now you've shown your hand with that too.
And 4-4 we go. A nice attempt on a low buy round from Genji, but it doesn't work out this time.
No, I think again, either it was that they wanted to try and just
No timeout.
very narrow
Okay.
angle that
It's just
the player would diffuse on just
new play
outside,
to new play.
or they were maybe
You think you can round out the half? The defaults.
The only other option. I don't mind
You
the
do
idea.
have the
A lot
Euro
of the time
ultimate
you're gonna have
again.
to force people to try and run through the entirety of that pit. Nonetheless, a single ultimate.
And you're one
expended,
away from Blade Storm.
Not a whole lot of damage.
So it's going to be an all-in on A. Genji, they'll fight for A main control. They'll push the op back with the Euro ultimate. You've spotted two. You know you've sent one all the way up to heaven. And he just, okay, he opens up safe. They just want the site. You still have a late lurk in Charon, and I think he actually will stay in mid. Just watching, because here's the thing Charon's worried about is the fact that Boo has pushed up over on B main several times. And this is good. I like that they're not playing off of the site. Play in the site. Get ready to fight heaven. Oh, Lucky gets spotted though, going to heaven. Nice spray from Texture, draws the aggro. Oh, sick shot from Mini Boo, but just too many people. They have no idea that Benji and Lakia have traded places, by the way. Now they know.
Small opportunity, but again, Texture is there, leaving it to just Boo, and he won't last long whatsoever. Genji extend their lead once again, and once more, this double duelist is as fearsome as ever.
I think Genji was just a little scared on that pit play. I don't know if it was necessarily the drone, because you could tell that like the retake was happening soon, because you didn't actually have backside control. So
he's looking one way, ready to take Meteor down, and he gets swung from behind. Absolutely gorgeous from Gen G. 5 rounds on the board now.
The Cypher setup change on A is not something that Gen G is going to be expecting, but they're going to hit mid anyway. Gen G's actually, dude, this is some of the most playbooks that like Gen G has shown in any one map. Like most diverse defaults, most different starts to a round. You can tell that they feel the pressure because of how Heretics has responded to the early rounds. And Benji, dude, oh, Benji was watching his cam, so he had no idea. Oh, that's a big miss from Heretics.
Yeah, Rians doesn't want to overcommit to this. He's heard a player come back up towards the top. They're ready for him. But another smoke goes down. The spam's favoring Meteor. He's lit.
Lakia has 1 away from Hunter's Fury. He doesn't have it, though.
Down to 10. Texture falls. They're conscious that Meteor could be coming on the
No, this is very close. I mean, dude, Gen G is being pressured for sure. Like, Heretics is actually playing a really good game. Oh, the timing. Unfortunate for Rians. Miniboo's been good. Lakia is just going to buy time around Boo. Nice. That's a huge win.
Miniboo already on his third, hunting down the ace. It's been evading the jet on the other side, and he won't find it.
I mean, they were planning on using it anyway. If there's a flank, Lakia was planning on using it anyway.
6-4, and Team Heretics now in the dirt when it comes to credits.
Yeah,
because of the wingman.
Make sure that even though Miniboo was fighting, they got rid of the wingman. The defuse couldn't come through under their nose, and well, 6-4, a 2-round lead. I've been liking this sort of pace change.
Yeah, he hears it late, so then he just shoots the clone, which is unfortunate. Because I think if he had heard it earlier, maybe you're prepared to peek away from it. But
onwards, again, it seems like once they get the sights and get into
no, this is a really good match overall from both teams. And Gen G just wants to keep pressuring A now. And they now have the hint that Benji was on A, right? So you're aware of this possibility. Heretics is pushing out very early again. Now Gen G's prepared for a flank, but I don't know if they're going to prepare for this speed. Miniboo, I think he's just going to keep going. He's just not going to stop. This, we've seen DK use the start. Oh, Karon's ready for it. This is a good hold. Gen G shouldn't commit to this. He should back out. Re-clear, see if there's anyone else on the flank, because otherwise it's a free sight on the other side. Boo coming up mid is a tough read. Wow. Meteor. Boo's position is hard to read. They're going to check the first corners. Boo should hide here, because they're going to check the first corner, yep, with the window, and then they don't check this. Oh, it's so good from Boo.
And he's actually done a lot of damage onto Munchkin as well. Even still, the Meteor's just farming.
Because you expect them, because you were here before, so they're going to check all the close corners, and they just don't quite check deep into the window.
The other two players are going right
over to the and then you still have the backup with the gate crash. You know he was on B. They'll have the easier time. Still plant safe though. And then you're gonna have.
I love that from Meteor.
Okay, you're gonna try to take Vents control. Really? That door's not broken though.
He goes to link up with his teammates.
I don't know about this, Karon.
All right. Give me the spike. I'll go plant. And now you get that late round potential for Karon. Reveal goes out, so Karon knows he's not lurking on the right angle, but Meteor cleaning it up. 4 kills in this round, catching Rienz off guard to close it. And now 7-4. The lead guaranteed at the
All right, last round of the half. Gen G has Dimensional Drift again. I imagine this is where they hit B, because they've been pressuring A so much.
The fact that just Texture and Meteor as a duo on Duelist has to be the best of the best. Like, it really does seem just impossible at times, and with his constant repositioning again, it's now going to be Meteor adding another 4K.
Oh, the audio's so good.
7-4 up. The map choice of Heretics. I think many, including myself, believe that Lotus is going to be a
it's going to be the same play. The same play they did earlier. On like round 4, 3, 4?
Maybe even a pistol.
Right? Where you Dimensional Drift, and then you all gate crash in. You see the Cypher.
Last time, Heretics gave the site up completely. This time, that's not really an option with Boo so close, and the decoy.
Oh, dude, Boo almost got it too.
One more bullet,
but they never quite. Oh no! Oh, that's the clone. That's the clone.
Benji able to eliminate Texture.
Jeez.
Keeps the numbers competitive, but Meteor's got a flash play even on.
Oh, dude, how is Meteor course correcting? It looked like he was gonna miss that.
Fury makes it more interesting.
3 still standing. But once
The Thrash. Okay, Munchkin has the Odin.
Munchkin's even, well, we've seen this one before. Sat there with an Odin in the backlines, just waiting to spam onto the spike. They've still got the snake bite available as well, and they can try and pull players away. Now they've cleared all of the close
Dude,
positions.
Munchkin waits. He doesn't show his hand.
That realization, but there goes up the orb, and now it's left all onto Munchkin, just trying his best to buy as much time as possible. It has already been half though, which could be a problem.
Yeah,
needs this kill,
I mean,
and while
Heretics
anything
is...
else isn't gonna stop it.
Dude, out of all the teams, Heretics is going to know how to play
managed
against
to get
this.
themselves that 5th round, but even still, it's a solid half for Gen G.
Absolutely. Yeah, this attack side's really heated up, especially towards the end. Got their streak around.
Meteor didn't get to get as much space as he wanted. That's where the plan fell through, because Texture then gets caught to the Cypher cams. I would also say that Benji actually... So Benji played this really well. Something that Benji does is he knows he's spotted by the Euro, and as soon as Euro passes by him, he starts to slow creep back in towards the rafters so that he can quickly provide backup. And Meteor, like, he tries to swivel back, but Benji keeps just enough distance. So Benji's able to capitalize on his own setups like instantly as well. Really well played from Heretics.
Benji, Fishy, I know, a little bit cringe, but a good segue for a halftime interview as I'm standing here with Mama Fishy and also Brother Fishy, aka Charles Fishy. So, hello everyone.
You alright? How's it going?
먼저 벤지 PC의 가족이죠. 엄마 PC와 형 PC 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 형 PC.
I really like the Champions Heretics jerseys.
So how's Korea been so far for you?
It's been unbelievable. It's so hot though. I don't know how you can deal with it. Oh my god, I step outside and
Yeah, it's Brother Fishy.
drenched in sweat. It's embarrassing.
날씨가 너무 더운데 너무 좋긴 좋은데
It's so hot actually. Like it is like the hottest days right now.
땀이 뻘뻘 나가지고 어떻게 한국 사람들이 날씨를 견디는지 모르겠다고.
Like I keep all the curtains closed in our house, and it still just heats up in the living room.
너무 많이 지르거든요. 평소에 집에서도 좀 이렇게 시끄러운 아이였을까요? Now, Benji Fishy though, we see him energetic and all fired up round after round. Was he always loud loud like this at home?
Very much so, yes. At night time, he would wake me up in the middle of the night. I was always shouting at him for being quieter. So yeah, always that loud.
맨날 이렇게 에너지가 넘쳐가지고 어렸을
That's funny.
때는 이제 엄마 PC가 자고 있는데 그냥 갑자기 밤에 막
It's only 91 degrees. There's no way. No. It's gotta be hotter.
했기 때문에 좀 혼내는 일도 많았다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 형 PC, 벤지 PC가 오늘 복수를 좀 다짐하고 있는 것 같나요? Now, Bro Fishy.
Oh, today's actually not as hot.
For revenge today.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't like to lose at all. So yeah, he's going to be coming for him.
It was definitely well over 100 the past couple of days. Today's actually not as bad.
가족들 만나봤고요. 이어지는 경기 함께 즐겨보시죠. Right, thank you guys, and back to Abyss.
All right.
Well, you heard it there. Benji Fishy's out for revenge. Thank you very much to Mama and Brother Benji for stepping
Oh my gosh,
up there
is that the new
to get this
agent?
done. Now look, they're definitely supporting Heretics, as I'm sure a lot of people here are, but
I'd be worried if they weren't.
I think the Gen G fans might be in the house. You could hear the roars.
The
in
new
rounds. They
agent
were winning 7
seems to
already on the
be
board, and this pistol
someone
could
that
extend
has
the
like
lead.
snares and stuns, because like there's the whole time thing and everything. Oh, is that just a large flower?
4Ks we've seen from this
I
squad,
don't know.
be it Meteor or Texture, and I don't know if they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Speaking of that, just look at Miniboo, straight sprinting in towards the B
All right,
side.
what's the
Seems like
retake
both
here?
teams have a similar idea, but
Oh,
already
dude, Miniboo should have had that actually. That would have stopped the retake quite a bit, but
look like a retake. They're so fast to get back into the site.
Munchkin swinging, but nobody can get ahead of Meteor. He's hunted down.
dude, Meteor with the 4K now.
Which seems to be Gen G's speciality. An 8th round now locked in relatively flawless
I
fashion.
mean, I've seen a lot of people say that it feels like it's similar to Zyra, but I don't know if it's like actually League of Legends inspired. I mean, characters with vines that do damage and, you know, stun and poison and slow is not exactly the most revolutionary thing.
How good Meteor is at the duelist role. Like, this guy
All right,
hot flashes
good
back
retake
into
from
the
Gen
site,
G.
And 4 players are dead within a matter of seconds.
You don't
They
have a
really
Cypher,
are.
so curious to see. This is going to be their default smoke here, the Poison Cloud. That way they can funnel in, and they only have to, as long as they can watch from heaven, they can actually take over backside. So it gives them easy backside re-clear.
Be expended into this round. Other than that, just another chance to farm up some
They have
extra
smokes
orbs.
to counteract mid pressure as well. It's not going to be as easy.
We may well see that. There's already a gate crash put out towards the B site for a quicker
Yep,
rotation.
and you have the toxic screen as well. So Munchkin's going to be on B duty for the most part.
They haven't fought for A main. It is being spotted by Karen and no one around the area. As we can see, if they did push up and take that space, it would be in a bit of trouble. A late clear by Heretics on their way back towards this angle. And
Karen's just going to back out. You can already tell that they're spending util to take over A main control, so you're just going to give it to them. They're on an eco anyway, no reason, right? If the more util they use, I mean, yes, it is all refreshes with the Gecko and the Astra, but
you're not going to see too much aggression.
slows things down anyway. You weren't fully stacked anyway, so Heretics is kind of hoping that this shifts the weight over to A, but Gen G has already had 2 eyes on mid, so there's no real need. And now Munchkin's playing far back. They're kind of willing to play retake, just delay and retake here.
This might just be a shooting gallery for Munchkin. He's waiting.
Oh, that's true. Zarya and Neon were kind of like the pair. Like, not necessarily same universe, but...
He's going to try his best to slow them down.
Does he peek out? He does. Once the poison cloud comes up. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And that's long enough for
There you go.
Lakia to strike. One more shot down below to Wu will deal
Oh,
with him.
it's very messy.
Nice and easy.
But
to the side of
they
Gen G.
stabilize.
3 rifles carried forward. The Guardians will be in full effect. And a 9-5 lead at this point. Heretics really need to start putting rounds on the board, or this one's going to become a pretty bleak outlook.
What's
on
the
the
bonus
series.
here?
Yeah, they at least managed to get
Is it
rid of
mid
one
control?
rifle, but as you can
I think it's
see,
just going to be watching mid again.
It's going to be like Lakia will play with a pistol, so with how good the duelists have been, it might not even matter too much.
Didn't he give the rifle over to... What's going on here?
It seems
Oh,
to
no,
be
he...
crunch
Oh,
time
I see.
For the side of Heretics. As it was said on the desk, I think losing your own map choice in this series is seeming like a bit of a death
Yep, it is mid control. So you just push out far. You have 4 people watching for Meteor, and he's got the gate crash out there, and he's gonna push all the way with a Guardian. Sick, nice kill from Munchkin, just by time. He throws the clone over in the flank to force Team Heretics to rush in, and Heretics has figured this out. They figured out they need to hold close if they want any semblance of sight control because of this poison cloud. Munchkin suspects it, but I don't think he was quite ready for it. That's going to hit one guy, but not enough people. This is a good adjustment from Heretics.
Another advantage almost slipped away with Benji fishing, and it doesn't
Take more guns away, Texture.
Down a 1 versus 3 for Texture. A big round from this man. We've seen plenty of them. 8 bullets left.
He was waiting for one of the other guys to peek.
Yeah, an important round for them to take. I was definitely a little bit worried with how things have started off.
So now that you've seen Heretics do that, there's 2 options. You can either change your setup here, or you kind of have to use your util nice and early to break through and pinch right through the stairs.
Utility to slow them down, but it's the aggressive pace from Miniboo. Catching a couple of players off guard, solid utility from Wu. And
This was really good from Miniboo. It's a good call from Heretics.
He was 9 and 20. He's already
They basically holding safe isn't great with this poison cloud. Now once you get the op, things change a little bit, but no op, but he's still just going to hold with a Vandal. Toxic screen gives him an angle.
That could be the team that, well, went on the run to the final, even if he wasn't there for it.
It's always Astra Euro on A.
Similar setup to what Gen G were going for on the attack side. One player
Bit of
lurking
a-
B, one lurking on mid, but Boo overextends slightly.
Yeah.
Gets his head ripped clean off. A valuable opening.
That's a miss from Boo, I think, but
Get out of position to do it. There's no risks that can be punished, and the spam from Meteor is absolutely perfect. Deleting Miniboo on the right angle, and now the split here from Benji. 2 players through main, fighting Meteor, and still not able to drop him before
wow,
he
it's
draws
still a
blood.
nice kill from
Benji's the
Benji, but it's a
last man
3v1.
standing. 1 against 3. Spike dropped in the open.
Karen hears
Point,
him,
they know where he is
I
from
think.
the door breaking.
No. They're ready for it. They're waiting to trap him. Just ready for all the possibilities. What is going on? Texture.
These players are. Karen just waiting. Watching towards the spawn, but the time now gives the game away. It's not clean, but still Benji's getting the job done. Another kill under his belt. 25 seconds to play with, so doesn't
Benji clutches this, I think.
And you can see Munchkin slowly making his move.
Ooh, actually that. Oh, that allows Munchkin to just play for time.
To try and retrieve that spike, but is almost trying to bait in his opponent for the fight. Try and get him to peek this one, sticking it all the way, but that snake bite is going to slow him a little bit more.
Yeah, this is by the way, this is what makes Munchkin different, is that he actually could have waited for another tap and then peek out on the 3rd second. He could have, and that's what a lot of people would have done. But he'll almost consistently in a clutch situation go for the repeat.
In this 1 versus 3, especially like you said, a rare whiff from Texture, and you really got to capitalize on those. And he very nearly did. But a 4-round lead still for Gen G, and the economy. A little sloppy for Heretics. They're going to go in for a mixed buy. A couple.
I mean, I kind of am, but I just haven't. We've never seen Gen G on Abyss, so like, I'm making conjectures on what I would do, but I have no data on how they want to play this.
Ever closer to just having every single ultimate online. Like they are a couple or 3 orbs away.
You missed Boo.
Yeah, Boo has managed to get past, but the thing is, it depends if Karen is just going to decide to try and give up this angle. With the way that he's peeking it, I still feel like he's going to be safe to win the duel. Utility being thrown in.
Dark coming in.
The rest of the players are just still going to try this.
Texture wanted an early kill, but everyone's here. That's why he's going to stay. They have the spam ready from Lakia. Dude, I don't know. Texture gets that first kill.
Again, we see these lurks from Boo, and this time it's successful.
They'd already planned on going back towards Boo. You know, he felt that he had the space. He heard the steps as they backed off. The Astra Star on B. And he took it. But
okay, fast reclear with the Dimensional Drift. That's good. I would just mostly go, through backside. You know the spike's coming through. You know someone's on the box. You know that he's dropped now. Aw, NT for Lakia, but another 1v1.
But with Boo on 20 HP, it's down to Munchkin again.
Oh, nice shot from Boo.
Gorgeous shot from Boo. He had to hit the first, and this time he did.
He only had 3 bullets remaining, and he was just confident in connecting that first bullet. Also incredibly low on HP, so I don't even know if he would have got a second chance, but this is what he's been hoping for. We've seen a few rounds now where he's been taking these fights on the other side of the map.
So Heretics' lurks today are a bit earlier, right? They're a bit more aggressive, both on defense and offense.
The opponent's money straight down
so something that Gen G is going to have to consider, because on A, they've been mostly holding passive, so you're going to want to go for pushes. They're going to go for a very similar push out on the eco here. Miniboo's ready for it, though, with his own pistol, so that way he doesn't give any. If he gets the kill, he gets blades. All right, but no weapon given.
And now finds themselves.
Now Heretics, they either need to push in fast or they need to wrap around, because they only saw the jet eventually on the push out.
It's a Sheriff and a Classic. I'll find it tough to deny this plan or even to get damage.
Oh, fast reactions from Woot. I mean, nice try from Lakia. It's a bit of a half and half position here from Gen G, but it is an eco, so.
The player they killed didn't actually have a gun to play with, so they haven't been able to retrieve
I don't know if you take this gate crash. You probably use it for a fake as you're about to jump onto the site. Yep. It gets used, and Benji's far out. Like, Heretics is actually playing very deep. Like, their lurks are going deep, their post plans are going deep, right? They adjusted on B earlier as well. So,
instant shot, and it's Benji to land it. A 3rd for him in this round, and no, not quite the 4th. Karen somehow making this very costly with
Gen G is, I feel like Gen G is going to look to do one of 2 things, right? Probably actually fight for A main control a little bit, or take over more mid pressure once the map comes back.
I don't mind the way that Heretics are just making sure a lot of that early control.
But the mid one is fairly easy to watch out for Heretics.
Leave him on the other side of the map just so you can watch for that utility, and then their overall execution.
They're still going to stick with defaults now that they have the op. Okay. But Texture's going to hold safe, using the toxic screen to his advantage. Heretics is kind of prepared for an A push out, though, so they're just going to aggressively use the recall on the star. You know, everything that's... It's very good from Heretics that everything is on a cooldown. Nobody can break that drone for you. Oh, the clone actually draws enough attention. Meteor actually doubled up onto his clone.
Dizzy took the side away from every player on site, and then it's an easy round. You'd imagine.
I mean, it was a nice try, but
post plant util for Rienz and for Boo, and Gen G not even going to try this one.
No, and that's the risk of playing those close corner angles. Like, it almost worked out for Karen.
Gen G's Heretics has figured out there needs to be a timeout, I think, and Gen G needs to figure out how they want to do A site, right? You save the op, but op holding here is, I mean, you can try to have an early aggressive hold and then push out. If there no one's there, or if they push back, you can hold here at once more, but that's about it. And your escape out from A is not great, so
for texture, Munchkin saving the rifle, saving
I would love to see them fight A main.
They need to do to make sure they can at least challenge a bit in the next round, because the rest of the players probably won't have too much to play with.
Good resurgence.
What I would love to see them do is the reason it feels bad is because it's the Gecko and the Astra combo on the other side. Yeah, there's the timeout from Gen G. So even if you wait for them to use their util first and then push out, if Heretics just responds to it and just like doesn't fight you, they get their util back and you don't. I think that's probably what Gen G's a little bit afraid of. I don't know if Gen G goes for like an all-in on A main. I don't think you do that, especially because of the timeout. But Heretics will probably watch for something in this timeout.
Yeah, I think over the last few rounds, Heretics have started to realize that.
So I think what you could do is wait and then
working out better,
flash and then smoke.
Moving away a bit more from that B site, because the early B site
push out A main
was actually very good. Like, he was getting the opener in a lot of rounds, or he was making it so that so many players heading into.
But it's okay if you bring them to B, because if you clear A main, you can pressure the flank, right? So as long as somebody's watching mid and you have, basically what you could do is you could have Viper on B still. You could have the op watching mid, and then you can have the rest of the weaponry is not good. That's the problem. But you could have had the op here, Viper here, and then pressure A main, right? And then eventually just like plant someone here, the op comes back, things like that. Heretics is, we saw the ping. Heretics wants to make sure they don't give up mid control. That's what they're most afraid of. And they're also wary of potential push outs as well. So Heretics is going to play spread out. Try to figure out where the aggression is going to come from. So the star, yep, okay. Oh, they're going to actually use a Nova Pulse? Wow, that's... I thought they wouldn't do that. I guess... Dude, that's an all-in against the Gecko Astra?
The idea here, you can test it early, you get the space, or
I thought it was just going to be a smoke here late after the Yoru flash, but Heretics was ready for it either way, right? They just start spamming immediately, so that's why I wouldn't have gone for an all-in, because I feel like after a timeout. The only difference is if Gen G does it again the next round, then respect, because that's what Heretics does too. If you do it again the next round, then I'll take it, but I don't know about that.
Orb is still there, so they could go retrieve that, get Thrash online, but
yeah, it is forced, but they should be on 3-round losses, so most of them, they should all be able to buy with half armors next round.
Now they are going to head over. And as
Heretics weren't ready for a stun, but I think... I mean, it could have just been quick reactions, because they just spread out and they started spamming. Maybe it's because of the Nova Pulse they started spamming. Because it looked like he wanted to throw the Dizzy either way. But either way, yeah, I didn't want to do that after the timeout, but if Gen G does it again the next round, then I'll give it to him.
There's the snake bite, even going to cancel out the drone. 20 seconds left, barely any time. You can't take this back in the other direction.
Texture.
Viper's pick goes in to slow them, but Texture, another
Texture's rifling's been great today, but the op not so much, and the pit now doesn't really. Oh, the toxic screen right at the edge.
Looking to do a bit more damage as the push comes around the back, and it's
huge, dude. Corrals them all the way in, man. The only place that's not covered with the pit is backside.
Have made it work. An absolutely gorgeous gameplay.
Oh my god. What an ult combo. Dude.
Denying them the space on A, the expectation.
Dude, the pit into the... Oh my god.
Would go back to A because they'd seen so many players there. Instead, Heretics will...
Dude, this was spot on, by the way.
Furious said was ready and waiting. to delay just that little bit more, and then you just have the wraparound from Karen while everything is going wrong. While
yeah, Solo almost had a heart attack after the beginning. Okay, now that you won the round, do you push out again? No. So since you won the round, they're not going to go for it again, but they will finally try to plant the op aggressively.
They've still got Thrash, and well,
he hasn't been able to hit shots today. Hunter's Fury is ready. Texture's still in a very aggressive position. So this is a bit of a curveball that you're not going to really expect this, but you're also not going to expect the high-low. They are expecting someone to re-clear because Gen.G always re-clears.
Get out and not even the one to be found. Punish from Miniboo. The rifle's in play for Heretics.
So Meteor's expecting them to push in, right? So they want to do a high-low, and then he teleports to get the crossfire. And then you're just holding mid, and you're holding aggressive on B. Boo's snuck in, though. Boo could be the deal breaker here.
For an ultimate. Dimensional drift not far away. Munchin's going to be forced off again. It's the same.
Yep. This was a trap meant for it. You knew that he was going to wait for the drone, take the snake bite, and then just drop off. And then they go A. Oh, Gen.G makes the call, though. Lakia says no other util. It's good.
Trying to delay them as much as humanly possible, but both players within the site will fall.
I don't know about the Cosmic Divide. Gen.G seems... Gen.G's playing very, very aggressive and loose today compared to their usual selves. How's it going in Chow? I wonder if they use another timeout. I could see them using their second one just to cool things off. But that depends on what you're hearing from the comms.
Just one again. Gen.G, though, they've been guarding that lead with their life. See if they let it slip this time.
Right, so Heretics is just waiting for him. Like they're prepared for the early pushouts now. Like this, it's not working anymore. It used to work because you would always do it at the right time and then you would play patient. But the tempo control isn't quite there in the second half.
I feel like he is someone that is.
And now Heretics is going to push fast.
Especially on this map.
Heretics is reading this real well. But Gen.G doesn't quite know that. But here's what they do know. No Dizzy on A main. So Charon calls for that, so it's a fast rotate. It's the best that Gen.G can do.
There's no success for him.
Lakia's stuck. They know he's there.
Guardians are on the way to help out. Guardians of the B site. See if they can hold it down. Meteor does well to find one, but that's all she wrote. Defense here by Texture, steps into the smoke, loses his sight for a moment, but now he's got it tied 2 versus 2. Rifles.
Dude, that smoke almost ruined him. 2v2. You wait for the plant.
Thus far, spike in the open, but a smoke to retrieve it.
Yeah, check a little bit, but
dropped in the kindest of positions. Charon can play over.
Oh, Heretics now got caught up in the fight.
55 HP.
Who's going to push out? I don't know if Texture's going to be ready for it. They're going to double up, though. This is really good from Gen.G. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought he wasn't going to get an angle.
Not quite. Charon and Texture, a deadly duo, if ever I've seen one. And once again, the success on the B side just hasn't been there.
No, I don't think it's necessarily overconfidence. I think it's just the fact that the map is new. And I think Heretics is actually responding really, really well to what Gen.G is doing each round. So Gen.G feels the need to like constantly pressure them in.
As soon as the first kill is found, the simple evaluation.
It's not so much arrogance I see from them, but it's more like slight discomfort.
He's not going to make it that easy. And again,
where I don't think they truly know the timings and the limits of the map just yet, which is, you know, it's reasonable considering it's new. It's their first time playing it on a stage in an official match. But now Heretics times out. So they've been waiting for you to, they've been fighting for a main control, and then they wait for you to push out. Now they try to go for a fast B hit. Because you didn't throw the Dizzy, it gets red. So, again, probably two things you want to watch out for. Either a Dizzy thrown on A main, and then a fast hit onto B as a fake. Or, once again, not as much mid control. But the thing is, Heretics probably won't take early mid control just because they're at a disadvantage if they want to do that. Because Gen.G has double controller. I mean, yes, you have a Cypher, but you can't, like, aggressively take control. You can just defend against it.
an absolutely lights out performance from
They're actually
Rian.
just going to go
He's
for a
down at the
fast
bottom
A
of the
hit.
board, not having the
Really?
same success.
You even
Sure,
have
there's
the
been
so
other
they
people
are
that
wary
stepped
that
up
Gen
in
G might take
response.
mid
It's not
control
like
this
they are
time.
being boomed out of this map, but
See how Gen G reacts to
definitely
this.
a piece of the
It is a
puzzle,
different setup though, right? Toxic screen just to block them off from coming in. Oh my gosh. Oh, this makes me so nervous.
Careful of where that gap is.
Okay, Cosmic Divide as well. Oh, they're going to plant bridge.
Takes a peek in that window. He could be in a lot of trouble over on the A side. Already
Karen
the dash
spots
in
him.
from Miniboo. He now looks to hold up close.
Oh,
with his raise.
Miniboo kind of missed that.
Karen's able to make it work, but Texture falls on B on the rotate.
Do you flash for him?
Advantage now to play with for the
You
side of
do, but it's a
Heretics.
little late.
Gen G are going to have to try to
That's been
recover
taken
this in
over.
opposed
Boo,
plans.
great fights
Heretics have
over on
given up
B.
side control completely. Someone's getting pulled off the map.
already the spams have done so
He's
much
trying to make
damage.
sure that
Blackie are gone.
he's in a position where he can.
Meteor and Karen, an ultimate available, but probably
Yeah,
not
the
gonna be
spam's
used. They
just too
can't
easy
beat this
here.
firing squad, and while Meteor's position has been revealed, he's going to have to clean these players up so absurdly quick, and Boo has already fallen back into a much more passive position. Doesn't want to
Great set play. Didn't see that one coming.
And even if it's going to be
Oh,
Rian's,
the game of
the kill in
chicken.
the end. He's got teammates to fight for him. Another successful execution on this A site. As said, I think the A site plays from Heretics have been sublime so far in this second half. They need themselves one more. And then we get talking about the record they have in OT, which I'm not going to lie, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it's something like rounds 1 was like 12-3 or 2. Like they genuinely are just a monster when they get into overtime.
Yeah, once they have that little breather in between the halves.
We'll see. I mean, if it goes OT, it's a reset.
He lost his voice.
Probably
That was a little
pull.
bit quiet for Benji.
Don't know what that
Yeah,
was.
here's the second timeout though. You have Dimensional Drift, but not much else. They've been forcing a lot with the Guardians, which
They've been stalled out.
against Heretics, that's a
One
big
more round
risk.
needed, and it has been back and forth for the last 4 rounds. We keep that up. We'll be going to map 2 very soon. And Gen G are trying to make sure of that right now. The only problem is, again, those credits, they've fallen quite low. We're not going to see many big buys out of this squad. In fact, even the one Phantom that they've got in play is going to have to be light shields. You've got Guardians, a Bulldog. But that
Gen G, I don't know if you push out, but I don't know if you go for a retake.
Rounds that somehow they seem to make work. Like when it comes to this defensive side, you've had those huge hero plays off the back of a Hunter's Fury, and
the Cypher's been making the flanks really tough, and then Boo's lurking on the other side. I honestly think clearing out Boo first should be a priority here.
you're gonna look at like, yeah, if it is a gas cannon Bulldog,
Right? What I
it's
would
not
love to
necessarily
see
gonna
Gen
make
G
much
do
sense,
is
but
take mid control and see if there's an A push out, and if there is, then take over
also
B.
looking at Heretics and going, okay, this second half,
Just blindly pushing out. This is why I wouldn't have blindly pushed out of B. But they're actually just going to try to pinch onto A.
convert this, and I'm
Okay, you have this toxic screen though, so overall the retake
maybe just
is
for the
not
fact that it has
a
been so
terrible
successful
idea.
A-side takes, but there is an open B side right now.
No shields,
Meteor
no utility
can crash this back,
He is playing this just with a Bulldog,
and he has dimensional drift, so he can force them all back. Well, you're all going to come back through here.
Heretics have definitely picked the weaker spot. They found the gap in play. Ult used by Meteor.
Okay, you see everybody on site.
It's going to be set up soon, and here it comes.
He comes out, safety,
This
yep.
spray is good. Mini Boo dropped immediately, flash for backside.
He's buying time, he's buying space, that's good. And then huge spray as well.
Spearheading this push. They've got the advantage locked in. That spray
The trap wire, someone's got to clear it. Someone has to remember it. Someone has to remember it. Oh, you could just take him out.
Now a 1 versus 4.
Oh, and the Cosmic Divide to block off the Odin.
Absolutely gorgeous from Gen G. They get it across the line at the
GG. Oh, what a final round. Real dude, Meteor frigging.
It was a battle, it was a brawl, it was
I
a
do
back
think
and
so.
forth,
Heretics
but in
has
the
been playing very aggressive, so they fill the site, but they actually have nobody in the back where it's safe. The safe plant. It's a rough one, but a really good match. Really good back and forth match, I think. Whew. All right, now we can rest a little bit. The Lotus I don't think is gonna be easy, but I think it'll be fine though. Although the real question is do they bring back the Neon? I don't think they will, just because Gen G's looked pretty okay playing against Neons, but... All right, new predictions are up on Twitch. What's an affordable laptop that you can use for general as well as gaming? That's iffy. I mean, listen, any laptop that you can properly use for gaming, you can use for work. But do you need it to be portable? That's the real question. Yeah, Meteor really pulled through, which he often does when he plays the Euro. Oh, thanks, Ziani. There are what was that photo show? There are I mean, these days there are like lightweight gaming laptops, but they're not cheap. I mean, I assume we're using Valorant as a baseline for gaming, right? Not like super low end, but not super high end. I don't know. I haven't looked at laptops in a long time. I mean, Razer's not on the affordable plan, but how much is honestly, the Asus ones haven't been bad, but I don't know how much they are these days. Oh, Asus doesn't have a lightweight one, I guess. Bum, 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 bum. Huh. The Lenovo Legion... Which one is this? Lenovo Legion Slim 5. It pops up as like 1300 in the US. It's not bad for a gaming laptop. I mean, they're always going to be... Gaming laptops are going to be on the higher end, but quite frankly, like, Valo can run okay. So you might be better off looking at other lightweight laptops that you can just like upgrade the graphics card for. That might be the better way to do it.
Well, that was an exciting start to our day. I'm now joined by Coach Solo from Gen G and Jen here to do some translations as well. Now, the comp we saw from you guys on Abyss, we could understand the ideas of some really cool setups and so on. Would you be able to tell me what was the philosophy behind this comp?
I
mean, I used the gaming laptop as a desktop replacement for a very long time. I don't know if I wouldn't like. I get what you're saying. They are generally overpriced, but
don't be intimidated by your opponents. And just like how we play Breeze, just go for those aim duels, engage in those fights and skirmishes.
But I would say that they are priced for the, you know, just for the ease of use.
And there we see from Gen G a big win. And what do you think about that, about the composition? Mentioning Breeze as well.
Yeah, and he was also saying that their philosophy was to go and take gunfights. I don't think so. The philosophy was get into the cringe post plants. So I've got to tell Illustrator to break down how they were trying to do some of that stuff. So it's pulling back from round 6. And one of the things that I thought was excellent just right off the rip was the way that if you have a look at what's going on the minimap here, you've got this Viper Orb lineup that goes towards
yeah, that orb's huge. This is why double controller is so big, is that you just get mid, like, for free.
It blocks off all of the information for the defenders in mid, basically anytime they want to do it. It allows them to
Like, mid is literally just yours every round unless they push out, and then you can punish that.
They're not going to be doing anything. You've just got Meteor's gate crash over here as well.
Yo, Ryan, appreciate it.
They throw this Viper wall as well.
What's an SFF PC?
You're going to be able to go pivots through the mid. You're going to be able to updraft dash into this heaven area if you wanted to as well. It's a great idea. Heretics were never able to contest them in mid. Meteor breaks the door, flashes through, really makes it feel like there's a lot of A-split pressure happening. They got a drone in A main as well, so it really feels like an A-split. Meteor teleports, suddenly they're all through on B. They don't have the drone, so Boo should have got that kill. And as soon as he doesn't, Gen G are in. And it's at this point, you're getting the plant down for sure, and you're getting cringe. Insane, insane preset cringe from Gen G. Just to take a pause here as a moment.
Oh, small form factor PC. Yeah, but small form factor PCs are still not like, the portability is still different from a laptop though, right?
So that's 2 of the layers of cringe removed already.
Like, you're not gonna be, like, I think, I don't know, when I think about why I want a laptop, it's not just for like I want to take it to work or whatever, or like on my travels, but it's also like sometimes I want to work down at the cafe and things like that. I don't know how small or small form, but like, yeah, I feel like it's a slightly different purpose. If you're looking for like a desktop replacement that you can take on travels, then yes, I guess that would make sense, but like, I don't know if I'm taking that down to the cafe, you know, down the street.
You're not saying that.
I'm not saying that.
No one's saying
Have I heard someone saying that? Yes.
I've heard many, but some are saying.
Many people are saying this.
Dude, 28-17 for Meteor, 5 for his kills.
Or Gen G, that is. If Team Heretics wanted to take that space...
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing is that, like, the thing with gaming laptops, or at least some of them, some brands and some builds, is that as long as you know what you're doing with your PC, like, as long as you're not completely just letting it go to waste, they should last you a decent amount, actually.
Like half the teams at this event, best map.
Yeah, but mileage may vary. That's the thing, and I think that's true for any laptop, is mileage may vary. Unless you're, like, taking a straight just like laptop for work that doesn't even have to work properly for it to be useful. Otherwise, mileage may vary, but like I've had gaming laptops that lasted me like 4 years and they were still fine. I just upgraded. And then I've had gaming laptops that like broke down after a year and a half.
Falling off the map is what we know him.
And that too.
That's so funny. That's such
Look at him zooming.
Oh, I didn't realize.
It takes so long to fall.
It's a cool trap from Benji Fishy as well, though, but he just shrugs it off and immediately goes into a 4K.
I think there's a contrast there. When Miniboo in their debut match fell off the map, he looked kind of out of it, a little emotionally boomed. Gen G take any loss and just bounce it off. He goes back in, hits this nasty 4K.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to what you want. It's like the same thing with like pre-built PCs. I used to love building my own PCs, etc., and like, you know, these branded like pre-built PCs. Yeah, once you know how to build your own laptop, or like how to find the right parts, etc., or where to find them, do they seem like they're overpriced? Yes, they are, but also it's just like, I just can't be bothered anymore, and as long as you take okay care of your PC, then it shouldn't last anyway, so...
We have Vinsu standing by.
Now standing by with Coach Neil Zinio from Team Heretics.
What
now,
in the world?
Map. Unfortunately,
give me a second. This is the end protect.
It's becoming a little bit of a theme.
That's for all the bank stuff.
So close, every map can go your way. Why do you think that's
Why is that popping up now?
So much more labored.
I think it's more just like the teams
Give me 1 second.
the best in the world, right? Like I don't think we're expecting.
Dude, this is the problem with living in Korea, by the way, is that like every government website and everything needs its own security program. It actually bogs down your PC so much.
And if you don't play perfect, then
It's actually giga annoying.
Well, thank you very much, Neil, and good luck on map 2.
A lot of respect for his
All right,
opponents.
so they are going to stick with the Raze, and they're going to stick with Woot on Omen. Okay, so the biggest thing is Raze and they're on defense first. So we talked about this in the video, but Miniboo, his early position basically tells you whether Heretics wants to push out of Mound or not. They also, against FPX, they did not lurk as aggressively. However, I said it in the video as well, we have to wait and see how much of this is because they were playing FPX, so...
Gen.G did manage to take the map pick away from Team Heretics. Well, that was the caveat I gave you at the beginning of the day, man. You got to listen to the full sentence, not just the headline.
Gen.G's been great on this.
Building a PC doesn't have to get expensive unless you want to build the top-of-the-line PC. I used to do it just because you could actually find better deals as long as you knew where to find them, but the thing is like, it's not hard. It's just, quite frankly, like, I'm at a point now where I'm like, I just want to order a PC and I just want to use it. You know what I mean? Like, it's fun, but and it's not like it takes the whole day, but it's just, yeah. I don't think it's a waste of time to build it. I just don't want to do it anymore.
13 to 11, Tom. This is a map that I think in everyone's mind.
Thoughts on Deadlock on this map? I think it's okay. I'm a big Deadlock enjoyer. I think Deadlock on this map is okay, but I do think you have to get pacier, and I think if you're going to play the Deadlock, I think you need something else that has a lot of range that can, like a breach or something that can still provide good lurks, etc.
It was still very labored versus FPX. Now, I agree with what Neozinho said. I think FPX are heavily underrated, but if you're scraping through a game versus them, what are the chances you beat Gen.G?
All right, so off the bat, you hear the paint shells coming in. Charon's already made it through, though. He's kind of trapped. There's no exit for him because he actually shrouded stepped forward, which is a huge all-in. That's, wow, on the pistol, really. But you know that this is the weaker site, then. Oh, they thought they cleared all the nanoswarms. Good poison orb. Gives Texture a little bit more room to work with. You can't pick that up anymore, but it's good against the retake anyway.
Always fearsome in these pistols. They're doubling up. They're expected it.
Yeah, this is smart from Heretics. Very smart from Heretics.
For him with the pistol under the belts of Heretics.
Last time around, Heretics started on the attack side. So
am I old? I'm in my mid-30s. Some would say that's old. Some would say that's young.
A streak from Gen.G, and they did not let go of those reins once they got their hands on them. For now, well, it starts out a similar way.
No, I'm older than 30. I'm well into my mid-30s.
Gen.G. I'd be surprised if they go crazy and force it. And yeah, we're seeing just some classics.
I'm legitimately a full-grown adult. And I mean, yeah, like that's uncle status for gamers for sure. But yeah, but some would call it young, right? So it's like 30s, and even I would say like early 40s. I feel like is that age group where it's like now it's completely subjective on who you're talking to. Anyway. Great pistol from Heretics. So Gen.G, they're just gonna wait with sheriffs. They always do the two sheriffs.
They probably could have taken that without some of the crazy.
And Heretics, I think, are very well aware of this. They don't even take rubble, right? Like Heretics is very aware of the potential that Gen.G want to fight. So Woot's just gonna try to play this safe. He'll go for the jump peek to get info, but that way he doesn't waste his one way, so to speak. He uses the paranoia just to buy time. Woot's playing this really well.
Initiator, swapping with Boo, and now he's playing that more aggressive war, which at times I don't necessarily mind, but I don't think he quite. I guess did it as
I mean, I would say like 95 years is pretty old. Although I guess if you ask someone who's like 105, they would probably argue that 95 is young, I guess. But there's not as many people that could argue with them that's at 105.
He's locking down control over rubble one way or another.
Gen.G at this point, they're just fishing for stuff, right? I mean, this round it's a bit of a Team Heretics just has really good discipline, doesn't want to fight you, and now you're just trying to rotate every single door and go where you can, and you're gonna run out of time. But if Munchkin lands a 6th shot, then maybe they get it. No time to plant though. Yeah, whoa, yeah, what is going on here? Wait, what?
And
what is?
Absolutely destroy.
Yeah, they didn't even pick up the weapon.
some of their money. I guess they did a little
So they
bit
get
of
the
extra damage,
plant.
and they're still going to be able to get in with the light shields. But
Okay,
yeah,
so
definitely one where
I think this is actually intentional. I think they calculate that all we need is the plant, so they get the plant, but they don't want to give as many ult orbs.
because of that, and can't buy up with the heavy shields either. Which versus some of the guns. That
The half shields are there, would have been there one way or another because of the sheriffs.
was just to figure out how Heretics are set up and get a feel for how those rotations come into play. But like you said, they just ran that for a little bit
I actually
too long.
think that might have been intentional.
Became their biggest enemy. We're going to see a 2-0 lead for Heretics.
Which would be
Benji fishing
nutty.
down to 11 HP to start this one off. Gen.G having that full buy. It seems to be that they're set up for the B split. Last time, they broke the alarm bot right off rip. And there was this one player
So you sneak the plant in, but you don't die. Okay.
outside of that. I think they're going to try
Interesting.
the same here,
Either way.
turret down, make noise on A, and then go through
Yep,
that
early. I mean, Heretics is so aware of Gen.G's tendencies, though. Look at the double stack here. Gen.G's going to be ready to pivot back to A, I think. Yep, there's a chance that they pivot back. Depends on how much control they get of the actual site. They're not going to plant for C, though, because there's no information, so they're going to play it safe. Charon's very low, so he has to watch from long range. The crossfires are okay, but the util is going to come in. You've got paint shows to watch out for, and a Seize and a Paranoia. See how good the Paranoia is from Woot. It's Texture. I don't think it hits anybody else, though. Oh, distraction for Texture. That's huge. Very good. And the smoke comes out from Charon as well.
Can't even get out of here. He's stuck in the corner. He's being watched on the way back, and it's Meteor staring him down. That man doesn't
Dude,
miss a
Meteor
shot.
is on one today.
Another Gen.G 4K and a round on the board for the attackers.
Yeah, I think either we're going to have to start counting his 4K.
Okay,
before
next
he gets
round.
Another ace just to see if he can actually catch up, because he's already had a few in this series. Or we just have to combine the
I think you probably wait to see if there's util on A again. If there is, maybe you clear mound first, take the orb, because you're close to lockdown.
So it's not necessarily the end of the world for Heretics, but with the blip that happened in round number 2, maybe would have hoped
They're gonna
for a
fight
little bit
Rubble.
more.
Really?
The only ultimate that's
Like
relatively
fully.
close is Meteor. Miniboo's already
And they're
dead.
actually gonna get the kill. That's ooh, Miniboo getting hit like that is not. Oh my, dude, 2 HG eventually goes down. That's insane.
But yeah, the Rubble control hasn't been fantastic, although those spams
That
do
is
recover
funny.
some of the advantage. Still sitting towards Gen.G though. It's a big map. Those rotations not as easy when you've only got 4 players.
But you still have the thing is Heretics they would have to push out to confirm, because you know that they love to play the 1-4 splits. So until the main force here at A has spotted Meteor, you can't really know for sure, but you don't have the util to push out, so it would have to be an ego peak. But this is the round that you want to win here if you're Heretics, because this is your buy. Oh, dude, Texture swings today haven't been as good as usual. He's been very snappy in like the chaotic fights, but oh, saw him.
A little bit early, and I think he's been spotted.
He has, and you see the ping go down from Munchkin. He knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, he's just calling to say don't peek out here. I'm just gonna buy time.
Player here. It's all down to timing. Which way is he going to be looking when the swing comes?
Oh, Benji, so good. Okay.
Competitive. Turret goes down for the info. Turret goes down indeed right after.
They're gonna rotate back. He heard the alarm bot though. Munchkin should have heard the, or Meteor should have heard the alarm bot. Yep, he's taking it. He's taking it out.
Meteor, the man who's
Benji's gonna try to go through. No, okay. I thought he would have. That would have been nutty.
That lead taken out of Heretics' hands. The defuse needed all the way, and Meteor sticking close by. 2-2. Now tying it up early on. Gen.G won't let.
Yeah,
Heretics
they
have much
just
of a
swapped
lead.
it coming into champions. They swapped him onto the Omen, and Boo is on the fade. It worked out pretty well, and I honestly really think that this is something that they're looking to do on a lot of maps, because that allows him to just be the guy that's holding solo. They have him hold solo and bind too as the fade. He's not the one that rotates. It's Miniboo. Now on Abyss, it's a little different with him being the Gecko, so he has to constantly be the one that's fishing for info. But goodbye, Charon. Oh, just in time.
Just able to TP out of there.
Look at this firing range. Okay, so after... Uh-oh. Okay. After they clear this, so the push comes out this time nice and early from Heretics. They responded to this. Gen G, are you going to realize... We'll see how the round plays out, but we'll see if they ever get any cues that Rians is pushed out very far. They're aware that there could be an early push this time, though, especially it being an eco. So they're purposely going to wait. They're going to wait to see if the push comes all the way through, because then they could always rotate. Nice shot. No weapon pickup, though. Are we really going to keep going for this? Okay. So you know one was in your flank. They're watching to see if he's still coming through. He's not. They know that Boo's up top. Whoa, dude, that's a sick setup. The paint shows to push him down, and then the C's. Just, oh man, that feels bad, man, for Boo. And the nice wraparound from Texture as well. It's hard to read the Texture wraparound on stairs. There's no way Rians reads this. Meteor's gonna purposely bait, and Meteor actually gets the kill. But Meteor's peeking out just to make sure that there's not a timing that he gets on Texture.
Few big rounds from Meteor, and we've got a lockdown online for Gen G, but take a look at Heretics.
All right.
They've got a little bit to work with. A Viper's Pit, a Showstopper, a Nightfall.
Timeout? Early timeout.
To react around and potentially turn and tip the scales in their favor. But everybody
all right, if they're timing out, what's going to be the play here? They're probably not going to fight for Rubble too hard.
Ahead of us. And whoever comes ahead in these,
there's a good chance that that means it's going to be a push out from... There's two things. It's either a push out from C Mound or it's a trap play on C knowing that the lockdown's online.
Get ready for all of those ults being put into play at once, but yeah, I don't mind the early pause from Heretics because, again, they've had a couple of opportunities here.
So Gen G probably waits for the push out, see if it's even the pinch, right, from C Mound into B. I don't know. I don't think there's any ults online yet for Heretics.
The versatility.
There might be.
And it's something that brings a lot of value because you look across the maps, and I feel like Gen G, they have.
But if the pinch doesn't happen, maybe take B main control. Make sure that you can take mound control for free, and then you're free to go wherever.
But it's just because they play.
I think that's what Gen G should be doing. We'll see. I don't know. There is the option of we don't think they're going to fight Rebels, so we fight for it again. But yeah, I don't think that would be it. So you're going to wait to see if it's a push out from B or C rather, right? You're ready for this play basically.
Talking here about his versatility. The guy's currently got more kills than the rest of the team added together.
And then eventually this is set up to watch out for any push out of A, the turret. That turret's actually, it's an interesting setup just to watch the flank. Okay, so you're waiting for this push out. It doesn't happen. You know you're safe, so now you back up because it's rubble. All right, so it's exactly what I talked about. And then you get the orb. That gives you pit as well. And now you're going to clear B main to see Boo, see if there's the Nightfall play from Boo. So you're going to slow creep into that. Doesn't spot him.
Not the case. Boo's about to come under some pressure.
And they just want to pressure this, right? They, in fact, because they have pit, they can actually, yeah, they can actually just push people out of B. This is why they have the turret here, to make sure that there's no flank. I don't like it. If they're going to plant for this, I would love to see them actually push deeper, but it's not great for it. Oh, they're just going to go for the post-plant spam. I don't know if I like this. I don't like this play. The showstopper thankfully doesn't hit anybody, but... Nightfall for Nightfall? No? Just spam? Really? The Texture's just gonna run around in the pit, I guess.
An inopportune time. Riens pops his ult and gets shot in the head, and now it's all left on
wow.
decaying inside a pit. Just like the chances of Heretics in this series as round after round goes to Gen G. 4-2 in the lead now. That's 4 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's that showstopper had to be the one that breaks it. But after it doesn't get any kills, like you assume that they've been pushed out, which is why they don't account for Texture. That's unfortunate for them.
The side of the defense, just to try and get this round into competition. I don't mind the showstopper being used just to try and catch the Viper, like exiting. You're going to fall back immediately just to try and get the integrity of the pit.
And now that you've done that, you go Rubble again. Now they're going to fight for it as well. Charon still gets out this time. And oh, Texture. Uh-oh.
They're making this
Triple
one
kill from
competitive.
Woot. No rifles given up yet, but you have to actually fight this.
Performances this guy can have has some support from Meteor, who has plenty of weaponry to choose from, and on the other side they haven't found anything yet, just those pistols, and that's going to be
Good re-clear. Oof.
Of course, it's Meteor yet again finding these kills, pulling the round back into
Dude, Meteor has 12 and 3. Holy.
Benji now up against 2 with a Marshall on the retake. Really not the weapon that you want for this. And they're both
I'm surprised that Heretics just, I think the thing is so this all makes sense now. So as I suspected, Heretics was playing that way because they wanted a way to counteract the triple controller. Normally they do want to focus on Rubble, but the problem is, and I think the other thing is Genji's very good at re-clearing, and Mound is fairly easy to re-clear if you know what you're doing. So I get why you don't want to focus on that being your default, but I'm surprised Heretics hasn't tried it at all the first couple rounds, other than that one eco where they just eventually creep out.
Looking to do its own damage and get his own little assist in. 8 bullets, and none of them will at least land the kill shot. Sure,
But anyway,
on 21 HP, but Gen G are on
the thing is so one thing I've noticed is, especially with Gen G, is that obviously we see the whole minimap, so it's very easy for us to be like, well, yeah, I guess what I thought was a possibility is going to happen here. So like it would be good to prepare against it. But Gen G is very, especially once they have the momentum, they are very much headstrong until it gets broken, right? Gen G is very much the don't fix it if it ain't broke. Because they know that they'll have backup plans afterwards. Again, they're going to fight for Rebel, right? And if you don't block it, then great.
Now, though, Odin brought into play. Information gone, and Showstopper used as well.
Well, they know exactly where that Odin is.
Oh, a little greedy. Good clear, though. And then B is free. So you don't have to go in just yet.
Tickled up some of these guys. Meteor, though, sneaking his way right through, up close. Does Benji suspect it? It looks like it. He has an idea.
I think he might have seen his elbow first.
Just before Lakia was ready to swing and trade.
Yeah, I think also
That alarm bot's broken now, too. So this is the round where it kind of gets broken. I would say Gen G kind of greeted for it with the showstopper. A little bit too much trust. And not fast enough push through the stairs, but...
It's not expected at all. Munchkin walking backwards into the angle, but
Oy.
for a little bit more. Still only going to be the one, but with the lockdown in play, they're both going to have to be...
All right, Charon, what have we got?
Lakia is the only one that can really hope to try and do any damage on the way in, and the counter spam is better.
Yeah, Karen, 1 versus 3, and the spike already being diffused. Catches one on the side angle, but needs to get on that diffuser immediately, and Rienz buys enough time. The kill locking in the round, now 3 for Heretics, and at least we won't see a complete repeat of
Yeah, the skull is for the top fragger of the server. It's okay. I mean, I think it's always the subtle things that end up adding a lot more. I don't mind it, but I don't know if it's...
Remember how many players they lost in just the last.
I don't know. It's also a little jarring. Like, a skull is a little jarring for Valorant. I don't know if that's just me.
The damage is definitely going to make things that little bit easier. We've also seen a lot of ultimates expended by both sides.
All right, so now Genji's going to fight for mound control, which is what I would have done as well. Right? Because Rubble fights weren't happening, no reason to invest too much just to counter, because you have to kind of do it blindly as the attackers.
I thought for a moment Munchkin was going to find that Rienz, though.
Dude, Rienz, that's huge. Because you know that Genji... Dude, Heretics is playing really well against them. I think next round, if Genji loses this round... their econ's a little all over the place. They won't have the showstopper either, but I think a fast all-in would have been nice, and then a slow rotate around the lurk, but... Because right now, you can't push and pull anymore. You've lost so much control. Dude, texture just... What the hell?
There you go. Meteor, although he finds the one, there's just too many bodies swinging into play.
5-4. They found their footing. A decent couple of rounds, and as you mentioned, that economy now starts to become a bit of an issue. I think they might still be able to scrape a buy with some...
It's the original... Yeah, I figured, because some of the old like skins as well have that, but it's just...
There'll be one player here or there that isn't going to be able to get a gun.
I don't know. The rest of the vibe doesn't really go with it, but it's whatever. I mean, I'm indifferent to it. I do think it's a good attempt, though. Like it's always the subtle things on a broadcast UI that really adds a lot. Okay, so no timeout, but they are going to spread out a bit more default.
The thing is, though, Heretics aren't just going to sit back. In fact, I was about to say
The one-way comes out. Okay, the forward alarm bot. They may not have heard it, but Heretics does this because they don't like to push out too far every time.
They've gone light. They've gone for SMGs. This might be the spot that they hit.
I don't know. It's crazy that they're going to push this without any coverage of B, though, when the night falls online.
There's no way to cross that, but maybe we'll see. No, I was thinking we'd see a smoke go down. The idea perhaps being that they'd be wide enough.
That turret, is there a debate out? Yeah, not clearing the alarm bot, but they do clear it this time, so that's good. And then as they clear that, that's when Munchkin digs in deeper.
C-site now double stacked up like we saw before. And that leaves a little bit weaker, but you've still got Boo on the Odin. Still has his ultimate to work with too.
So since you have no util over on C to watch your back anymore, Genji just kind of has to send this. Now they made the lockdown as well though, so I think you use both to get in. I think you use both to secure this. Nightfall in, Texture spots them going up.
He might not be able to hear, but he's hoping the same's on the other side. The reveal is
oh, the haunt is so sick.
But even still, it's only going to be the one.
Okay, and then now that means you get to keep the lockdown for time. The drop. But the lockdown, they can't break it.
For anything, as Lakia lands another, and Meteor's there to back him up, recover the rifle as well, give them a fighting chance up against Benji. He failed.
The wraparound from Munchkin, they hear it as well. They know exactly where he's at. Munchkin's got it. Munchkin's got a chance. He's just gonna wait it though.
With Meteor swinging on the back and Munchkin on the front. Another round for Gen G, the attacking side building up quite a lead. And let's not forget their defense was sublime last time they faced.
Yeah, I love the way that they combine ultimates together. Like, they basically force Heretics to rush their retake, and Benji's nowhere in sight. Like, they have to go, or they have to wait. And either way, they're going to be left with so little time left on the clock if they do, that they're forced into a more aggressive take. And when you have weaker weapons or even a piece or two missing, that's exactly what you want. You don't want to allow them that time to use the utility.
Yeah, I would have liked a bit of an all-in in the previous round, but now they're just going to pick up the tempo now from Gen G.
Not this time.
But now Heretics is ready for it. They're feeling pretty comfy.
Attempt this fight onto Woot. The problem is the swing up close that could come.
The door being open is a tell. It's a big tell, which then they're gonna trap him for it.
He can't get himself out of there in time. Caught trying to take a
good reaction from Gen G. Huge.
Well, we talked about the round where he'd be activated, and it's 3 kills already under his belt. Perhaps it could be the ace, but Meteor's waiting to try and deny that. Benji Fishy facing the glowing gun. The spray is good. He's down to just one.
And the Omen ultimate.
The C site. At least I think so. There we go. Karen has lots of teammates rotating.
I was say, Benji's not actually that far away, but yeah, it would have had to be a gamble.
He's 20 HP.
That no one else was on that side. Instead,
just a save, early save.
The economy for Heretics is in the bin, and after they finally get themselves back on the board once more, it seems like more of the same. Whatever aggressive.
Dude, today's like just not hot enough for it to be like too cold if I leave the AC on, but then too hot the moment I turn it off.
A massively aggressive push because otherwise they're dead to the nade. And it's just
okay, so round 11. Next is round 12. You have Showstopper.
Hit some crazy shots, and
Gen G's.
Unfortunately, this time it wasn't to be. But I just feel like his utility is.
You're at 7-4. I wonder if you go for an all-in on C. Just barrel through with a Showstopper.
You look at the depth of this team.
I think they're giving a lot of respect to Benji, which is very reasonable, but
Meteor and Texture all day. Like we could sit here for the next hour and just talk about how many kills those guys are going to get.
Because the last time you had it, oof, dude, fast reactions. Last time you had it, you went for an all-in on A. Didn't work out.
Well, that's exactly it, Tom. You know, they are deadly weapons, and their teammates are very
nope,
good at
not
pointing
C.
them in the right direction.
Heretics wants to fight against it potentially, though.
Spotters to the snipers, 7-4.
So Heretics is wary of a possible like blasting in with the Showstopper, but it doesn't happen. Gen G perhaps getting ahead of it and reading it and saying, okay, let's just push through B.
Just for the space, it's crowd control. Door opens. Mini Poo meets a bullet to the head from Meteor. But the trade is
Good trade from Rians. That's huge, getting the, because that opens up the flank a little bit. And Texture can't get more space, and it's not planted for Waterfall, so it's not a great position. I'm gonna be honest, Gen G's post plans on B are not convincing. It's, I mean, you know, their win record isn't terrible on it, but C's plus Paranoia, I mean, it's a lot of time bought. Their overall teamwork around it, like in any situation, is so, well, and Charon's just like goated, but I don't know it. Like, I don't see many other teams succeeding if they were given the exact same positions in the plan.
That's exactly where he arrives. Boo, he doesn't even have the time to get anything done here. Eventually, Lackey is there, while both players will go down, but why would they care? That was the last round.
Oh, someone asked this earlier, by the way. This is iced tea with a cup of coffee mixed in.
He's 8 and 9. Might not be the easiest.
I bought the convenience store iced tea for like $1.50. It's this giant cup of ice and a pack of iced tea, and then I made my own coffee at home with the capsule and put it in. Oh no! I can't believe I have to buy a new phone. Has anyone used the Z Fold, by the way? I am considering switching back to Samsung, to an Android. And I want to try the Z Fold. Partly just because I find myself playing more games on mobile now, whether it's gacha games or TFT. I'm getting a very clear picture about you, Link. I feel like you're very critical about tech. Really? I know the initial ones were not received well, but yeah, they are the Apple of Android. I have an Apple phone right now. Nothing wrong with that. It does look a little silly, and it does make it a little bulky, which I don't know about how I feel about that, but yeah, Charon's very good with the position and utility. I mean, I think the initial hype has kind of died down with folds and flips. I guess flips maybe a little bit more still, but folds are really just like either for older people for larger screens, or if you watch like a lot of like TV and movies or play games, then I guess it has benefits. But if you're like legitimately using it to like do work and stuff, you probably have a tablet or a laptop anyway, so
I mean, there's a lot that needs to happen on the Heretic side for them to come back into this, and I think the main thing
that is true. I have heard that. I haven't had a Samsung in a long time, but yeah, I've heard that. Oh, was the score wrong?
Just hit, but I do agree. It's not going to get any easier for them going into the second half, and a pistol is a must. They won the pistol.
Happens every now and then. Okay, Gen G. Texture alone with a Sheriff on mount. Okay.
Nobody surprised by that, but when this group,
you don't see them doing this very often. They do it every now and then, but
finals being fought versus these foes. And I'll be honest, right now, they're making it look fairly easy. Munchkin, it's almost
yeah, just going to buy time. So much chip damage initially. Benji taking the bulk of it. He was a little late because of the poison cloud, but
let's see if they can have back-to-back pistols. Then injection of rounds could help them out. It's actually the only place they found success. The Master Shanghai Finals re-ends.
Dude, Munchkin was not meant to get that kill. Dude, what a flood. Holy. This is abusing the fact that it's a pistol round, by the way. They do this very well. But Woot's also just cracked, so.
Although now both players have been spotted, both players have been tagged down low as well.
And Textures being low is rough. Oh. No time. Paint shell though. Oh, that paint shell.
But a Red Bull clutch nonetheless for the side of Heretics.
We're so close to him falling, and then
the flip is the small one. The fold is the big one.
Just the fact that again, That individual
Yeah.
play coming out to
You guys are like
save
convincing me to
Heritage,
stay
get to
away
the
from
second
it.
pistol run,
The
get
only
them
people
on
that
the
have the
line,
fold is
and a needed one at that.
all the mothers,
That first
all the
half
mothers in
ended
chat.
a fashion of very little to
Mothers
play with, but
should be respected,
this is
but
the guy that, when it
I don't
came
know if I
down
want to
to
be the guy that has the mom phone.
put himself on the map. Bear in mind, when we started off this year, Woot wasn't even eligible to play. Like, he was too young to even be playing. But no doubt, him and the rest of this team have made a name for themselves. Come back
Sure,
here.
it's been covered. Trying to force Gen.G to peek out. Meteor has the Marshall as well. I think they spotted that too.
Squad, but I think that it's been proven time and time again that Gen.G, once they get into those Byrons, once they have the utility to play with, are fierce, and they've even put a little bit extra into this round. Obviously, having the plant and the cleanup of players. I'm scared of that, Marshall. I'm kind of hoping for Heretic's sake they don't go that way.
Well, they did smoke him off to start the round, and now his turret's being destroyed as well. So limited opportunity so far for Meteor to land a shot, but now one is presenting itself. Benji's only got the ghost, so he's happy to take some risks. And honestly, looky, the texture.
I don't think Texture was paying attention. I think he was like, okay, my teammate's got the cross. I could just have a mid-round nap.
Looking at the mini-map or something. Oh, the shot.
Okay, they chase him through, so they should know that there's it's a rotate one way or the other. I don't know. Well, I think they thought maybe it was going to be a fast rotate to B. That's why Lakia came over here, but he gets one by some time. Yeah, they're still wary of a rotate back into B because they had no information on B main.
The teammates to round that corner. Still a couple of sheriffs to play with this time. I think for the
Benji has 3, Boo has 3, Texture has 4 though, so surely they go for this. Yep. Texture gets 2 more points, already worth. And you've taken away 2 weapons, also worth. Oh my!
Last time out, they at least got the conversion, but
oh my gosh!
Gonna need that one slowed down a little bit, I believe.
Yeah, slowed down a lot.
Yeah, I've heard China's been actually making really sick phones. Dude, that shot.
Like that, swinging wide, pistol in
Dude,
hand.
what is the shot? Dude, he's just pre-firing off the Prowler. He's just waiting for the Prowler. He just pre-fires it. Oh man.
He just stood up and got into the
that Texture laugh. All right, so now this is where they fight for Rubble now, right? And the Meteor, especially now that you have the weapons, Meteor's kind of self-sufficient over on C for until it gets broken. And then they take control, then you send Munchkin. It's going to be the Meteor Munchkin show over here. And then it's just Charon on A. He doesn't double down onto Rubble. They're playing it safe, giving a lot of respect to Heretics. And then the high-low. Whoa, a little messy.
Has support from Texture. Blast Pack goes in. Too little
Okay.
too late. No, not too little too late. In fact, with the C's, it gets the job done, but Texture's out.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
A bit whiffy. A chance for Team Heretics
Oh,
to fight
boo.
right back into things. Boo.
Oh, Meteor fakes it out on purpose.
And the swing definitely caught Meteor off
Huge.
guard, but he corrects in time.
And now that you know that there's nothing else here, Munchkin can watch that and Meteor can watch this.
Well defended C site. Still the turret watching the cross, although it will be smoked off. Now he'll have to play that contact himself.
I don't think he'll mind. It is Meteor after all. Just waits for the poison orb to go up. And
Oh,
then can
yep,
watch.
just gonna reset. Not gonna greed that one.
Repositions
Whoa, it is Woot. Whoa.
Get there in the end.
What was that you said about not overextending?
He got the job done.
I know. The fact that they've only lost 1 match internationally is insane.
Time for a teammate as well. And although it's a little bit of extra damage, it's not going to do anything really to the other side because of them managing to win that second round. 10-5, double the opponent's score, and a response. Even I think just for it to get to a point of
Yeah, it's Texture. Texture's like swings are a little off. He's like on and off today compared to his peak performance. All right, you've got Showstopper for Texture, so they're just gonna push through. If they get contact, they would have actually barreled out, but they actually don't, so they're just gonna back off. What a way to play! They're going for the crunch, but they play it patiently until confirmation. Now they know that someone is there, and he just sends it. I love it. Doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2, just dwindle it, tighten the map.
lurks
the
no
Killjoy.
longer
It makes
there.
it even
Now
easier.
they look just towards the side.
Meteor.
A chance with Munchkin
A little rough. The Paranoia doesn't hit. Only the Dink, though.
10 HP is enough for Woot
Phantom
to stay
moment.
alive, to look for some headshot angles and to still participate as smoke up the one way already
Lakia.
has dropped down below and he's got support up top, but up goes
What
Woot.
is-
The 10 health man still
What is going on in this round?
quite low. And a man like Texture keen to convert. The first shots don't land, but
Dude, Texture's first shots?
it's Rien's taking it across the line.
Something about it. I think he's been moving while he's shooting or something.
You got to bring up Woot, like just the the fact that he jumps up above. It's a little
In the
bit
rounds that
funny.
he's not
It's
making it.
very
Like, obviously,
chaotic, but
I can't say it's the whole day, because then, like, on Abyss, he had some of the most insane flicks, but...
well, the fact that he's able to isolate Meteor, someone who's been such a threat.
Yeah, it's like, it's just not as clean as it usually is. Like, that 1v2, the way they peeked out, they body blocked each other, he should have 100% had that. And credit to Rien's, like, he lands his shot, but...
onto the board, but there's still a part of me that's even more terrified about what's coming up for Gen G.
It looked like
Somehow, at least
he
in the
like
last map, when things
wasn't
got a little
actually
bit tight,
anchored when he went for the shot onto Rien's. The haunt afterward. That's a good adjustment. It's the same because they know that Charon's been doing that, so they throw the haunt in right above the ledge.
familiar with the flow.
Where
of
would
that.
you go, Karen? Oh, yeah, cool.
I'll go hold it. Gen G, advantage in a round like this, smokes up as well, trying to steal back that weapon. It's not for free though. If anything, that smoke gives them the advantage on the side of Heretics in holding it down, but it does mean Boo stays close.
They want to get this weapon, but Boo's still here. Doesn't want to give it up for free, not until the spike is down.
I wonder if Heretics used a lockdown here. You got a couple of other ultimates that are getting very close.
Good check from Heretics. Meteor's going to try to hang out as long as possible, though. You want to set this up for Texture,
See, that damage is unconfirmed.
right?
And I
Like,
think
one
that
of you
Rien's
needs to be
spec
getting
job
this
is spotting the
kill.
rifle on Texture.
Baits out the lockdown. It's the most you could hope for.
Play the time. Sit in this corner until the very last second, until he has time to strike. He was low, probably would have gone down anyway. But that's going to even things back up, and well, Texture had to wait.
30 seconds left.
Nade is decent. Texture was going down one way or another. Nice shot by Munchkin. Another low HP challenge.
Oof.
Steps up into full health. Now down to a sliver, even without the
I mean,
nightfall.
Karen's got a Guardian. Okay, you draw the pit too. This is honestly not the worst. Got the lockdown, got the pit. Oh, you know where he's at. You know where he's at.
Karen finds him. And now both players
Huge.
back on
Haunt
main,
out when you
facing
go
off
for the
against
tap.
Rifles. Karen getting most of his health back, and then in goes the C's. Make sure that he's not
No.
quite so healthy. The spams have to come
He
through.
wants him to close the gap. That's why.
Player will push up close, but it's only to land the nano.
The Nano's gonna drop him. Yeah. Now you just have to push out and get the kills.
Now they have to force the issue and take the fight. They know exactly where Boo is. He has to hold on for survival. And a wall bang headshot. That's what pulls it.
I don't know
across
if he
the
would have
line.
had time anyway,
Heretics are
but
under pressure. But the reaction is perfect for the Red Bull clutch from Boo.
Another high impact kill from him, just waiting until the depths. His C slowed them down as well, and I was incredibly worried, especially with the pit from Rien's. You're that low on HP, like to be able to maneuver around on that site, it was just such a risk to try and get that into play, to use
I mean,
it in
draw
rounds
two
like
ults.
this, but it allowed the
I'm okay with that from Gen G. I don't think you really have to change anything, right? I think you still fight for Rubble.
placed Haunt just to give him that kill, and well, he only really got one shot to hit that.
Now that you have weapons again, really, they're gonna fight for Mound though. Okay. You have the pit. Another crunch onto C.
Team Heretics even using a shrouded step.
Gen G's been playing very proactive today, right? Like this is
Full control over Mound was taken by that
a lot more change-ups than we normally see. I think it just goes to show that they give a lot of respect to Heretics.
The rest of the squad looks
I think because of the way Boo's able to react from round to round, that they're trying to constantly,
Heretics may just play into their waiting arms.
like instead of trying to play to counter Heretics, I think they're just trying to play to stay ahead of them.
Holding the angle, of course, he did push it just moments ago. Operator
I might have to change how I'm looking at this game too.
You can have that entry taken and the utility to force back the players is as good as it gets. Not going to be able to fight this one, but either way, probably going to wait to try and work this as a retake. Meteor is also just one
Okay, so you know it's not the waterfall plant. You know it's, you know they're not pushing out.
Could give them away in.
The retake's tough. I would, if I'm Gen G, I'd consider things because it's not looking good.
It's being cleaned up on the site, and nice and easy. At least that's how they make it look.
10-8. The gap down to 2 already.
and the econ's a little broken.
These two teams faced. The attack side of Heretics seems to have some legs to it now.
Yeah, no, they're looking good.
Yeah, it has to be a timeout.
They knew that Lakia pushed already because he went and destroyed the turret. So
Well, that's just the general philosophy of Gen G, and I think that was specifically also the composition, especially when you don't have a Sentinel. That's always been their philosophy, but... So, in this timeout, I honestly think... Okay, so default-wise, I think fighting for Rubble and sending Munchkin back over to C is like the way to go, and holding Waterfall. But the thing is these leaving this B site has... what in the world? Has been a little tough, so... That's what gets you thinking.
Definitely in a worse position. But they do have so much in terms of their ultimates. So having the Viper's Pit available,
I think he has a headache.
Down if they need it, one away from a showstopper. There's still potential in a lot of these rounds.
I don't think he's in the tip-top condition, that's for sure.
Have been able to do so much
But anyway.
so little. The Heretics do need to make sure that they're very careful in these sort of rounds.
I think after this timeout, there's a good chance Gen G... Like, if I was Gen G, I would say, as long as they're not forcing, which I don't think you should, I think you just go for the C push out again. They're just going to play default. I would have just gone for the C push out again, just to mask as much as possible, and then, you know, just go for an early flank on Rubble if they take it. But and then afterwards, I would have just gone back to the old defaults. In fact, I would have just gone back to, like, maybe even the Fade throwing the Haunt from here and just pressuring them and then pushing out B main and clearing the turret. That's the other thing, is that this turret just lives there.
I think maybe an attempt. I was going to say it's some wallbang.
No Odin for a while. Munchkin bots the Guardian.
I mean, again, it happens again. Wu caught trying to teleport back. A similar scenario to what we've seen before. The spams are going to do so much.
Oh shoot! Okay, I mean, listen, I don't count on my players into these shots.
Miracles. They have a two-man advantage. And both players, one behind a Viper wall, the other behind a real wall. Nice shot by Miniboo.
Dude.
And the dodge of the rocket as well.
All things considered, Miniboo's been hitting some really nice shots today. I know his score hasn't been great, but the ones he does hit have been sick.
Meteor now knows there's contact close. The shot not going to land.
That's just a fast swing from Benji. It's going to be a double up too. Yeah.
To shut him down. C-site control.
3v3. A Guardian and a Stinger. Lakia's weak.
An advantage given up.
Miniboo does have a showstopper.
Weaponry in play. You can understand the risks. Whether or not
Ideally, you're able to draw out that ultimate too, but...
But with low HP, it's not really the weapon of choice. And in fact,
okay. You are going to draw it out.
Just to try and hold them back. The snakebite has delayed.
Lakia has the Odin now.
A little bit more, and it gives more time for this Odin to wrap around. It's complete oversight from Miniboo, not paying
Yeah, this is rough from Heretics.
Luckily, Benji has found another. Still decent weaponry now in play, with only pistols starting off this
So now
round.
you know you funneled them through. You saw
His
one.
gun was never spotted, but he can't quite land the final shot. Benji will be the last line of defense, and he will keep them now just one away.
Oh, a big round from Benji.
I'm afraid that Gen G is going to go for a C push now, but I honestly think Fade B, Haunt, just to pressure them on Rubble, clear out the turret. Like, they haven't pressured mid at all. Benji's been able to just sit back with the info that he wants. Okay, they're not going to go that far, but they are going to go back to the default. And Heretics reads that. This is good from Heretics, but I do think Gen G should have done this one way or the other, so... They're actually going to push really hard into it and then take high Rubble control. That way they can go for a fast stack.
Again, this is where majority of ults sit.
But if you don't clear this,
Heretics are bringing this close. They might
it could become a B hit again at some point. So Texture's job is just going to be able to sit in B the whole time. You know that they're constantly trying to clear this. No one's going to break that blast pack. It's going to only break one, though. Yeah, only one Nanoswarm. So you're trying to actually funnel them into B, but Texture's not in a great position for it. You do have lockdown as well. So as long as you hold this and this, your B is okay.
Has a shrouded step and an ult to get out of here if needed.
Snakebite Goes all the way deep. Doesn't actually cover the top of Rubble. Now the pit goes up, so that's Texture's sign to make sure he gets ready to help out on A site. Because Meteor's watching B over here. And now it's a play for time, so... No, you've kept them at bay. Meteor's going to wait for a lockdown. And Heretics, their curveball is going to be to go through the pit. This is insane.
This man out. Lockdown's been put into play as well. They know that they're going to have to go in this direction now.
That's insane that Heretics is gone for this.
They even have themselves the snake bite to slow them even further. This couldn't have been played any better by Gen G if they tried.
Saw him.
With 10 seconds left, Miniboo is going
Munchkin just needs to play for time.
Needs to get this plant, tries to bait in his opponent, wins the fight.
Oh no, he's going to get it. Oh no.
That's going to be close enough. It's going to run out.
Oh, it's just out of time.
A nice
Oh.
attempt by the duelist, but that round was played amazingly by Gen G.
It absolutely was. There is a split second where you see Munchkin thinking about going back into the pit, and that's when Meteor comes running in and says, no, no, no,
Oh,
I'll take the
okay.
fight. And they're just being decayed and sprayed, easy as can be.
It could just be the heat that's getting to some of the players, honestly. It's been really bad.
Either you try and run back, and you're going to end up going into the lockdown, so you can't go that way. You run forward, you're running into two players. Like it is just they have
Slow-mo on the
basically
spike plant.
herded them like sheep. They have sent them to their death. They have been told. It was just wonderful.
Uh-oh. Miniboo rage.
Use a lot.
They did.
Calls for the timeout from Heretics.
Before that, when the Nightfall goes through, Lakia 10 seconds before it started to rotate, and I don't
Does
know if it
Heretics
was
go
his
for a
fault
C
or
hit
the call
again?
from the
Like a
team,
fast C
but
pressure
he ran back
again?
up, he kept spamming. He kept harassing them with the damage. The one-way went. I think they were either going to give up control of Rubble or have Karen stand there solo, and then they realized, no, if we can stall them slightly...
9-11, that would make it map point, though. They don't have the leisure of masking their future plans.
Across, play at the broken door, and play the retake. Really beautiful round from Gen G. They've had a number of ones like that.
No, indoors is... But the other thing is if it's really cold indoors and then it's really hot outdoors, like, even if you're not outside for long, like, that can really mess with you. And if you're not hydrating well, it can really mess with you. And, like, they had to do those interviews outside and stuff and probably meeting fans. And it's just, like... especially because you've been in AC all day, like, that could actually really cause some overheat and some migraines for sure.
Bit of hesitation, which sometimes that's all it takes. It's brutal to talk about, but
And this building can get really hot because a big portion of it, the walls are just glass. So it actually can get really hot, and the AC has to work like overtime. And they don't always make it work overtime because the Coex Mall has like its own rules on how to turn on the AC. Ah, classic Gen G moment. Oh.
And one that will not meet a reward this time.
Unfortunate.
Advantage to the attackers.
That's a huge early pick. That's already going to force issues for the rest of the team.
So now you have to hold on to this.
With deep B control in mind, it's a risky TP. I guess didn't spot that Rians had already crossed. A few mistakes now being made, and Heretics are going to capitalize on them. What a way to start off this round. Easy early picks. Meteor rotating in. He's going to be the only player anywhere near. Boombot's not going to give his position away. In fact, he's going to play on the edge. Just going to try and take a huge gamble.
Ah, NT.
Waiting, ready for any such play.
This was a massive round for Team Heretics to win as well. If they lose this one, you can see...
Do I think this Heretics roster could lift a trophy one day? I think so. I think they could.
Boosted them up slightly. Without that, they would be in trouble. Gen G would be 12-9, 3 chances.
I mean, I think they still have a shot even this tournament.
Next one, Heretics wouldn't have enough money to confidently buy on every player. Instead, it's 11, presumably to 10. As Texture's going to double blast pack, kill a bunch of people, and defuse in the next couple seconds. So, Gen G find themselves in the tough spot. Take a look.
Okay, so the timeout read was good from Gen G. You go for the judge.
Heretics are getting close to a couple of ultimates.
But now your econ is messed up.
This may well tip the scales.
You have Nightfall.
Back in Heretics' favor.
So you could go for a C crunch.
It seems like they're definitely
Heretics is probably going to be ready for it.
Back into this one, even with a blip here and there. The problem is just like this in the last map. It looked like they were going to climb all the way, turn this game into a victory, and then just Gen G, it's almost like they realize it gets close, and then they have something to play around. This time, yeah, it's a similar spot. Financially, it's not looking good. Gen G shouldn't be winning.
So you're just going to go for a full save? Okay, Gen G just accepts it. I was afraid they were going to force buy and post the judge here in the Nightfall crunch, but they're just going to hold the sheriffs. And then you start pushing out nice and early. You break the door, you let them hear it.
Yeah, you can't really put any pressure on other players.
Make it sound like you're setting up a trap over on A.
Have done a lot of damage.
Try to see if they funnel into texture. Meteor's just there for cover and bait, more or less.
To cover that ground. Now all they wanted was rubble control in the early round, and they
that one way I think kind of gives the timing here for Heretics to come in. Yeah, I don't know about this.
Looks like it's going to be Karen and Lakia.
I mean, it makes it sound like you're going to hold tree. I think that's they're trying to constantly get in their head, but I think it's just too many layers, right? Because if you broke the door here and you're holding this, I don't know if you really needed to one-way that. So Heretics is going to get the read. They aren't going to take the risk on the site, though. Dude, wow, what a aggressive lockdown. Holy.
That's just going to headshot Munchkin straight through. They're expecting someone to be on that other side.
They have the read on Munchkin. They have the read on Munchkin specifically. Like how he likes to play, what kind of cracks he likes to pressure.
Sneaky corners. Any risky spots that
I think Gen G might call a timeout after this round. And if they do, I would love to see just one round where they just go back to their very old default. Don't fight for rubble, just throw the haunt. This is a snake fight from mid, just to keep them at bay. Have a weapon posted. Have Munchkin and Meteor stationed on C. Save the Nightfall for a retake on A.
He won't find a damn thing. In fact, with that kill, Miniboo's got himself a showstopper online for the next. In what is a very important round, someone is going to be pushing up to 12 and have map point under their belt. The ultimates may indicate Team Heretics. We'll see if Miniboo can find the impact.
Well, that's the thing. 6 of the last 7 rounds have gone the way of Heretics now. I think, for the most part, after that first half, we have sort of been waiting for the moment that Gen G turn it. Round 20
no like timeout. Okay.
No, it seems like
they do dish A though.
Are locking things down at the moment. We're even going to see
just Munchkin going to be holding it.
Extra purchase and attempt to do some damage on that attack side. And for the defense, well, we've seen them go aggressive B a couple of times. This time they're going to double.
So it is the crunch with the Nightfall. Okay, so they're going to do what I thought they might on the timeout onto this timing on this round.
Gen G need something like this big play. The trap though has been escaped. Heretics just about make it out.
That's a rough one, and now the From the Shadows has gone through. Charon knows it, but this has spread them very thin. Okay, you draw the showstopper. Charon. Oh, solo. No kill might make it a bit easier. He's going to try to watch out for the spam. Okay, he gets one. That's the most he could have gotten. Oh, they don't know about Woot. Oh, now they do. Oh, wow. Really? The double check. Dude, Heretics knows exactly how Gen G likes to play these situations. Munchkin's still looking for the lurk.
To keep this 12th round out of Heretics' hands, and I'm not even thinking that he's going for it at this stage. He's so far away and all alone against 3. Still a Viper's pit.
This is why, dude, I don't know. The Lotus.
For a 12 to 11
I didn't.
This is now where you have to think. Okay,
I know it's a comfort pick for Gen G, but
they're looking to try and close out the map in the similar fashion to the last with a comeback, and I think many looked at this map as a pretty much a death sentence for them, but even still,
I feel like Ascent could have been a better pick, but
impressive stones just to almost like keep themselves from getting mentally boomed, even with rounds that slip away.
We'll see though. It ain't over.
With what, 4 seconds or just about to plant that not goes their way, but this time, even with some aggressive plays, even with some confident moves coming out from Gen G with a decent trap setup, they're able to escape it and immediately react. And I love the TP coming out of Wu. You can see it immediately put the opposition in doubt of where he could have gone, where he was positioned, and that just made that round so much more difficult.
Yeah, otherwise the 3 players on B probably go sprinting through the spawn, and they'll be there to support Karen, or at least to trade him out afterwards. Instead,
there's the timeout. Gen G's been throwing a lot of Hail Marys today.
12 rounds
gonna calm him down.
They struggled on the last map, always on the heels of Gen G, but not able to take the lead out of their hands. And now Well, the shoe's on the other foot. Heretics just one away from guaranteeing themselves a bind and what could be a very competitive close to this series, to this rematch. Not a bit of deja vu from the 1-0 for Gen G and the fight back from Heretics.
Yeah, they've won 7 of the last 8. And then the one that was won by Gen G used a lot of ultimates to...
I don't know what I would tell him, because I feel like we're on completely different
Who had
wavelengths.
an incredible start to this map. He's still doing well, but has definitely stopped having those high impact rounds that we've seen from him.
You have to force up.
The wait will be to see if this is the moment where somebody on the Gen G side steps up to the plate. If they have another plan, because I said the prior round they had a decent idea, just didn't manage to capitalize off of it when it was put into play.
No snake bite lineup. They're going to save that because you only have one now.
Operators currently waiting. They're spending all of their extra credits just to try and catch an early pick.
That is a pretty nasty idea.
Okay, just going to pressure him. Charon is spotted.
Position, the spams do go the way of Gen G here.
You hear the op. So you break the wall, make it look like you're giving up on pressure. You still leave 2, and so this is the classic default, which is I was hoping this would come out several rounds earlier, but right, you shift over. Now it's the double team that holds C site really well. You got Texture watching B. Bit of an aggressive off angle, but you've still got the turret to work off of for now. So I think this is overall good, but you just have to have faith.
That's the exact kill they were looking for. They're going to have a decent idea as well that Karen is going to be playing.
That's going to push him back.
Snake bite. Not going to be.
You've been spotted.
The paranoia, however, will. They're already looking
And that draws Texture out. I mean, that's over.
But even still, the kills
They're playing so loose today.
Stand in their way from an impressive comeback on a map that was heavily favored to the reigning Masters.
I mean, Heretics is playing really well. Like, Boo checking every single corner with the Odin, things like that. I'm not trying to take that away from him, but it's just like I feel like Heretics is getting into good positions like much easier than they should be. They could still be winning the duels like that. I would have no problem with.
Wrapping back around, they're ready and swinging straight into him. Meteor has the info on the first and knows.
But I feel like overall, it's there are these are errors that aren't exactly forced. They are kind of forced. Okay, hold on. No way. Okay. It's not that they are forced, but it just seems like it's forced in the big picture sense of like Heretics is fighting back and Gen G seems to be panicking a little bit.
And now Bind will be the final battleground.
Yeah, it's gonna have to
But like round to round, it's not so much forced errors. It seems like Gen G is just kind of tripping over themselves a little bit in terms of positioning.
Somehow, this team once again has dug deep. We head to Bind to decide who makes it to playoffs.
I don't know how you fix that for Bind, because Bind, you got to take risks. GG though. All right, chat. I gotta step away for a quick second. I'll just set up the predictions here for you. I gotta go set something up, so I'll try to be back right before the map starts.
And we got ourselves a match, folks, as Team Heretics manages to force that map 3, digging deep and pulling off the win on Lotus. Welcome back, everyone. As we break everything down, I think Wingman was quite satisfied with that one, too.
I'm not.
You're not?
I'm not satisfied with
Why
that.
not satisfied?
Genji are up 10-5 at some point on that map.
Yeah.
And they managed to take away the follow-up off the back of the pistol round. They were 8-4 in first kill to first deaths on the defense side that they lost. How are you losing that many 5v4 rounds? Like, just way too many opportunities given to Heretics. It felt like Genji took their foot off the gas, so they thought they'd won.
Yeah, normally we're priding this team on how clean they are in advantage situations, how good they are at keeping things in control, but this was a complete 180. Credit to Team Heretics. We saw some massive clutch moments from them to stay in this one. Genji as well in that second half, 1 for 10 on trying to make these retakes happen. A lot of the time, those are retakes where they were at advantage, and I think we saw some of the fundamentals slipping. Players swinging on their own, a piece of utility missing here or there, and it just continued to snowball to now send us to this third map.
I tell you what, though, seeing Valorant's ring general Boo pop off the way that he's been doing it has been pretty damn awesome. And honestly, it just goes to show that you really cannot sleep on any of these teams. We're champions for a reason here, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, and it's not that anyone was sleeping on Heretics. I don't want to make it feel like I underrated Heretics, but on Lotus specifically,
of course.
That's where Genji should have a big advantage.
Yeah.
And for Heretics to be able to overcome that map advantage now makes anything possible in the series. You know, we have no idea what's going to happen on Bind.
Yeah.
It's a great situation to be in with a clash of two top teams, though.
Yeah.
I think what's especially surprising to me is seeing Team Heretics rally back, despite the fact that I feel like this has been a dominant series from Texture on both maps, like you're talking about with those first kills, but also Miniboo isn't really performing up to some of the numbers he was giving in EMEA, and instead, like their last series, they're relying on guys like Rienz, and in both of these first two maps, Boo, to step up and deliver these big moments. I think Team Heretics is having to show the depth of talent in their team, and they're rising to that occasion.
But this is exactly what you want, I think. Granted, I understand you want Mini Boo to be putting up those numbers.
But Big Boo can step up too.
Big Boo's got it, you know what I mean? And to see that output from him gives me a lot of hope for this team going into Bind, because you gotta be feeling pretty damn confident in yourself now. You managed to bring this thing back. Genji looked like they pretty much had it running away with it. I mean, come on, you got to be feeling pretty damn good now.
There was a lot of frustration from Miniboo on stage. You saw him slamming his desk a couple of times. But what it must feel like, I can't even imagine, to be sat on the stage and know that your big brother's got your back. You know, to just be sat there and just think, this guy that I've grown up with my whole life is there next to me, having an all-star performance coming out from Boo to make up for my deficits. That's
literally someone's messing with you at school, and Big Bro just pulls up and smacks them out of the server, wins the map for you.
Texture was giving flushies to Miniboo. Boo's come over and just beating him up.
Not today. Absolutely love it. Honestly, a credit to Heretics for fighting really just digging deep, tooth and nail, whatever you want to say to describe it. Look at the way that the series has played out. Both teams have just been slugging at one another, lefts and rights nonstop. But now we take it to the streets of Bind. Now we see who wants it more in this situation. The number one seed out of Group A is on the line here. A big matchup, Sideshow. Yeah. And Heretics have to be feeling pretty solid right now.
Yeah, I think having got past Lotus, this is eminently winnable for them.
Yeah.
They did have a stumble on Bind against FPX, but that was a weird composition from FPX. I think once things go back to more standard between these two teams, that Heretics have showcased that their Bind is very strong. I'm not expecting the same slip-up from Boo's Calling.
Yeah, the biggest concern I saw in that game was their attacking sides going for a lot of contact plays and getting caught out by the odd positions that FPX had when they were playing the chamber in the comp.
Yeah,
Yoru chamber, weird stuff. Players were in really odd positions. Gen G play a not quite that standard 100 Thieves comp that most people have picked up, but they play a solo Sky that honestly executes quite similarly. And did you see something?
No, I'm looking at the chat, sorry. I'm looking I'm looking at how much people are favoring Team Heretics after making the comeback there on
I just feel like a bunch of Heretics fans are just preying on Gen G's downfall.
I mean, they very well could. And I know that this isn't an elimination game. It's a little looser, right?
True,
But if you lose this match, you're going to be going up against one of Sentinels or FPX. Either of those teams, whoever wins it, is going to already have proved that they have the quality to potentially upset one of these giants of 2024. And they cannot afford to take that risk.
And even if you make it out, you're playing against another one of these groups' #1 seeds, and there are some dangerous teams that you don't want to face in your first round of the playoffs. This is a super important match.
Oh my.
And that comp,
What was that comp?
I saw a Yoru on there.
I saw a Yoru.
Yoru, I think, was it Gecko Sky?
I believe
or was
so.
it Solo Sky? Dude, whatever it was.
There was a Gecko for sure.
Okay, that is a weird... You know, I was just talking about, oh no, I think once things get more to standard Valorant, Boo's Calling on Bind will be fine.
And there it is, in its full. Team Heretics are playing Astra Viper. Okay, so they have the Sky Gecko combo. That'll play fairly similarly to a lot of the comps on this map, but the Yoru adds something interesting in there. You can have different executes, teleporting into your Astra utility, fake outs through those teleporters, that kind of stuff.
I think getting into A, smoke Heaven, get into the smoke on Heaven with the gate crash, that kind of thing, where you're under the smoke. But also, XX on B look tough with this combo.
Yeah, you can't dive out of hookah like you normally would with the Raze.
Yo.
That looks difficult. Genji,
Okay, Heretics.
Compositions like this, so I don't think the same idea of new compo will
carry
through.
Well, let's see if this competition is what Heretics need to get them over the line, or will Gen G shut it down here and now?
Damn.
Back over to Mitch and Tom.
Well, Tom, we were going to be robbed if we didn't get a third map out of this, and Heretics fought hard for it, but who takes it here is anyone's guess. They struggled up against FPX, and Gen G facing against the new comp. You heard it from Sideshow. Something that Munchkin's done well at in the past is dealing with comps like this. How do you feel this is going to set Heretics up for the final map?
I do think this. What's the exact lineup? Mini Rins.
They've run stuff with Yoru in the past, and I think it's an agent that Miniboo enjoys and is.
I do think this is going to work out better for Heretics.
Boo just looks good on Astra. I think over the brim, like he's.
We'll see. We'll see how well Gen G can adapt.
I think that's what they're going to be going for.
Well, it's all about setting the pace. Double traps waiting for them as they step out into the A site. Although already they're bypassing them. Moving around.
Okay, so pistol round, it's all about hitting lamps and taking back sight. This is a big set play.
Left on the off angle to try to catch them. Can't punish on the player caught by the trap, but does deny the spike plant. But the nade buys a little bit more time, but it's going to be tough to capitalize through that smoke.
Texture wants to make sure that they can now divide up the map vertically.
They've still got plenty of time to play with and are sort of hoping that there is more of
And that's exactly what Boo wants to prevent, right? They don't have full information for a rotate, so huge pop flash from Gen G. But this is going to give Boo...
Adds one more to the pile, and Karen, he just about manages to get the kill onto Miniboo, but there's still 2 remaining, and it's Rians once again. Another 4K to add to the
Okay, so this is something that they'll have to keep in mind of this.
Yeah, this time it's
Especially because here's the big tell for that one, is that the toxic screen goes slightly angled. So then Gen G should be ready for a complete lamps and backside domination.
By the time that they actually took the fight, because they had gone around the back and dealt with Munchkin, there was nobody really to follow up on it. So at least able to grab themselves a plant, or at least they thought so. It was denied, but
and that's going to be their default.
Very nearly did.
And that forces Gen G to have to kind of pay attention to it. So you have to take even heavier Shara's control and have some presence backside. This is huge. See if Gen G is able to figure out what the other tells are. Because that's on us too, huh?
Again, you're going to have Benji on these lurks. Him with a Sheriff is always deadly, and just going to try and spot out the info. It seems like he's going to get contact. Through they go.
Huge.
There you go. They may have been able to play 2v1.
Pistol,
but honestly think it's
Minibu gets so hyped. I love it.
Leaves a gap. And for Heretics, it's not like they're down to 30 seconds.
Okay, good re-clear and a fast rotate, but it's an eco with no extra sheriffs. Rien's is 2-away. There's Thrash for the next round.
Fairly safely gambled that this is going to be A.
Benji Fishy with a Sheriff on a short bind.
I mean, there's no reason for Heretics to even push lamps, yeah.
It was indeed. It's exactly what I'm talking about. The guy was he was cracked in that moment, and just here you get a little glimpse of it. Won't be the ace.
So this is Heretics' answer to not having to deal with Meteor and Texture taking control of Showers and Long, right? Is to constantly draw more attention to short.
Just waiting around to die to the spike and maybe get a kill if someone's caught off guard.
They're trying to set up Rien's. That was what the flash is for. He's one off getting the Thrash. So actually not...
Oh yeah, even if he dies, Rien's goal is to get the ult here.
Killing him, that's not actually going to help too much. And while killing Rien's at the moment when he has a Ghost in hand seems a little bit troublesome. Thrash now available for Heretics. And bear in mind, they bought 3 rifles, couple of pistols. They're now going to invest back in and have a really strong buy going into round number 3.
Now, because of the Thrash, you kind of have to respect the space. Gen G, the way they've been playing today, I could see a world where they're actually going to think about pushing out of a short, but they're just going to set up traps. Okay, good. Because I do think that would have been a bit of an all-in. And Meteor's here just to try to... and they're going to sit backside as well because of the Thrash still, just in case it somehow gets through. Meteor's got his Cyber Cage to be able to spam through.
Over on that A side of the map. Lots of utility.
No Thrash used first, though. There it is. Huge trip. Set up so that the Thrash doesn't quite get the first frag.
He's going to step up with 2. A great start to this round, but there was a response.
Karon, your one job is to hold on to Showers. You've got everyone else watching backside. Oh, okay. Well... Karon's not in a great space. Oh! Doesn't matter if he gets the kill, though. Because I was going to say Texture kind of has to now cover 2 angles, but they're freed up.
They're going to go straight through. Lakia almost caught off guard. That door opens just a second too late.
He has the Thrash again.
In goes the Thrash. Second time. See what ground it can find. Nothing broken. Just in time, and Lakia... well, with that seems to have
nice and patient from Lakia. 2 people dropped, 2 armors broken.
It does feel almost funny, like watching a map with Lakia, Sky, Bind. Like it just gives you flashbacks to the only map he was allowed to play when back in the day. But there's a reason that they brought him in for that map. There's a reason that he was always so good at it. And it was just that, again, he has a safe pair of hands in moments where players might overextend, go for the glory, try and find yourself a moment. He's not going to do that.
So Cypher's going to be defaulting on A because of this toxic screen and the way that it pressures them. And then I do think you should leave Showers to Meteor, because if they're not prioritizing it, you just want that one guy there. That's what you want.
Jiggle peaks. Again, like in the past, you might have used your flashes early.
And then you always hang back. This is going to be the new default. It's a very fast adjustment here.
Found in other ways. A judge in play. And of course, the last being a bonus round, there's still plenty of finances to invest back into for Heretics.
Yeah, of course. They're still able to...
Karon's holding that judge. You love to see it.
I like the fact that they're spread at the start of this round. Starting to expect
so you're playing for delay on B main, judge, trap on hookah. You're basically letting them take lamps if they really want it. And then you're holding Showers control. You're holding backside. You're holding this
just going into
L shape here.
Meteor is stuck up close, and the cam almost serves as a bait in the early round. If someone goes to break it,
Running short on smokes though. Just one more. He just uses it.
Heretics eventually will have to take a
They hear the
40
trap.
seconds left.
Ooh.
It's time to make a call on where we're
And
going.
T.
I think the TP to a B split.
Oh, still can't break it.
That's the bigger issue. They want to go
Oof.
through, but they can't find it. They
Dude,
can't
how can they
break it,
not
so
break
it's
this
still
thing?
there, and it's just being waited
Okay,
for
now they break
contact.
it.
Finally, there is that split you were
And the
talking about
TP,
there,
but the
and
judge is
it's
here.
going to the judge.
Genji doesn't
Cameron
mind.
Up close, waiting. First is easy, and now they have to go. There's
And then
only
Lakia's
17
watching.
seconds left, and they're all just falling
Lakia's
to this
caught,
judge.
but Charon just runs him down.
Down as well. If they're gonna go for this,
Yeah,
they need to
there's
sprint to try and retrieve
yeah,
it.
good Molly
And with
too.
the Molotov down, there just is not enough time. The judge, and it pains me to say it, is gonna win the round for the side of Genji.
Very good. The judge, Charon always does so well with the judge on this match, on this map.
Karen is the ace, as per usual, for the side of Genji. They won't be finding 5, but I think they'll be happy enough with that performance. The weakest weapon bought up, and the one that finds all the results.
So now Heretics has to, they realize they have to pressure more alleys, right? Just here and here is not good enough. Those are the ones that are built to delay from Genji. I don't think Genji has to change that, but they might want to set up Meteor in a more advantageous position on Showers, unless you're just going to go for a staggered retreat. Yeah, okay, so they are going to set up more aggressively on Showers. That's what I was talking about. Deeper cam, people to peek off of it. Paint shells to peek off of it as well, and T.
Take a leaf out of Talon's book and just run it straight down for those early fights. And
Oh, yeah. What are we doing? You have the orbital strike.
He's also taken a lot of control. Now, this is a much weaker purchase in this round for Heretics. They lost.
He's all alone. Needs to watch out. Yeah, and you have to consider pushing through here for Charon. This is as smart as it gets, but Benji Fishy feels that something's weird. He's gonna find him.
Through mid, and instead it's Benji rapping on him that gets the kill. Boo.
What are we doing? Why are we challenging them when they have sure? Like, what are we doing? The early push double peek with the paint shells I'm fine with, but I get that you don't want to give away the rifles for free. That's fine, but why are we peeking out solo? Why not just use the orbital strike and then double peek if you wanted to peek? They've been so antsy today. There are some certified Paper X moments in Genji's play today.
And you saw the attempted rotation. Like, this was a weaker buy where a lot of players initially rush Showers, and you even had a player sneaking his way through mid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, chat's thinking the same thing. It's
wanting to play that utility instead.
And here's the thing is that, like, yes, they get away with it sometimes, but the almost the only times Genji would go for solo plays is either the round is like so lost and there's really no other option and saving doesn't mean anything, or like you are meant to get information value one way or the other anyway, right? Like, let's say Meteor's lurking alone on Showers and they have no information across the map, like he pushes out alone, right? Like, those are the only times that they used to do solo plays. Like, what is going on? They've just been, overall as a team, they've been rockier, and some of it is definitely Heretics responding very well, but I'm trying to figure out how much of it is that.
You're not quite pushing up as that duelist. Instead, you're sitting back. There's no up that ends up when the barriers go up. It's all the
Molly already used. Genji's playing scared too. I mean, they're giving Heretics is commanding a lot of respect, which kudos to them for sure.
Still, that control is going to be taken, and more importantly,
All right, Dimensional Drift is online. You kind of have to give up. Yeah, you have to give up Showers. You have to hold back sight, and even that, you have to kind of make sure that you're grouped and ready to cover for each other. And Boo is still marking presence. The double traps, the double trips is the big one.
Well, now it's only the man operating the
You have double trips!
Is ignoring it completely. He sat on the corner waiting for the re-aggression. A smart play, misses the shot to start, but he gets there in the end. And now, well, they know they've got all the space to work with.
And yes, they have a dimensional drift, but like,
control is most definitely locked in for Heretics. Genji may just want to save these weapons at this point.
Yeah, I like the fact as well that even in the late round,
it's just like the clockwork isn't there anymore, right? Like,
walk into the traps.
well, actually,
down by Meteor, and end up falling victim.
No, this could
Again,
be Heretics.
The thing is, Gen G's response when they see that dimensional drift online, it's not a bad one. They go,
No,
okay,
this is actually, you know what? Actually, I'm thinking about it now. I'm calming down. And I think Heretics just has a giga read on Gen G. Because the timing here is that Boo breaks the Trailblazer, and then immediately Gen G is ready to push out, and Heretics is ready to receive. So I think they know that Gen G will, like, it's almost always instant on them re-clearing areas to gain or to maintain map control. So since you were denied map control here, you know that it's happening here or here, but you already held showers. That could be it. To be fair, peeking out of the toxic screen and the poison cloud all at once is... It is silly. But it used to catch people off guard. Although, again, I don't know. That's not really that excusable. But no, we'll see if they can adjust. See if there's a timeout to make it adjust at some point. Not yet, but maybe the next round.
We need to see the same thing from Gen G, albeit not in this.
They're going to get trapped. Snakebite's going to land behind them. I guess they don't need to go behind because Texture's just going to blast them. Oh, it goes right in between.
Oh, Lakia needs to get out. As said, a lot of the time he's a safe pair of hands. That was a way back into the round if he falls, but instead, that early aggression from Texture,
4v2.
always know that at any stage, this man can be a danger.
Yeah, I'm fine with using the Seekers. I was about to say, although I do think it's a little early, but like I'm cool with it.
And now they just fall back. Even using the Seekers, it's not.
And you just hold 2 and 2.
To expend in a moment like this, just to make sure
You still got a Snakebite. On the other side, you've still got a Molly. See, you know what I mean? The Trailblazers gets cleared and they immediately push out. Like, this is what Gen G does. Heretics knows this. Like, they're getting red. I mean, it's something I've praised Gen G for, but if I'm praising them, then their opponents know for sure. And in the future rounds, Gen G's going to have to watch out for that. Okay, how did they not clear that position, though? That Gen G also always plays that.
The other players were out retrieving weapons, and they've done just that. Everybody now stocked up with free upgrades. What a round from Gen G.
I mean, again, it was a good play, because that's what allows Munchkin and Lakia to set up and in a receiving position. But oh, I guess he did clear it, and Munchkin just sneaks in afterwards.
And after what has been acquired to start, like they have 1 kill before that point, but at any moment that can be where Texture takes over. And then again,
all right, you're gonna shift up. No need to double trip. You want a little bit more insurance over on B. I like that. Right, you have the orbital strike. You have the dimensional drift coming in as well, so you don't want to take that risk. Yep, they're going to deny that. So he just goes out an elbow. Ah, Charon. Meteor, good swing around, though. Huge from Meteor. Tagged. 1v1.
It's Woot keeping it alive for Team Heretics.
Oh, it's Woot. Munchkin doesn't need to move. Munchkin doesn't need to move.
Yeah, the thing is, he has a lot of time to play with. A minute on the clock.
Did he not
use the TP to immediately?
Oh, is he thinking maybe just
worried about the potential?
Yeah, comes he might just wrap around. Either way.
In a spot where it didn't matter where the plant went in, he would have the knowledge. Woot's actually just going to look to
Woot's gambling. Oh!
Shot, and it is perfect. Lands the final bullet around the.
Like that's crap that Munchkin pulls. You know what I mean? You just push in the 1v1.
Not this time.
Good on Woot.
4 kills. And well, like we
Munchkin's getting served a lot of the rounds today. Munchkin's getting served a taste of his own medicine.
Bit of an activation from Meteor with this. Good positioning around the back. I didn't even see he got the info so quickly on the second player up close. It wasn't quite enough. A big round for Heretics as they defend their lead 5-3.
So you're back to full setup on A.
For Benji Fishy. Karen, he's toyed with the idea of putting that orbital strike down a number of times, but never quite pulled the trigger.
But most of the time, Team Heretics does not push both sides of the map. Gen G should know this. They should know this. So if once you get contact, you absolutely want to rotate someone there and just hold showers like 100%, right? And then you have trips here just in case it's a sandwich.
defensive players on the other side of the map. And in fact, they're actually going to try and use the pit to get out, the counter spam. It's perfect. In fact, it's got to be frustrated if you're on the other side. Still Meteor's here. He managed 4 in the last round. This time that would be enough, but he's going to be decayed all the way down, and that will be enough for Benji to clear him.
Could have been either player that he took down.
It's not looking great.
Perhaps they beat him
Save. Unless you fish a kill.
Again, Karen's going to toy with the idea of the orbital strike.
Hold on.
Straight through the smoke and the wall. Benji couldn't find a safe space to hide, and now they really need to
use the ult.
Orbital strike in play. Both players trapped. Gate crash available. Used, but Karen, after the time, grabs the kill onto Woot. But it was traded out just a little bit too early.
They both just go for the fight. For Woot, it's understandable. He is screwed. Like, he used to have to run forward, running back, he's dead. They both go for the fight, and it's just that he lands.
No, pushing out is not the bad play, but I think if your opponents are reading it every time, pushing out instantly in the same beat every time is no longer the right play. You know what I mean? Like, if pushing out and re-clearing is, which is why I used to praise Gen G for this. This is absolutely the way you should be playing Valorant. But doing it to the point where you're so concerned about your timing that has worked against a lot of opponents that you're pushing through Poison Cloud and Toxic Screen at the same time in the same beat that you always do, I think. And now that, but here's the thing, is that round, fine, I'm willing to excuse it. But like, they shouldn't be doing it as consistently anymore. I think you should be finding different timings or pushing out of a different area, something like that, to try to circumvent. Because otherwise, like, it doesn't matter how great of a decision you're making, but if you're making the same decision every time, it doesn't matter if it's the right one, because it's just expected now, right? So
coaching staff, some elite level coaching.
I don't think they should just sit back, but I do think you need to find a variation of it.
Tom, you know, again, we've said this a number of times, but the hardest losses are the ones that are that close. And I think what's more devastating about it is you can look at Heretics. They had the same situation in map 1. But for Gen G, it's not just a map.
Thrash online for Rians 10-5.
Rounds away from taking it, guaranteeing playoffs.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the timeout enough, but
getting to go to lunch early.
You're going to go for the Cypher. You have the Toxic Screen anyway. Set up the one-way. This way you can constantly just pressure here. You can get early shower control with the orb. Oh, very aggressive trip. They actually hear that, though, and the cam. But now, so now Heretics knows that this is a different setup.
I think the scary thing as well is who's already in that lower bracket. Sentinels, a Masters winner with the opportunity to watch this game, watch every single
And for the first time in a long time, it's going to be a full fake with the Yoru.
Oh, they've already shown Heretics that they can go.
And that's going to tie up Gen G. Heretics is playing so well. Heretics is playing so well.
Can throw you off completely. They beat them on this map. Here we go, though. Thrash. Already used.
Yeah, dude, that timing actually. The flash actually comes through and he still gets the kill. Munchkin wasn't ready for it. Oh, we're out of sync. We're so out of sync, man.
It's a wave of red for the attacking side as Benji Fishy grabs the shot to the back of Munchkin's head, and Boo, he's so annoying to play against. They're not even clearing it. No! Boo! The disrespect is surreal. 7 on the board for Heretics, and well, if the last couple rounds didn't tilt you, I think that one might get you.
Oh, come on. Come on, Gen G.
I can't, if there is another one, it's escaping me, but
there was just no need, Boo.
There you go. He's going to enjoy that one, and of course, it's got to be frustrating. Either way, 7-3.
All right, same setup.
Heretics proving once
it's the dimensional drift, so you're holding far back. You're just going to be willing to be bundled up over by showers.
Favored by anybody who has seen them play over the last few months. You'd have to be a little bit mad not to see the level of this team, but right now, Well, we haven't seen a lot of them over the last few rounds.
Okay, you see nothing in Hookah still, though. It's the instant re-clear. Heretics waits for that. There's still a minute left. Gen G, you got to go for your classic over-rotates. Yeah, they're going to go for the over-rotate. And Karan is here. He sees the backups arrived.
Straight into a fight, surrounded and dropped by Karan. Meteor up close, finally manages that opening with Woot down, but Karan and Lakia fall right after. Now the pressure on for Texture, his teammate on the other side of the map, and he will quickly be dealt with. Team Heretics.
Heretics is fighting real well. Like, these positions were actually really solid from Gen G. Look at where they died. They were in a diamond to cover each other. And Heretics breaks through that. Like, real well played from Heretics for sure. I thought the moment Miniboo dies and the positions Gen G took, Gen G was good to go.
You could see the confidence from this Heretics.
But Heretics, that execute was actually sick from Heretics.
And the big round from Benji. I think he was the one that traded back those 2 kills that ultimately looked like it was going to be a problem.
Oh.
And quick reactions. And now 8-3 in the lead. 6 of the last 7 have gone their way, and well, we are seeing uncharacteristic performances. Texture, I think a couple of his kills came in a singular round. Lakia has
no op either the whole half.
That's it. Normally a very safe pair of hands when it comes to that B side. They have pressured him.
Oops.
You know,
who needs it anyway?
Yeah. just move it.
Oops.
One of the more surprising things here, Tom, is up against FPX. Obviously, Heretics struggled. They got 4 rounds on their attack. They couldn't string a single round together. And here,
And now if they can make it 4-8 though,
they've made that recovery.
no information given by Heretics, and then they're gonna wait. And they're gonna wait, and then they're gonna pinch. Right? It's either A or B, but this time it's gonna be A. Now you have the tripwires, you have the cam, so the early rotate here from Meteor is good.
All of the issues that they were having.
Trailblazer is gonna get that clearance, but so is the Seekers.
Do it again. Now pressure on again. Munchkin. He's going to put that snake bite down.
Group up. Don't worry about lamps. Just stay grouped up. Oh my god.
But he still falls, as does the pit, leaving Meteor with sight on Benji. A clean kill.
Now you just hold. Now you just hold. Backup's coming. There you go.
Meteor still floating around, grabbing all these kills. One safe haven for them to plant, or so they thought. The Molly
boo.
Out of the round, that is.
Oh, I think he thought that was the shorter side, but he still had to walk. He can't go into triple.
The whole squad bearing down upon him. They'll at least have a light at the end.
Okay,
of the tunnel.
4-8. That's not bad.
Finding around at the end of the half, 8-4, though, a strong lead for Heretics moving into the next.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Not bad.
It was same in the last map, but Heretics
It's
have already
doable.
proven that with either of these teams, there's always going to be potential for the comeback. So giving that little lease of life. We'll see if Gen G can do the same after the break.
But this is a different comp, so the defaults they're going to hold are going to be a little different too. Because of the refreshes, Woot's not going to be the one that's holding showers anymore. And I don't think it's going to be... Miniboo might push out, but I don't think it's going to be Miniboo holding it. Oh, it's a headache. Though you have the Sky. You have Sky and Gecko. But Sky is so good for B main.
To half number 2, map number 3. We're going the distance, and Heretics have managed to take quite a lead. They've got a distance.
I mean, I think there's a good chance that they're using an early Sky Flash oftentimes to take Showers control, set up Yoru, and then he TPs back.
now here on Vine, this new comp
Woot might still be playing Showers, to be fair. It's either that or he plays B main with the Dizzies, but...
When it comes to that attack inside, clearing angles, the same thing they were having problems with when they played.
But the Gecko will probably play Showers.
Again, this team is always learning, always adapting. But now it comes down to that second half. Can Miniboo
And if he does, then you're probably not using early Sky Flashes on Showers, so...
Because we saw some impressive turnarounds of rounds that looked rough. And more importantly, just like the last map, are we now going to see that step back up from Gen.G? Because we know that this team at any moment can get back into a game. A pistol victory.
Not on the pistol, though. 4 stack on B.
And now he's going to be the pinnacle point. He's going to be the man being set up to get those entries. And if you're not careful...
The Astra start... Oh, you know what? Actually, Boo might just be the one that plays Showers most of the time, because he can always just smoke from Global.
Into this and assume it's a B hit.
Yeah, it's a good read from Heretics. Gen.G oftentimes not favoring the A hit. In the previous match, they did that as well. They pushed all the way in. Oh, but they're going for so much reach today. Either way, they're now kind of trapped, but they have the toxic screen. That isn't really the best for them. Because they don't have backside anymore. They had to have pushed through. Oh, that snake bite does work, man.
Left on to Miniboo, and he's not even going to get one. A good round from Gen.G to kick off this second half. But let's be real, Mitch, it was needed.
It really was. Otherwise, home stretch was within sights of Team Heretics. Instead, we're going to be getting back to close territory. At least you'd imagine that. Gen.G forcing their opponents down to an eco in the next. The Tiger kill really is a rarity around these parts, especially in a pistol round.
Oh wait, Woot's playing the Sky, right? Okay, so Woot is going to be on B main.
The wingman extermination.
I forgot Rians was on the...
Like you said, Tom, Gen.G are no slouches. This isn't a team that's going to sit back and look at the scoreline thing.
No, okay. So okay, we'll see. I think this might be it, though. This is what I was wondering, because it seems like they just really like Woot being on the island. But if the Sky stays on Shower, even in future rounds, what they can start doing is they can start throwing flashes out on the beginning of certain rounds to set up Miniboo, and then he can TP back after they've pressured him, and then Woot still holds. So that's a possibility. We'll see, though. This is something that FPX tried against them. Not on an eco, though. Meteor, he's experienced with this, though. But not this far. He's going to get trapped very far in. He's here the TP. He's just going to rush in.
Karen at least making this one back to an even scenario. None of the weaponry's been retrieved. Miniboo doesn't quite manage to get anything done.
That cyber cage.
Looks like they've rectified what was a dangerous
mostly.
Still standing.
Where's the third weapon?
Oh, the pistol shot's just not connecting, and that might be the chance gone. It's going to come down to Woot making a play, and with the knowledge of where Boo remains,
oh,
a slim 5 bullets doesn't even have enough to kill off every single player. But there is another gun down on the deck. I think the expectations have to be minimal, and for the Heretics, you have to look at every missed chance, every opportunity that slips away.
You wait. You don't give the. Honestly, if I'm Boo, I don't give the extra orb to Charon.
Which, if you've ever seen a Heretics FPX game,
Charon, meanwhile, should greed for it. Yep.
It will be the closest games you're ever going to see. And the other team, if Sentinels are to make it through, well, they're the ones that beat them, or one of the teams that beat them in the first Masters. So I don't think Heretics are going to want to face either of those teams particularly. For Gen.G, well, a rematch versus Sentinels probably isn't going to be the most fun thing in the world, but they have proven that at least the first time out, they were very clean.
Curious to see what Heretics' setup is, but I have a feeling Woot's. But here's the thing, if it's Sky, I think it's even easier to pinch him if they can just secure lamps somehow.
Maybe not. No, it was a little different last time. I've modified it now slightly. But yeah, for Gen.G, this position, 8 to 6.
Dude, how did that miss?
Big one from Meteor. The fact that he goes late through Hookah where the trap play was, but those players had already been pulled to sight by the hyper aggression down B long. He catches a kill on sight. They get the information that Miniboo had come up behind.
Spread out across.
Out of the teleporter and was now in Hookah.
Okay, so Viper and Gecko confirmed on B. Showers control not taken by Heretics. Gen G can start to try to pinch in. Heretics is gonna, they think the pinch could happen, so they're gonna hang back. Boo's actually waiting for a cheeky kill.
Already put out to the B site, and A will be stacked up with 3, just as Gen G
Right around the smoke. The smokes are gonna run out soon.
Gecko Sky combo. You can use your flashes for info. This is what we talked about though. Texture being set up. Boo dodges the flash.
What?
Gets the opener for himself. Removing the danger man.
Dude, why are we digging into lamps, man?
Well. They're starting to look pretty problematic. This bonus round had a lot invested into it. Maybe even leaving Munchkin with less desirable economy for the next round if they don't manage to find a little bit more.
Gotta back off.
Wanting to at least get a bit of damage done. He's fighting tooth and nail. One of his last bullets before the reload. Karen has actually found another.
Huge kill from Karen. That's all Munchkin needed to do. They're split, but that's okay given the positions. I don't know if they spam this box though. Oh, and Meteor is, he's ahead of it. Okay. That's huge.
And instead,
the wingman.
on the back foot with the defuse underway, though. Here comes the swing, a necessary one, stopping the defuse.
It's the Gecko, man. Why are we running far back?
Red Bull clutch, in fact, for Rienz.
He has been lights out in this game so far, but that.
Oh man, Rienz is so good too.
By the wingman. There was 0% chance. I think he wins.
Like this was a good call, but then.
Across from each other. It should be the perfect crossfire, but I think it's almost the fact that Meteor ends up swinging first, both having deeper angles, and because of that, there's no immediate.
Yeah, like Karen ran so far away, thinking that it might be a chase, but it's a Gecko.
That's what wins the round. And while Heretics, I thought they were about to lose.
Either way, you didn't really gain much information from the defaults of Heretics, so Gen G, they're going to have to work through all that information again. The only thing you gained was these two over on the B side, or nice and early. Boot's going to get that orb for free. They did hear it. But they want to mask it. They want to see if there's a further push somewhere else.
Texture out looking for an opening duel, just pixels away from
Lakia's gonna push in with Karen, so he's waiting.
Up in the corner, Woot goes to spot out. They thought that it was a little bit more clear, but little did they know.
Does that gain more of a reaction? You saw someone else on A short as well.
Gen G still have their sights set on that side of the map.
Munchkin's taking more space. Gen G hasn't seen him just yet.
Tiger being used just to remove any doubt. Benji's aggression is punished.
Huge. He was ready for the double, but there's no other trade from Gen G. So Gen G's relying on the fact that they might think that it's still a heavier A stack. Worst case, it's a 2-2. It's kind of hard for them to stack B right now, but you need to go for it now, and the Thrash is going to buy a lot of time. Huge orbital strike. Oh, dude, that paint shell's almost goes fully in and gets Woot.
Down to 70 at this point. What a phenomenal read by Texture. He knows exactly where that second player is going to swing in from. Corrects to it before he even gets to the angle.
Heretics might have to consider a save here as well.
Unbelievable gameplay. And for Heretics, now they're
yeah, now you definitely save.
Punished for absolutely
I mean,
I think Woot missed one
yeah, you do because Texture is so close to his ult.
What an adjustment for Meteor. And double digits denied for now. 9-7 for Gen G, with Miniboo saving this weapon on the other side of the map. I was going to say attempting to, but it looks like he's got away scot-free.
That's the bigger problem, though. It's just that economically, the last round has basically made this as hard of a reset as you're ever going to get. Yep. You survive with one player standing in a
so you should be gunning for a tied score here, because theoretically you should be getting 8-9. So Gen G...
Realistically, the investment
is Heretics going to call a timeout? No, not on this round. Maybe the next round, though.
I think that's a risk way too far. And even going for like sheriffs and stuff is going to put the economy on a much lower position.
Early adjustment is just so clean. Takes the first immediately. Yeah, you're going to swing from there, aren't you? And lands the shot seconds later. 9-7. Low buy for Team Heretics. A pistol To start out
Now
this
back
half,
to an A
they
hit.
send
See if there's a push out on B.
straight to playoffs.
Dude, double
Very much
shorties.
an uphill battle for Gen G, and instead,
Please
they're close to
don't
being
go.
on
Okay, you saw that he had a shorty.
footing with this squad.
There was a
Texas
shorty.
It's going to cause some problems.
Team.
Will be tagged a little bit,
They
I
haven't
believe, in
quite
that
cleared
corner. Lackey has been dropped in the
Woot.
meantime, though. That's the one rifle that Team Heretics have now spotted, shown to be towards this position. If they deal with him, they might not even need to. They can just go for the plant.
Counter utility.
They really want to try to get more space here.
They're gonna go swinging. Woots found that kill as well.
Which I get, but you're giving away weapons, man.
The early blood flash out. Another one.
Oh, now you're doubled up on the box. This is the worst. You have to fight through it.
It's left all onto Munchkin. It'll be the MasterCard Thrifty. I don't know how they've taken that round. As it said, they barely had anything.
No, they didn't. And Miniboo finds Dream, but it's the fact that you have Woot finding the kill up close, landing that sheriff shot, a rifle.
It's Woot. Like, why are they pushing him? This is what I talked about. Like, Woot's not the guy I would challenge, like, ever. Like, Woot is, like, even the whole pinch on showers. Like, I think, especially against the Sky, it could be really good, you know, to throw as a set play once and a half. But it's still Woot.
Flashes for
I wouldn't do it.
to slow them down, and then you can double pop flash almost everything because you have so much to play with. You can even then combine that.
So they're starting to do the guiding light, set up the Euro, and then he has the TP back. This gives them the Seekers, so now they can push out even a bit more aggressively. It's a good call from Heretics. Genji's aware of it slightly. The backup is there, but so is Heretics. So
And that Spike sat alone now outside of A. Meteor finds a bit of ground.
yeah, Heretics is very aware of how Genji likes to trade. Like it's basically rock paper scissors, back and forth, back and forth.
Nothing that anybody can do to seize back a position there, and just a split second away.
Oh, so Miniboo didn't catch him, but Texture.
Cerebral play. He snuck the gate crash past him.
Did he see him? I thought he didn't. Maybe he did on the minimap. Either way, that TP is a ballsy one, but Texture knew it because he heard the audio cue.
Again, it seems like when this Heretics roster gets more and more confident, they go for these scarier plays. It almost feels like they got beaten by Lunacy and then decided, you know what, I want a piece of that. I want to throw that back in Gen G's face. Meteor. Well, I think he knows that's not real. It's not selling anything, and while at this stage of the round, 15 seconds, he's just looking to save. That's all the goal is. Just try and keep the gun.
I'm trying to figure out if first of all, I do think Texture's probably under the weather a little bit, just given his cam. But that aside, like we could argue maybe he's missing shots because of it. But that aside, the overall teamwork on this team has been not as clean as usual. But there is a part of it that's Heretics preparing very well. Like Heretics knows exactly the way that Gen G likes to trade. They know the timings of how they push and pull across the map.
And keep in mind, I don't think he had any iota where that player was. He's just mad. But sometimes
so
in the madness.
So there is some forced errors for sure. Part of it feels a little bit unforced, but we'll see.
For the side of Gen G, they are starting to feel these losses round by round, the chances to go straight to playoffs, to take that higher seed, just slipping through their fingers. It was 13-11 on a map that they previously demolished Heretics on, and now 11-7. If they lose this one, it may well. Depends how much they.
Rians and Benji on B, Woot,
but losing this one,
and Miniboo on A for showers.
Before it begins.
But that's the thing. We talked about this group, talked about it being a tough route, and in the first match,
ideally waiting for the Euro to TP back would be something, but that takes so long.
Be able to handle them, and it's who's going to be fighting for second. That was a 13-8, 13-7 when they faced versus Sentinels, and just unmatched performance out of Texture and Karam right now.
So it's just an all-in on B that they called. Okay, I thought they might just wait again and then just go for an all-in on A, but
But he's got his showstopper.
They just want to up the tempo.
On the attack, sure,
Okay.
he has to go diving in. We've already seen it a few rounds ago, the double entry he was able to get. It seems like they're going to go for that again. And look at where the majority of the
Guiding Light
defense
didn't
are.
tag
It
anyone.
seems like they're playing a
This
reset.
gate crash, though, so Heretics thinks it's an A, which is what I would have called. So goes to show why I'm not coaching, because I would have been read like a book. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, thank you.
Only finds the one as a result. Luckily, they were still clearing those.
They're going to hear that showstopper, so they know that this has been taken.
Viper's Pit is covering off all of this control. There will be a small.
They can still watch over from Hookah. Texture needs to stay alive. Texture needs to stay alive. That's like the most important thing right now.
It seems like they're going to try and force them into awkward battles.
Nope.
Texture.
Karen's going to help him stay alive. Do exactly that.
For just 3 HP. The players out of Hookah are desperately trying to just fish out where that Viper is going to be hiding from. And the flash
Karen getting spotted that's okay. Texture dies to Woot though. I don't know about this. Woot's low. Oh my god. Oh, the pit. But the thing. The wing. Oh. The thing. Oh.
They really love their 4Ks, don't they? What a round from Karen. And I'm so happy to
No,
see
it's not
him
over
have
yet,
this kind of
chat.
performance because we hailed him for the impact of some of his rounds. Even over on Abyss, I felt like he got so many 2Ks that didn't light up the sky or anything, but they were essential. And you can see if he got one less, rounds not going his way. This time, though, here on Vine, he's really hit his stride. Now sitting 23-11, the kill leader by a long shot.
Yeah, I think most people.
Yeah, you go again. Yep, this is what Heretics does as well. You go again. Heretics thinks again that you're going to go for this time a different setup. Now, no tag this time. See if Heretics moves. They don't. But Boo's going to try to get ahead of it.
Already decided, and it's hard to argue with. Karen has been fantastic throughout the entirety of the year. A trophy under his belt, and Genji, one of the favorites, well, the favorite. To lift that
Still no TP back. There is a Cosmic Divide, though. So here's the thing, that if you are going to go B, you have to actually hold elbow and play in the site this time.
Of any team in VCT history, and one that's almost impossible to beat if they were to do it. And as being
So Genji's going to try to change the tempo a bit just because they did the same thing last time and now they've had to spend a lot of time from Boo.
Of Genji here, Karen with that multi-frag has got himself one away from an orbital strike.
I'm going to go for a pinch. That's the variation, just masking all information. Still, and you've got Seekers.
Again, that stack up on the A site has gone amiss.
But a Cosmic Divide and the Gecko is the post plant's tough here. And this, dude, this is so much time that Heretics now, if they are going to rotate. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. He is stuck. Boo's stuck. You know exactly where he's at. Okay. Just in time. Good set play. Seekers was used, though. That no Cosmic Divide, so you can play post plant. In terms of, like, spamming from Hookah and B main. You don't have any lineups available anymore. And they're just going to save.
Heretics are just going to sacrifice this one.
Could be a timeout from Heretics. But either way,
and so they're just going to opt to hold on.
I don't think you do it again.
I'd say that, like, to just basically.
But I don't think you just hold the spread default.
The economy sky high for Genji, but you kind of understand it.
I think you go for another fight on Showers at the very least.
Couldn't have been any better. Have the pot flash initially, nade to the back of sight. You had a Molotov that he'd have to run into, and then just forcing him into a fight versus the team. There was nothing Boo could do, and once that ground is completely given
maybe leave Meteor or Munchkin on B main just to mask it, but I don't know if you bother doing that. I think maybe you leave Trips just to see if they push all the way forward, so you could always go for. Okay, so there is a timeout from Heretics.
Call for the timeout comes in. Heretics haven't used one so far.
Koi main champs.
11-9 up. The gap has closed massively, and the gamble stacks on the A side didn't work out. You can't help but think that maybe what they're missing here is having someone like Miniboo, even if they want to play light on B, having that Yoru start.
So there's two different. They're gonna push out for info with Miniboo, I think. Heretics, one way or the other.
There's 4 players, sometimes 5 players on B.
But is it Showers or B main? That's the big question.
That gap in information that's usually covered by something like a Cypher camera. But obviously in this case, that's not quite an option.
I think for me, it would maybe make a little bit more sense to have one of the initiators there. Because right now, what it's coming down to is, okay, there's 35, 40 seconds. We've not seen anything from Gen.G, so I'm going to put up a smoke. And it's like, okay,
or there's a chance that Heretics goes for another stack, but they just over-rotate at 40.
Every once in a while, it's going to give you the information eventually. And I think that's what they're lacking for a composition that, as you said, has a Yoru that can go aggressive and find info, has 2 initiators that have flashes that give you info. To have 2 rounds in a row where a team is able to hit into a site that you are unaware of until they are in your face, that
But
shouldn't be happening.
I think
I
it's
think that's why we've seen a pause for the side of
more
Heretics.
likely that you push out, set the mini-boo, set the Yoru up for success.
Without information and gambling on them giving us something.
And it's even on the A side, the way they're approaching it. It is a trap play. It's why
But he doesn't have his gate crash set up.
Because the initiators are meant to be
Okay, now he's gonna send it. That one, yeah, gets stuck here. That's a bad gate crash. I mean, unless you just want to hold A side, I guess. So they're gonna push out and then they're gonna activate
Now, well, off rip. There's one player outside
on a
of A,
timing.
That for sure. The gamble stack
again.
on B is not going to
Yeah.
work out.
But Meteor's ready for it. Meteor's ready for them to check all the way into Showers. You imagine that they're going to keep Showers control. And he just spams it. It's such a good read because they don't have any other information.
It's a save. It's already a save.
And especially after that initial guiding light.
Players on the other side are going to be going for this.
What I tell you, it's a good read. Oh, dude, Heretics has been having some great reads too, though. They're actually going to push for this.
Into what is texture.
I mean, he wanted to do as much damage as possible. Yeah, he wanted to get 3 instead of just getting 2 and dying.
The remaining players have no choice but to try and leave this position. But again, it's meteoric.
But they'll have rifles again next round.
Closing out this round, there was.
So it ain't over yet.
What was being done by Heretics, I don't mind it. They needed to clear that backline.
Charon just wants his orbital strike. I don't know.
Just like the shots
Okay.
from Boo.
Thankfully, it's Boo.
And of course, with the saves that we've seen from the side of Heretics, there's so much economy for the attack. They want to try and get rid
Okay,
of
they
the
just
gun.
want now they just want to take the guns away.
He's
That's
done
fine.
well. Is Boo
I
really going to
guess.
survive on 2 HP? It looks like he will.
What a round. What a round from Meteor. I was going to say, I somehow expect him to get a kill or 2. Fully blinded. Double spray to the head. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I think they both checked left as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they were both clearing the wrong way. You probably even just assume, you know, he's jumped out of the smoke once he got blinded.
That one, it should have been mini, but either way, it's just a good timing spray. I don't know. I don't know if they, even if they checked it, there was still a good chance that he wins this.
Online for the attacking side, 1 round in it. And what a difference 1 round could make. Heretics, they've been
Okay, they want to make sure that the Yoru can't actually push out, because that will ruin the idea of pushing out and then TPing back. Root is going to save so they can buy 1 more round.
I think they might.
Double swing. Oh, dude, what a shot.
They know that, or they should know that Woot is around this angle. The Tiger.
Holy.
Just being used at the inopportune moment.
Okay, now is there a re-clear? You hear the re-clear on B. They use their own poison cloud as well. So you know you should have a timing to be able to creep back into the site.
Of Gen.G if they can get themselves into the post plant. I like this duo though. Like having Rians alongside Benji, they've been so good at getting info, finding the delays.
Oh, they go through the poison cloud. And Benji just gets the kill.
Benji gets the kill anyway.
It's a nice frag. And we've seen the B site under pressure with just 1 man holding it. They were overwhelmed.
Yeah, you have to use the orbital strike to get in, because of the Cosmic Divide, you're going to have to wait afterwards anyway. Dude, Benji is just getting kills after kill. Good positioning from Benji. This is huge from Benji. Oh, that is...
And it's back up on the way. It's Benji's 4th game.
Oh, man.
With 12-10 on the board at long last, Team Heretics have map and series point, playoffs point.
Well, that's the main thing. It's a little bit of a break, but more so, it gives you a good opportunity to dodge some pretty fearsome teams. Think about those #1 seeds, the potential of someone like Leviathan. You're not going to want to face off against. I guess in some of the other groups, things coming up a little bit later on. I think DRX or Fnatic, it's a pick your poison sort of moment, but There's definitely real
Okay, back to the old
opportunities to dodge
default.
the heavy hitters, but more so not have to
All right, they
play
killed the clone on the
that
TP, so you know it's a beast setup from Heretics. But Meteor still pressures them out of showers. So Heretics still has to hold showers. That gives you an advantage, and here's the judge.
Kara! Well, he's not slowing down on those.
Dude, you're double swinging with your smokes out.
And indeed, Thrash kept for later on.
Oh, Meteor's taking a risk. Has to get this kill, otherwise it might just be GG. A 2 versus 5 needed to stop Heretics. And it's Riens who's in position. He wants a little bit of revenge. Gets one blind, and Munchkin is not long for this world. 18 HP. That's not the gun he's looking for. But even still, this looks like a bridge.
Damn, dude. I actually wonder how many people are going to be left in the running for 100% pick 'em in-game
Towards the end of EMEA. Played
after this
versus
match.
FPX and were almost defeated. Maybe
Because I can see delusional Sen fans picking Sentinels to go out in first, but like, I think Heretics fans were content to just have Heretics going out in second, or going up in second.
It looks to be just a formality at this point.
Heretics played real well today, though. It is true that Gen G was slightly uncharacteristic, but Heretics has played really well.
To be the ones taking this across the line, but somehow
You have Heretics as first seed? Damn, Foey.
playoffs bound.
Props to you.
We've spoken about all year. The fact that they came in as a squad that, let's be real, expectations were almost zero. They were a bunch of youngsters thrown together, built by Neil Zenio, and they have gone from strength to strength, improving as they go. They finally get their full roster together for this tournament.
Heretics played real well today. I mean, again, there was some slight uncharacteristicness from Gen G, but that's not. But Heretics like forced that out of them at least half the time.
They are not in a good spot right
Heretics
now,
played real well.
At the same time,
Yeah, it's well.
these are the two squads
I don't know. I actually think Sentinels can still beat FPX.
They've done what they couldn't do in Shanghai.
Call me crazy, but I think Sentinels is finally going to drop the Cypher Lock combo, and then they're going to beat FPX.
Now, they have a break, recover from the burnout, and prepare for matches that won't get any easier than this. A phenomenal display from a group of youngsters.
Oh, that's true. Trace already ruined a lot of people's pick'ems. That's also true.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you can see the depth still from the side of Gen G, but I love the risk. The gamble to switch up to a composition that, again, you kind of look at and go, maybe this shouldn't work, maybe they shouldn't be able to catch them off guard. It was said by the desk that the likes of Munchkin's very good deal with a lot of the stuff that was run, but I'll be honest,
Damn.
it's just so impressive that, again, when
I mean, well
players
played.
like Benji, players like Riens, Boo himself, the IGL, just had such high levels of
Dude,
impact.
Boo had some insane reads today. Boo and Benji both.
If you're a Gen G fan, though, I don't think you're too worried. The likelihood is you're going to come up against FPX or Sentinels who they've already beaten, and it's better to bleed a little bit earlier on and have that comeback later in the tournament.
It absolutely is, with some phenomenal moments throughout this series.
GG. And guess what? We get to do it all over again with DRX, chat.
Players dug deep, and Team Heretics ultimately take it across the line.
Chat,
Let's pass this down
I'm gonna...
to Jen on the stage with Benji Fishy for the Verizon post-match interview.
Oh, we'll listen to the interview.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. I have Benji on standby. Congratulations, Benji Fish!
Thank you.
벤지 피쉬 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 젠지에게 상하이 때 복수를 제대로 해준 것 같은데요. 승리 소감부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You got your revenge right here, right now. How does that feel?
Yeah,
Dude, first seed, that's huge.
Like an amazing team. Like we worked really hard.
You're most likely avoiding Fnatic.
The first game, we would have, like,
You're most likely avoiding G2.
So I'm really proud of us for taking them down because just of how good they are.
I mean, Group C, who knows? But whoever comes up from Group C is going to be aggressive and crazy. So.
만약에 젠지를 처음 만났다면 오늘처럼 이렇게 좋은 결과를 가져갈 수 없었지만 그래도 이게 헤리틱스가 워낙 많은 성장을 거쳤기 때문에 너무 기분이 좋다고 얘기를 하는데요. 오늘 3맵까지 갔었고 특히나 바인드에서
Well,
젠지가
top
따라오기까지
6 because of the way double elimination works. But.
3시간의 혈투가 펼쳐졌는데 그동안 좀 어떤 느낌이었는지 더 자세히 물어보도록 해볼게요.
No, it feels bad, but honestly, it's probably good for Gen.G. But Heretics played real well. I think Gen.G should be able to bounce back just fine, but I think this, like, Heretics looks real good today.
The bind especially, like we're in the lead and you know, I could feel that they started gaining momentum, and I remember like the specific round I got a 4K on B, and after that I was like, yeah, there's no chance we lose this. There's no chance. So you know, like they played super well. I'm really proud of us for keeping our composure. I think that's what made us win the game.
No, Heretics looks real good today. Minibu also like didn't tilt, despite having some rounds that I thought would send him spiraling. So. Big props. No, I mean I'm happy for Heretics because I've really liked the vision they've had, and I've really liked how much they've been improving. So.
You guys changed your comp on Bind. I mean, why? Because it was working for you. Why?
I mean, I think we just kind of wanted to change. You know, it was, I think that comp for us was Prime and like Shanghai. And to be honest, I think Gen.G would have prepared for our old comp. So, I mean, we played this comp before at kickoff, like in stage 1. So we kind of had experience of it, and we knew if we just practiced it a little bit, we'll be good at it. And
I mean, it's very heads up from Heretics. Heretics basically, so they added just enough change to what am I trying to say here? To counter Gen.G, but also make it so it's a little bit harder to counter them, right? Even the Lotus, they change it coming into Champions, then Bind, they change it after the first match. I mean, Burnout probably, like, listen, here's the thing, is that...
Now, people call this
Hold on,
group
let's...
the Group of Death. Did it really feel like Group of Death for you?
Yeah.
Had to have. I mean, none of these matches were easy. Yeah. No, Heretics probably got through the toughest matches they'll have before a BO5 if they get there.
This one, like, we lost at 13-11, whatever. Then last map as well, super close.
I think we have to, like, listen, here's the thing, is that on paper, like, Gen.G is burnt out for sure, but it's a mental thing at this point. Like, they've just played so many games. They've played the most games that anybody has this whole year. So, like, on paper, they are the most burnt out, but it's a mental thing. I don't think that is why they lost. It might have, there's probably some impact on their overall performance, but I don't think that's why they lost, because I think they have things in place, like not changing comps too much, that is there to combat that.
And that's all we have for the post-match.
So I think it's a mental thing. I mean, listen, it was very clear that texture was a little off today, I think, even on the camera. So yes, I think there's probably a little bit of that, but I don't think that's why they lost. I just think Heretics had really good reads. I just think Heretics actually countered Gen.G's tendencies really well. To the point that Gen.G like felt the need to go for more individual plays than we've ever seen them do. And the problem there is that it's not that they just had good reads on the map. They had really good reads on how Gen.G likes to take fights as a group. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like how Gen.G first took down Paper X at kickoff. It's really as if Team Heretics Neilzinho also just told Heretics, just trade. And they were like, oh yeah. Like, really? That's almost what it feels like. So, and I think because overall the map play, sure, like maybe you could argue they were going back and forth. I think Heretics was always one step ahead, but then on top of that, you're not winning the trades you usually do because you're overstacking, right? Like Gen.G, they're going for these aggressive pushes because that's how they interpret Valorant. They push out with 3, they push out with 4 every time, and not only did Heretics understand that they will push out, but they're like, it's always going to be 3 or 4, so we need to have 3 or 4. And I think that's where it falls apart. So a lot of props to Heretics. I think and listen, Heretics played very differently than they did against FPX. That just goes to show, and they still played individually really well. Just goes to show how strong this team is. Because that means they were straight up looking to counter FPX, and now they're trying to counter Gen G. That's very, very well played.
Getting the damage done. They're both quite low. And a man like Texture keen to convert.
Yeah, no. I mean, this was a very well played game. All right, chat. I'm gonna take a quick break as well. We will continue. Let me change the titles, etc. We'll continue with DRX versus Fnatic. Once again, we're gonna try to mostly watch it from DRX's point of view. So we'll see. We'll see. I think that one I had less hopes on, but maybe that's the one we should be hoping for.
Secondary location chosen. Miniboo out of the ult and catching Karen on the fallback. Flash around the left side. Meteor's done well to keep this one competitive. His third already under his belt and still challenged the fourth and denied the fifth.
I will lower the volume. Actually, it's fine. This doesn't have to get monetized. I will leave it up. I will be back. Love that. I love the energy of Heretics, though, for sure. Always have.
And the flashes have done well. Benji gets one. Texture now dropped as well. This is starting to fall apart a little bit, but they still haven't dealt with the pit. Still looking for where that last man standing. Karen holding his ground as he'll come out with a third. But that spike is already being diffused. They have to get towards it. And guess what? Another 4K will be there for Gen G.
An impressive comeback in the series, in the map, and Benji Fishy to close it. 13 to 10, 2 to 1. Everyone expected Gen G to be the ones taking this across the line, but somehow Los Niños have gotten it done.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day 5 of Champion Soul. Of course, Golden Boy here, back on the desk alongside Mimi and Sideshow. Los Niños get their revenge on Gen G. And folks, I think it was safe to say that matchup was a certified banger.
It was. It was a ridiculous certified banger.
Mimi hates
There
you
me.
go.
She hates
It
me
was
so
a
much.
great match.
It was.
It was
But
an
I enjoyed
excellent match.
immensely.
I think that really
There was a
sets
banger.
it sets the scene for the next game coming up.
But
as
there's
well.
no board that would certify such a thing, to my knowledge.
There is
There is.
the
production here will certify it.
Yeah. Check it out. Look, we can certify this banger right now if we just show it, and then everyone can know that there it is, certified.
Yeah,
That's how the graphic works. And there's the visual.
Are you
to-
stupid, Mimi?
I want to see the license.
Are you stupid? It's crazy.
I might be. It's possible.
Okay, before one of
I'm
us gets
smarter than
fired
him.
for whatever, let's jump into our next match, shall we? Talk about this one, DRX versus Fnatic. We make the joke, but yes, this is going to be another big match, another banger for sure. These are going to be two teams that end up meeting at Champions each and every freaking time. They can't
It's
get away from each
literally
other.
been every event that these two teams have had to play against each other, and every time it has been a heartbreaking match. Elimination in the last two champions that they played against each other. Fnatic is up 2-1 in the history of this matchup, and this one won't be quite as heartbreaking. It is for playoffs instead of elimination, but still a very important game with a lot of history.
Yeah, just going back a couple years as well, DRX actually beat Fnatic when DRX made top 3 with their old roster, Champs 2022. That was
Yeah.
on Alpha Year's home turf, Turkey, in Istanbul. Now he's got the opportunity to do the same, get revenge in front of DRX's home crowd. That's why Alpha's so pumped up for this one.
Yeah, it's like what George Lucas said, it's poetry. It just rhymes.
George Lucas never wrote poetry.
He never did.
Promise you that.
I don't think he wrote poetry.
It's a gag. Look it up. Anyway, let's go ahead though and send it over to Yinsu, who's actually standing by with Alpha here. Maybe we get some thoughts about coming into DRX's home turf. Let's check it out.
It's going to be a big game for Fnatic Alpha Year here because we've heard you talk about how you want revenge after what happened at your home turf, Istanbul. You're in Korea now going up against DRX. But how much have you changed and developed, do you think, as a player compared to when we saw you in Istanbul?
It was my first international tournament, like Champions, I will say, in 2022 in Champions in Istanbul. And I have pressure because it was Istanbul. It was my own country, but I'm not that kid anymore. I have more experience. I'm better player. I just can't wait to play.
We can't wait to see it either. Good luck, Alpha.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more with him, right? He is not the same player that he was in 2022. He's grown significantly on this team, and, well, I think now's a great opportunity to show the progress that he has made, for sure.
Yeah, that Champions was still kind of a continuation of the honeymoon period that he had after joining right before Masters Copenhagen in his rookie year. And now Fnatic has ran it back, and they have another new rookie player coming in with Hero in this roster, seemingly creating another one of them periods for themselves as getting that win over BLG. I think the perfect way to warm up with that rookie.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Fnatic are on a bit of a, it's not even necessarily a honeymoon period. It's just that they now have really good ideas. They haven't lost a series since Masters Shanghai, since adding Hero. In my opinion, they've got, coming into the tournament, second best team in terms of your expectations to win champs behind Gen G. Obviously, Gen G, we just saw them lose.
Yeah.
It is an open tournament, but in terms of those expectations, Fnatic were top 2 for me coming into the event, and I think they're gonna look good here.
Did they do enough in the BLG matchup to give you confidence?
I don't think that's the match that's going to sell me on if they're ready to do this or not, but I think they did look good. Crucially, I think especially in map 2 of that series, Hero individually looked really good. He had a lot of moments, had a clutch to close out Bind in that one. And when you talk about this kind of revitalization with Hero coming in, I think a big part of that is kind of coming up with new ideas. Since stage 2, they've really started innovating, coming up with new compositions, and even on the maps, they've been playing similarly for a long time, adding new ideas into the mix, and I think really reinvigorating their style from that team who felt really stale at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, they're actually 9-0 in matches since Hero joined.
Wow.
And then their map record is 17-4 with a 59% round win rate as well. So proper tournament winning stats that they're putting up since adding Hero to the team. Is it because Leo's bad? No. It's because it's also coincided with a invigorated team that wants to win, with new ideas, with getting Alfie out, ISO. All of these things happened at the same time. It wasn't just boot out Leo, get the wins.
Joke about the new car smell, but I honestly, sometimes that does help out here where you kind of get some fresh ideas and fresh thoughts.
Have you had a sniff?
Not yet. I mean, I
think we can smell it a little.
Yeah, give him a sniff in the backstage.
It's quite pleasant. Just go up there, get a little whiff.
Interesting.
You know, see what he's got going on.
They had the same smell about them, though, last year. What was it, 2 years ago now? When Alfia joined this roster. It feels like this team, when they get that new player in the mix, it does give an opportunity to build themselves back up, to try out new things, and it's definitely been working here.
All right, well, let's go ahead and shift focus over to DRX and Buzz and get his thoughts about DRX's opening win at Champions in this Omen player moment.
안녕하세요. 현재 DRX에서 활동 중인 버즈 유병철이라고 합니다. 이겨서 굉장히 기분이 좋고요. 일단은 이번 매치에서 굉장히 많은 교훈을 얻었다고 생각을 하고 있어요. 3명의 선수가 챔피언스에서 처음이기 때문에 사실 저도 그렇고 명관 형도 그렇고 처음에 살짝 삐끗했는데 그거를 통해서 조금 더 실시간으로 성장하고 더 배웠던 것 같습니다. 그래서 시작이 매끄럽진 않았지만 그래도 이긴 건 이긴 거기에 너무 기분이 좋다고 생각하고요.
And now Melter sticking at the fuse, spamming into the angle, but a Cove defending against most of these bullets. Half is earned. Another smoke. Blooms and Blossoms. Kesner with the kill, and a judgment again. Flick of the wrist, tapping away with the guns, and it has to be reclaiming it. Bane back it up and running into it. Oh my goodness!
푸나틱과 이제
I'm back.
굉장히 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있고 그 전경기에서도 좋은 모습을 보여줬었기 때문에 방심하면 안 될 거라고 생각하고 있고요. 저번 챔피언스 LA에서 저희가 졌던 기억이 있기 때문에 그거를 꼭 복수해서 대갚아주고 싶습니다. 일단 한국에서 경기하는 거니까 그 많은 또 한국 팬분들이 많이 찾아오신다는 뜻인데 사실 어떻게 보면 그런 게 조금 부담이 될 수도 있지만 사실 저희는 좀 그런 한국 팬분들이 응원 와주시는 거가 좀 많이 저희에게 자신감으로 되돌아오는 것 같고요. 그렇기 때문에 사실 더 어느 때보다 더 잘하고 더 좋은 모습을 보여주고 싶은 마음이 더 큰 것 같아요.
You hope Abyss is floated. I will be very disappointed in DRX.
Playing in front of the home field, right? Having been eliminated by Fnatic. Champs last year as well.
I don't know if you want to be. Well, the thing is they probably don't ban it first because Fnatic probably does not feel the need to pick it yet against DRX, because I think Fnatic should feel pretty strong on Haven, Lotus, Sunset.
With rookie players, this is not the old super experience.
Like those are maps that they should feel pretty good about no matter what playing against DRX. So they probably don't need to pick Abyss. So we'll see.
You need that kind of experience.
No, I want to see it. I want to see it. No, I want to see what Anders has cooked up for sure. But
losing that first
so if I'm DRX, I probably don't.
Look good. They were playing well as a team. The rookies
I probably don't open it. I probably don't ban it the first round of bans. I probably ban it the second round. Although, actually, if it's a map 3, maybe you just take the chance. Oh, hey, it's Saya player.
Don't want to miss this one. Let's head to the stage.
Oof. No, they shouldn't. But honestly, if it's a map 3, like, if it's between that and something like Lotus, maybe you just do anyway. Oh my god. What happened? Wait, he wasn't on crutches before, was he? I, like, just watched the game, so I might have missed it.
Two prolific teams in the history of Valorant facing off against one another on the champion stage yet again. DRX.
Yeah, what's going on? He like actually has a. Oh my god! They just picked Abyss.
Sprained his ankle. Thankfully, you don't need your ankle to play Valorant, so
he sprained his ankle.
I heard Boaster broke it. He wanted an advantage before the game. He just snapped.
Well, then he shouldn't have gone for the ankle.
Oh my god!
Abyss coming out here.
They actually just straight up picked it.
Left it open. What a trap. I'm sure
this is literally the same map pool we just saw.
It is. And, well, Fnatic have a trick up their sleeve. They've brought back their specialists that they seemingly always do.
That is... That's insane, DRX. You're...
Cooking up some comps for them for history. This guy has
You're gonna
left the team
pick this?
times, and he's the guy they brought in to make their Lotus comp that has been the meta on Lotus for literally 2 years.
I hate to see the way they do the tax documents and all that stuff. I mean, goodness gracious, get him in and out, in and out.
Yeah. No, I swear, he's an independent contractor. He's not an employee. No, this guy cooks. He's very good at coming up with good ideas. So I'm excited.
No, I mean, hey, at least we get to see the comp. Huh? At least we get to see it. We're the real winners here. Yoru, Astra, Viper, Killjoy. And then Sova. Okay. So the Astra Viper is the same as Gen.G, but instead of the double duelist, it's the Killjoy, which I think this is good. I think this is good. I can see it.
We know you love cringy post plans, buddy.
Oh, I love them.
I mean, they are extra cringe.
Let me pull up the telestrator again.
Yep. Durka on the Yoru as well. We've seen him playing a lot of that in stage.
Oh yeah, was this? Wait, is this exactly the same comp as G2?
There's a lot of combo potential in this comp, but if Fnatic is playing,
didn't G2?
We know they have been practicing hard, and this is their
not
chance
play
to show it against a DRX that have already shown
I might be mixing it up with somebody else. Everyone was playing all different comps.
Are totally happy that they get the Cats DRX yet again.
I know G2 was playing the Astra.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always exciting, but especially with this matchup here versus Fnatic. This is going to be an absolute banger of a series. I see that you're giving me some ice here. Paper stand.
You just get out of the sauna? You coming right from the bath?
Okay, look. I figured today's a good day. We've got both Korean teams playing. I might as well wear some traditional Korean garb. For those who do not know, this is a jogori, and this is a part of what would more
yeah, but that's you don't usually wear that on its own outside, Seth.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's see which team will find their place.
That's why it looks so funny. It also doesn't. It's not a. It's clearly not his size.
It's gonna be really interesting. I mean, a lot to kind of.
No, it's like the inner wear. Well, not inner wear, but it's like a dress shirt or like your shirt for traditional Korean wear. But that's not what I would have done. He could have added a bit more to sell it.
Get a tag there. Buzz going to be down to 70. But because of this Yoru, you can take a lot of extra space. Bane challenging, got Durka down to 45.
Both are able to find one. Bane now going to be eliminated straight out here. The Sova's gone, but Plant still not coming in. The Spike still needing to cross the gaps. Coming through now from Boaster. Passed over. He'll tuck back. Plant handed over here towards Durka. Paranoia crashing across, able to get the connection there onto the Yoru, but they cannot try to capitalize. No, Buzz does. Managing to find him.
6 shot.
Kill here for the Jet.
Now you already have the line. The Nano Swarm.
Just landed.
Oof.
Delaying a little bit.
The Nano Swarm lineups, man.
Buzz eating a little bit more damage. Fnatic just going to be trying to buy as much time as they possibly can. Still going to be dumped. The hold coming through. Foxy9 body blocking. There's the Mako off. They still have not gotten this one. Up to half.
You have to just fight him.
Hero going to be good to take down the enemy. Omen flashback just trying to stay tucked away as Buzz tries to keep them in this one. But Hero with a 4K will go ahead and scoop up the pistol round win.
Yeah, and you're already seeing some of the ideas that
the Korean. That's not traditional.
It's going to be very post-plant heavy on this attacker's side. They have lineups for
what was it? It was Lotus and then Bind's the last one? Okay.
Able to get out before he takes too much damage.
I'm curious why the Ascent ban came out from DRX, but that's so baffling to me. Because like that should be a comfort pick for them at this point.
Has got to try to push past this pillar towards spawn to start clearing players out of Fnatic, because it's going to be near impossible to get this defuse with the setup that Fnatic can bring.
And really heavy purchases here from Fnatic. Still going to have 2 pistols, but Sheriff and Ghost, plenty of firepower still there alongside these 3 Vandals. As DRX have gambled on A, and that is not where they are.
Okay, so DRX, yeah, it's just a full stack on A, you know, pistol on B, probably going for A.
Side of Fnatic, you know, Boaster and Hero can do a lot of the heavy lifting in this round.
No, this plan's very strong, for sure. You have to push out, basically. Like, if it's the even numbers. But the thing is especially if they're playing post-plant lineups, the real deal is that you should be taking control of mid if the plant's gonna happen on B.
Maybe one person get taken down here, and then look to try to tuck back his hero.
That's a very good map pull for Fnatic.
Up into mid. Says, well, I just have a ghost, so if I can go backstab and get even closer to this.
And Hero's gonna counter this by just going for his own kills, and Buzz spots him, but Hero doesn't mind if he dies. He's only got a ghost.
Swing out, they're gonna look for the challenge. The swoop forward, and Buzz able to find that one. Grabs the ghost here. Chance maybe to do a bit more damage, but he himself still tagged down to 40 as the spike will get ready to detonate. So it's just gonna be a full 5-man sacrifice here on the side of DRX, and Fnatic move up 2-0.
Yeah. So pretty standard eco round there. Everything going about as you'd expect. Now for Fnatic, should be able to buy up for a couple players. Plenty of cash saved over there.
Quite.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Currently here in the hands of Boaster. Curious to see how long he keeps on to that. But Buzz is going to go for a glass cannon.
And this is really crucial to DRX's defender side on this map, is getting Buzz that op.
The op. Fnatic's probably gonna read this, but all right, Buzz, you're gonna play it on B against this. This is the attacker's wall, by the way.
Great job of holding angles, knowing when he has to back off, taking fights.
They have the timing priority here,
A bit off guard, but now that Fnatic's had a bit more time,
and Boaster's got his own.
tape from DRX. How are they going to be ready? Last time around, they let this angle go unchecked from Buzz. No util to clear it.
That is true. It took forever on Sunset.
Drone and a flash. Very nicely done.
Yeah, right into the face.
Oh, you guys are stuck. Flashback got tagged?
So can't just try to reposition up into having a peek there from
And the attacker op as well. No, oh, nice. Dude, Buzz has been on fire on this map. Okay, but you're giving over this plant, so dude, and look at Fnatic. Look at Fnatic. They're like, hey, as long as they don't come by through mid, we're kind of good. We're kind of good to go. Chronicle doesn't have a way out, though. But they don't exactly have a great way to push in. Good paranoia, but Alpha's gonna... And now they're gonna play close. Oh, chase it. Is he gonna wrap around? He's on the railing. That's good. Very good from Buzz. Huge. Huge round from Buzz.
Yeah, still though, critically, you're finding some really good moments here for DRX to step up and take players down. Buzz getting Boaster after that first op shot reveals his position is a really nice pickup, because you eliminate a whole bunch of really difficult parts of this composition.
I mean, they dropped a lot, but you went glass cannon op, so I think just keeping the op and getting the round is big.
From the Fnatic coaching staff.
I think this is some of the best performances we've seen from him so far. I mean, obviously the Haven was rough. So 2-2, but here's the thing is that DRX's composition is not great at taking mid control. That's the problem. So they're going to watch for this, but the double smokes. Oh, and I love the way they do it. Oh, I love this from Fnatic. Instead of the poison cloud here, the poison cloud here? This is actually sick.
With the Astra and the Viper, potentially. You can really make DRX's ability to sort of get
I kind of really like this. It pressures Vent so much more than just a regular double smoke here.
Flashback going to be using that Cypher cam to keep his eyes onto B.
Anyway,
you have that extra layer of control there for Fnatic.
As for DRX, I mean, this one's been recalled, so you're just watching mid, see if there's ever a push up. But the real concern here is not whether they push up mid, it's how are you ever going to push up mid.
Nuts on this map against Crew. He's going to be able to dial up another crazy performance. Buzz getting aggro.
Stomping across the site here, going to be met with that flash, and that's going to be the tailwind burn. But now Durka does find himself in this site. Spike plant coming through. Ultimately burning that potential ult charge, but now the mask will come on.
Oh, the dimensional drift.
Drops down, continuing to watch this wider angle.
He's going to wrap all the way around. Just making noise. Yep, that draws all the attention. Now they have nobody heaven. And the post plant, I mean, the round is over for all things considered. Buzz eats the damage to get half. This is actually insane.
Swing onto the corner. Albier going to be good for it. Buzz right back in onto the spike. Can they get there in time? There's the setup on the star. The gravel coming through. He cannot
Oh, man.
set up. And Buzz is going to have to back
They
away.
tried to force it, but...
Can't quite hit that shot.
Oh, that ops.
Does get one
He doesn't get out.
And will die to the spike, but you can see that so much of this round and so much of these rounds for Fnatic on this attacker side are going to be about having Boaster alive.
In Challengers Korea, we had Simprisa Gaming jumping off as 4.
This is
Yeah, we did it. They did it in Korea, but I think it's probably an argument of do I think I can get some advantages here? Even in tier 2, it only happened because they were all on A site when the spike was planted. Like they hadn't even rotated yet. So they were like, well, now, like, we have literally no shot. But I think if you're already at mid, teams are basically prioritizing the fact that, like, they might get an ult orb, but we need to get it to get us back in the game, right? Like, we need to get extra creds and ults to get back in the game. I think that's the idea.
Yep. Covering all the angles, but as we can see, Buzz posted up here.
I don't think any pro team ever is going to just jump off at the start of the round of an eco, just because it's like you're already behind anyway, and that it's very much the same talk of like there's a difference between playing to win and playing not to lose, and that is playing not to lose, right? It's like, well, you're ahead. Let me make sure you don't get 300 to 500 credits more ahead. You know what I mean? Like you're already like 2,000 credits ahead anyway, so. At that point, you might as well get whatever you have to try to get back into. Well, it's not even about giving up. I'm just saying that you're basically saying don't get too far ahead versus I'm gonna try to catch up. If that makes sense. Nice try, Foxy9.
Cannot find that kill. Boaster now watching a quick peek of the shoulder there from Bane.
What's my opinion on Paper Rex?
I love the way
No, I think they still can. I think they honestly, it's very fortunate that their group is the way it is. Dude, how in the world has DRX gotten back into this round?
All on his lonesome. You can find the 2 kills.
Oh, that turret fakes out Bane so hard. Yeah.
Set up here. Double nanos on top.
Oh, dude, Alpha, you overthought this.
Flashback will get them over the finish line. His second kill of the round, second round win for DRX as they go ahead and pick up a thrifty.
Yeah, and this is the patience that you need to see from DRX to get into the backlines, to start disrupting Fnatic. You can't let them get into comfortable post plants. You have to be coming at them from multiple angles. You have to be taking out.
But anyway, I think Paper X, I think G2 is like such a hard counter to him at this point, but honestly, Foot and EDG, it probably gets muddy, and I actually think they still have a chance of getting out of the group stage. I don't think it's going to look good, but...
And build upon that into the future rounds.
No, the ult orbs, yes, but unless you're accidentally letting someone stack it on the opponents, like you getting your ults closer is probably of more importance, right? Now, if it's like, if there's only 2 of you left and you're on the other side of the map again, like then chances are you're just giving up ult orbs, so you probably want to, like if you're already gonna die to the spike, then if you've already made up that mind, then you probably jump off. But I don't think it's I think you still try to get whatever you can as well. You saw him peek. Okay, but Foxy's here. He saw. Oh, no way, Buzz. They know that he sticks around.
Slap the mask on face. Pushing forward though, Foxy and Bane, 2-man firing.
Very good cover from Bane.
One apiece here before Bane gets taken
good
down.
swing.
Gorgeous in the back of the site, and that is going to be the swing through to go ahead and bring us to parity, tied up 3-3.
Yeah, nice job here by DRX, cutting off Fnatic at the point of attack.
Okay, you saved the op as well. That's very important. Now you have Hunter's Fury, so they have a lockdown, but you've got Hunter's Fury.
With Durka's ult very nicely, but now you've got the lockdown and
oh no, not a timeout. Okay.
You do have the Hunter's Fury. Counter the lockdown, though.
Dude, Buzz is opping. This is like the best opping we've seen from him on Abyss. Like this Abyss, like this is the best we've seen from him.
Good double swing. And the fans, the hometown fans, liking what they see so far for DRX. Now let's see.
They need something to cheer for after the opening series.
Smoke to counter mid presence a little bit.
To cheer for, just didn't end probably the way they wanted.
Well, now.
Okay, but only the Astra gets tagged, so So that's going to cause to rotate over. I like this from DRX. So you basically start the round assuming that it's going to be a hit onto A. So you've got the Cypher traps. Now you reset the one-way. The drone doesn't catch anyone, but there's no real reason to move away just yet. Right? The Hunter's Fury should be pretty good on the retake on B as well. Dude, Mako is playing with fire, and he's going to win.
Hero unawares the assault here on the A side.
They know the trap's there.
Cam able to get the ping out though onto one. Boaster just trying to hightail it out.
Oh, Boaster backing fully out has messed up the tempo here for Fnatic, but they have a good chance. Bane immediately fills the site with him. 30 seconds. Buzz is just going to watch the cross from up top.
That would note this position,
yep.
But Buzz doesn't flush far enough forward. Now he says, guys, I've got the spike.
This is just
should be the round.
Mid control that DRX likes to establish on this map does to you. It makes it so difficult to go anywhere. You have to fight tooth and nail to get into these sites sometimes. This is going to be one of those rounds, and certainly looking like it's going to
So next round, DRX probably sends the Cypher back to B. I wonder if you push out A main and then plant the up here. It's not great to run, like it's so long that you have to run back for true safety, so it's probably not the best, but I do think there's some value every now and then to post an op over here if you can.
Take a player down very nicely. So things looking pretty rock solid for
Timeout from Fnatic.
Going to take a timeout. Now you're starting to get a pretty good read here as DRX. I love the middle aggression in particular. That's something that has to be addressed by Fnatic in this time.
See what the call looks like, but I think overall.
Well, the biggest thing is that DRX basically disrespected the smokes. So that's something that Fnatic, and this is, here's the thing, is that a lot of Fnatic's compositions rely on you respecting the smokes somewhat. They're not blindly, relying on the smokes, but they do, a lot of their default positions assume that you will respect the smokes, or the smokes are placed in a way where you would kind of have to respect it just because there's so many layers to it. Is DRX a dark horse? I wouldn't call them a dark horse. I mean, just because of the branding itself as well, but they're not favorites in the tournament. They've been looking good, so I think people are very hopeful that they will reach new heights again at this tournament, and we'll see how far that gets them in this new roster, I mean. But not to the point where I mean, I guess dark horse is a bit of a subjective term, right? I guess everything is, but dark horse is very subjective because at the core of it, it just means that you think there's potential and not enough people are expecting it. So yeah, maybe you could argue that, but I don't think universally that they would be considered a dark horse.
Things you have to watch out for is how good they are at holding
so DRX is actually just because of the timeout, they're actually going to stick with the same setup. If it wasn't, I don't know, I would have actually liked to see a different setup here. But they are going to have Buzz just hold on the ground this time. I like that change up.
This time pushed up.
Yeah, different angle.
Further forward, yep.
But the drone still will clear.
He's going to hide from the drone. Someone else needs to clear it. Okay. He was on the ground once in the previous round.
Not going to connect. Just trying to see if he can suss it out. Knife to go ahead and clear that TP.
Damn.
Not falling for the bait here on the fake out. Couple shots flying.
Almost.
Able to avoid that damage.
Foxy9 used his ult real nice and early. But basically they're smoking off the approach and then they're watching mid. Drone clear in mid, this is good. DRX is playing very, very flowcharty. The only problem is that Fnatic will have endlessly more util, right? You still haven't popped the stars, you still have the Cosmic Divide. And Buzz needed to hit shots, which he does, and then there's Hunter's Fury to push them away. Gets a tag as well. And then they just leave A open because of the Cosmic Divide. Dude, how is Foxy still alive? What in the world? Okay, crash.
All 4 remaining members of DRX, they are here.
Dude, Buzz is... Dude, this is the opping jet that DRX has wanted for so long.
Seemingly just going to have to go for a save once again. Not enough time at this point to get to the other side of the map. And the idea...
Yeah, we are rooting for the Pacific teams during this Champions. Normally, I try to be... I mean, I cast for Pacific, so obviously I have a little bias to begin with, but normally I try to be very objective. But this tournament, anytime a Pacific team is playing, we're going to be not only rooting for them, but we're going to try to analyze it mostly from their POV, not just the minimap.
that it's going to be a lot more difficult for Fnatic to get over there carefully to make sure that TP is cleared. So some really nice adjustments of their own during
I mean, whatever. Supposedly, I hate every single Pacific team, right? Talon thinks I hate them just because I ranked them 9th before the year even started. Paper X fans think I hate them just because I don't pick them to lift the trophy at every tournament. I don't know where the Gen G story comes from. I guess that's just true. I guess I ranked Gen G low at the beginning of the year as well. And DRX thinks I'm a hater because I called for roster changes last year. And that was kind of true. But supposedly I hate every Pacific team.
Smoke sent down mid from both squads.
So DRX is now feeling comfy that they don't need to change the op position from the beginning of the round too much, but this time what they're going to do is they hear the pressure in mid, so they're going to rotate him over. At some point, depending on the other movement they get, he either rotates back to B or they rotate Mako. I almost said Karon. Mako over to A. This is a good play from Fnatic, though, right? They're drawing attention over in mid. You still haven't popped that star. You still have the Poison Cloud. So you're imagining this has drawn more attention in. But DRX, good timing read. Still nothing. No movement on A. The star hasn't been popped, so you start to shift your weight over. This is a hard read from DRX. Whether it works or not is a different question, but this is actually an insane read from DRX. And because of this smoke, Fnatic's they're gonna rotate back. They're gonna still hold mid control. Very, very good. Very good from both teams. This is an incredible round from both teams, actually. Because we can see the mini-map, but holy.
Smoke on the main, but the re-hit here onto the B side about to come through, but Foxy and Buzz, they have lingered. They're still here.
Okay, they're just gonna go in.
Buzz is so damn ready for it.
That was the mistake, though, because you didn't have other ways to catch up. So you were just hoping that mid would have drawn them out a bit, and then Hero was gonna push in, and you take the site. But
DRX continuing to look excellent here on Abyss.
Yeah, really sturdy stuff. Fnatic started to punch back a little bit, starting to try to fight for that mid control. They do get the opening pick, but Mako, steady as always. Steps up to the plate, takes down 2. That's clean there on Alpha. A little less clean on Boaster, but that's okay. Gets the job done. Buzz, it's been such a huge boon for this DRX squad that he has stepped up with the op.
Oh yeah.
Fnatic's been putting some fake pressure in mid, but they've never actually used it, like, you know, other than that, just this once as a kind of Hail Mary. So but this Poison Cloud, the thing is as it goes, right, it's same with Toxic Screens. Stuff like this only really matters if you use it at least once, and we haven't really seen that. They did try to come into A once, but DRX had a good read on it as well.
That he does.
But you basically have to not only break the door, but actually, like, enter in here. So once again, the door's broken, I think, so Bane's just going to clear it with a drone. Knows it hasn't happened, but they hear the lockdown, so you shift over. Foxy's here, and now Buzz is just going to hold. Now they are finally going to go for the split with the lockdown, because you have to empty Heaven as well. It's a good execute from Fnatic. What's the retake look like from DRX? Oh, dude, the flashback. Oh, man. And this is why A feels bad sometimes. They got greedy. They should have just planted safer into the steps here. They got pretty greedy, I think. Ooh, dude, Bane winning that? That's crazy.
I was very wrong. It was not tough for DRX at all.
Intros next team. I am curious. Imagine he goes back to T1. So funny.
Yep. That cam, huge for him. And I thought DRX was going to have to play post plant there.
How do you like Mako's Eye Jilling? It's been improving at a rapid pace. I mean, I didn't have any expectations just because it's like, dude's picking it up for the first time. Like, what can you expect? But
keep them from getting that plant down.
It's been going really well. I think the thing is I think they figured out a good system. I think probably the comms have cleaned up a lot, and like Foxy and Buzz and Bane are probably all contributing a lot. Flashback's probably just, you know, holding his own site. As good as ever. The setups are good. You know that's the clone. Good ping afterwards from Bane. Dude, whoa. Okay. We're getting a little antsy here. Giving over weapons and stuff.
For the first time in a long time, the man advantage is there. Pop flash going to be sent, looking for the interrupt.
Foxy knew he goofed it up. He had to just commit to it.
On his lonesome. The mask goes on the dimensional drift on the hunt, trying to spot out Buzz's position.
But overall, I think it's grown. His IGLing has gotten really good. I mean, that previous round,
Buzz not wanting to look like a fool.
both teams had really good calls.
Shot ringing out. Hearing Alpha in above him. Knows now that it's clear.
He knows someone was up top, but
seeking target, swinging forward, making a bit of noise here. Has to be suspicious still about.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a wraparound. That box is so big.
Pushes up left side and cannot find the shot. Durka with 45 HP will survive. It's going to be another MasterCard Thrifty here for
This is DRX getting a little too excited about their own Dart and Cypher setups, I think. 14 and 4, by the way. Who said Buzz can't op? Oh, that Nanoswarm never got cleared either. That was a sick Nanoswarm.
Able to cover Heaven as well.
I mean, I don't know who teams are picking up. And Champ's just barely started. Calm down, chat. We got so many months. Don't try to run the off-season rumor mill dry right from the get-go. Okay, so the only time this has been pressured is with the lockdown. And even that, DRX has looked good about it. And wow, what in the world? Why are we double opping here? That's insane. It is, yeah, it is just the last round and a half, I guess. But still, that's insane. Foxy probably just wanted to have some fun, thinking that they were heavily in the lead. So there's no real reason to be too concerned about Heaven. I like this from DRX, because the only time it happened was with the lockdown. Now, it would be very smart of Fnatic to pressure this again on the last round of the half without a lockdown. But Mako wants to get ahead of it. It's stuff like this where you've decided not to fight A main, right? And you still have no information over there on B. That Mako just pushes up. Like, stuff like this it's a good sign of an IGL. Because he knows where information is missing and he's playing the role. Now, this position's, yeah. The thing about that cubby, though, is that, like, you have to worry. Someone has to be watching this for you. And I think Bane was late to that. You can't be swiveling like that.
Couple shots coming through, just looking for that grab combo into the Nanoswarm. Unable to find it.
Well, this year, I don't know why exactly happened. Next year, they said it was going to end in October, so I assume that's like already planned and booked.
Flashback answering, finds two. Buzz trying to scope in, cannot find it.
Flashback wins these. Oh, well, that makes it a little more difficult.
Managed to get themselves up to 5 as we swap sides.
Yeah, really good discipline for Fnatic towards the end of this, especially with these mid re-clears. Reading Mako's lurk. Saw that in the tape. I think he did it against Crew, but hard to say for sure.
Hard to say indeed, but hard to say who's going to be coming out on top of this one. We'll find out when we come back from the break.
All right. On attack. Oh, dude, this comp is going to be... It's tough.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. It just looks like Glow's like memorizing callouts on the map. To be very honest, I think DRX has been. First of all, obviously, the op is very helpful. Buzz's op was on fire, but aside from that, I feel that Fnatic maybe wasn't using the map as much. I would have liked to see them use it more.
All right, DRX now swapping over onto the attack. Fnatic up to 5 at the very end. Those last few rounds for them looking a bit more like the Fnatic that we've come to expect here in the tournament thus far. Does that continue? And can they pick up that next pistol win?
Yeah, definitely. Some good adjustments there towards the end of that half for Fnatic.
Killjoy, Astra Viper.
A little bit more defender-sided for a lot of teams. So we'll see if DRX can find some magic to take their map pick here.
This toxic screen.
Sturdy on their defense.
It's a good one.
To consider.
Breaks off B site, helps cover mid as well. I mean, dude, just look at how much they care about mid. Toxic screen. You got the star. You got the turret.
Mid control going to be relatively important for DRX throughout, and they are already.
And DRX, I mean, that smoke will dissipate, but.
Take a peek. There is a turret out there. It gets cleared.
Okay, so for now it looks like a B split, so Fnatic's going to back out. Yeah, you see the pings because mid's been given up, turret's been broken. You have no vision, so you're afraid of this. I think DRX, it's okay to keep pushing up for now because Flashback's watching here. But I don't know if you actually commit to going in here unless Bane is somehow able to creep into the site. This, I mean, it's a good way to counter this toxic screen, but... Oh, this is... Yeah, I don't... Oh, man. It's good high-low setup from Fnatic, though.
Foxy and Flashback. Bane now going to be taken down as this looks to be a flawless, unless Mako has something to say about it. A couple players worked low, plenty of footsteps being made. Finds the headshot. Oh, falls for the fake out. Not going to get punished yet as he jumps across over onto the rope.
Oh my...
Drops down, rides back up. The swing now coming through.
Mako, what are we doing here?
Some of that momentum, but it's snappy with a follow-up. Pulls back away, concussed here for the moment. Mako putting up a solid effort, but ultimately is still in such a rough position. And even make it in time, he's going to go.
Chronicle's going to be here.
Cannot stop him on the drop down, but can certainly swing.
He's actually going to get it, though.
Go for the knife? No. Push up into the smoke.
Oh, no. I thought he would get the plant money.
This is really nice here for Fnatic. Just a good read and even better shooting.
NT.
To stop DRX in their tracks. You know, again, DRX is overcommitting a few extra players, but the shots are just too good from Boaster and Chronicle.
I mean, it's what a high-low setup.
And just nails a couple nasty shots. Chronicle just able to get there in time as well. And Foxy9 always positive in terms of his spirits, no matter what's going on in the score lines.
Even with an
okay, well that was
he's just unflappable.
That was a pistol.
Just happy, yeah, his cheeriness, his energy. Such a nice kid, and now DRX.
Nah.
All classics.
He's done it. He's had it before. He casted them getting reverse swept last year. He's fine.
Similar to what we saw from Fnatic.
So you're just going for orbs. I don't mind that.
A few buy downs compared to the last one. DRX doesn't like what they see. Just gonna immediately hightail it over, leaving Flashback behind. As that lurking player. See if they can break through. Boaster on the A side.
Yep, give it to Bane. You stack the Hunter's Fury here.
Fast track towards this Hunter's Fury here from Bane. 3 charges thus far. Flash on the corner at the ready. As Chronicle
oh, I like the one way. That smoke tries to counter it a little bit,
but
like
we're going to be playing a little bit of back and forth there. Pendulum swinging. Don't like what they see on the A side. And let's go back over to B. Flashback. He's pushed in.
All right, he's been spotted.
Could catch somebody off guard, maybe.
But they're just going to back off. They don't want to deal with it. Wow.
Sure he got spotted
surely they double swing out before everyone gets here, though.
Nothing else. Fnatic have been very good about identifying.
Oh my, dude, he's so. Oh my gosh. How does he?
Able to find that. 3 players left standing. As DRX just look to try to see if they can do any real damage here. Flash going to be sent out, swing onto the corner. Durka eventually able to find his mark, but Bane does put down a hero. Any more deaths from here, and that would be costly for the side of Fnatic, but so far
NT.
They will be able to hold on to their weapons, the ones that matter. And as the defuse comes in, they will tie us up at 7-7.
Which team has the most mechanical power?
Very clean with those classics. Or DRX. Flashback. He's been nuts with them. Yeah. He's absolutely cracked with that gun, and that's unusual to say, but he hit what, 3 headshots in a row or something like that there? It was absolutely disgusting.
It's a good question.
But already DRX with a timeout.
I mean, in pure just 5 1v1s, probably Paperworks, but well, actually, maybe not even 1v1s. That's actually not their biggest selling point, other than something.
Making the best out of bad situations.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's full classics. You don't do any economic damage realistically, but you still do.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. It's also just tough to tell because so much of Valorant is actually a team aspect of it. Like the only times we really see pure individual mechanical excellence come up is when you have to clutch. But anyway, very early timeout, which honestly I don't know. I wouldn't have called it.
Up 7-7 in this classic match. Every champion's.
But I think the only thing we would talk about is maybe needing to be a bit pacier and getting information on the site, right?
These two teams are going to collide one way or another.
Yeah, plenty of history between them.
And no presence in mid. Maybe some more presence in mid. I know they had it in the pistol, but
And every time it's been a 2-1. One way or the other. Every time.
I mean, that's just DRX.
Well, that's true.
Just good.
I think maybe a main fight. Yeah, maybe that's something you talk about for DRX is
the whole thing memorized. I don't know what they say. But
this is not a comp that's going to aggressively fight A main too much.
But that's just, yeah, that's who they are. You know, it's
good, honest living.
It is. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, now we go into the rifle v rifle. Timeout call from DRX. See what the game plan looks like for now.
Yeah, so they want to check for A main.
Nothing noted there. 3 players set up though on this A side.
But here's the thing: is that you're playing against a double controller with a Sentinel, right? I mean, this is it's freaking Viper, Astra.
Maybe set up for a crunch through the vents.
Like there is so much map control and so many things Fnatic can cycle.
Shock dart there, trying to clear. Yeah, not connecting, trying to clear that.
It's a very control mid-range type, a little bit of both, but obviously very heavy on the control. But because it's Viper Astra, you have a lot of mid-range AK. Like you can outlast people in terms of util. So just purely waiting, I don't like this isn't a comp that's going to push out very often.
For a brief little moment. Decides to tuck back. I'm worried about that.
Okay, Paranoia to break through.
Paranoia gonna be sending cross
And the cyber cage. And the flash and dash in.
Letting them know that he is in this position. Both in the meantime stuck here in this nebula.
He's just trying to draw as much time as possible before the rest of them get in.
Will end up falling. Buzz fishing here at backside, spamming into that smoke here.
Okay, Flashback has a really good hold.
So far though, it's just gonna be a spike.
I don't know how I feel about Bane doubling up on this, but you have a tripwire here, you're watching this way, you've got the cam.
To set up the hit here for DRX to clear out the tower.
No tower control.
You're watching out for basically one flash, and there it is. And Buzz antis it perfectly. That should basically shut down the retake.
Double setup though in towers. Bane could
Yeah, Bane doesn't want to double up into the vent.
Oh, a quick peek in. But then
because then he would give Flashback away.
The double push off the weapon scoop up there from Hero. It looks like the call to just save these 2 rifles has been made. DRX is going to be regaining the lead.
Oh, this is just a really well thought out round from start to finish for DRX. Unchallenged in mid.
So basically what they do is they're not trying to... So DRX, the change here, because of how Fnatic's going to cycle through the util, I like it. It's not the same way I would have done it, but I think it's probably the smarter way.
Take control of that space. Set them up for that first kill.
Is you basically check for any early aggression, and if they aren't there, they haven't taken that space, they're not a team that's going to. Instead of inching forward bit by bit, they basically take contact, right? They slow creep up, and then burn some of the enemy's util, and then it's just boom, you execute onto the site. And that's the way to do it. You have to take slow contact against Fnatic's comps most of the time. You see the Yoru, so you think it might be a push out. But you smoke that off. I mean, Durka can always TP.
You're going to maybe want to try to test this defensive setup with the Viper and the KJ, but Durka, of course, is a Yoru. He can very quickly get around the map if needed. So DRX taking their time on this. Dart cleared. Trying to see if they can find that pick, find that extra
this time they're back to drawing out util for util a little bit again. I think Fnatic's going to be okay with that.
Yeah, calls being made. I mean, Poster in a far forward position here at main. Kind of needs to win out this fight. And as always gets caught. And, okay, he's able to back away.
Okay, that's going to tie them up on A, but you're still meaning to go B. This is good. So since you missed out on the util for util, you're basically, again, taking slow contact, forcing that presence, smoke off, and then drone. I love the timing of this as well. It's well prepped from DRX. It's just that this is where the Killjoy is set up. And Alphair is ready for it.
Alphair is grinding him into a paste.
Critically, Bane was able to keep enough players distracted over on the A side, give them a little bit of extra room to get through, but man advantage for Fnatic on this retake. Are they going to be able to clear?
Bane's got lineups, but he's only got one.
Have a fragment, a shock dart here to try to set up for the post plant, but you don't have that, that Viper, that vulnerability to try to set up for the kills as easily. Smoke coming through, and
oh!
Hitting the headshot, swings up into the smoke, fires off a couple
He's waiting for the jump in. Oh, and he walks out of it, dude. Very good from Mako. So much time bought. And the shock dart fragment to buy time. Huge. No time. Tactically, what's better? Playing to the weakness of your opponents or the strength of your own? I mean, obviously the easy answer here is 50. You do both. You do half and half, but
such good awareness, such good shooting. Mako, what else can you say? That is ridiculously good reactions. Mako's Mako, though.
I think it is generally better to have a good idea of what their weakness is, though. I think it's better to know both of your weaknesses than your strengths, right? I think it's better to know the opponent's win condition so you can ruin it, but also know your limit. So you work around it.
Karan as Rookie of the Year, you would have to win champions. Flashback, that's exactly what he wants to do.
Oh, he's certainly looking good so far. He's definitely a contender, no doubt about it.
And again, look at this. No, just no noise, nothing. Just slow creep up each time. I mean, this time it's against an eco, so it does seem a little crazy, but
very much qualified to step into Leo's shoes here. For now, gummed up on
you can spam him.
Shots to the box as they try to assess where they want to go for the plan here. Nebula's going to be coming through. Looks they want to try to use this against Fnatic to be able to safely get that spike planted. They do so. Buzz with the Outlaw still playing forward. Takes a couple shots, goes for the swing, and Alphair able to put him down.
Alphair holds closer. That's rough. But this one is spammable.
Can be scooped up for them as Foxy having to tuck back, nearly getting picked off. Ping gets the reveal. The grab well to try to pull him forward.
Oh, dude, they knew they got the weekend on him.
Diffuse out, going to be held, covering fire. Alphair shuts it down. Diffuse held to half. The dueling Hunter's Fury is coming through, and Bane loses out on the fight.
And he's already done half.
On his lonesome, gets a blind shot, but cannot do anything more. Spike will be diffused. Hero will be shut down on that push up. The Fnatic with 2 players surviving.
Yeah, this is the upper bracket of this group, Group A.
And you're seeing the fearsomeness of this Fnatic comp when they have time, when they have comfort to set up all this util. First of all, I love Alpha's early nano swarm there to buy himself some time when he gets paranoid on top of the box, to give his team a little bit more ability to make some quick rotations. But then you have so much ability to make Foxy9 so miserable behind the jump. The snake bite into the
Okay, Cam to try to get some mid control. Zero point to push them back. It's just the Yoru, so you wonder. Well, now that the dart's out, you know that the Sova's here as well. And now you know it's the operator. Huge win from Fnatic, though. And then the aggressive drone.
Just wants to try to disguise maybe that Vandal as much as possible, but as he draws it out, they'll see it in the silhouette.
And once again, DRX starting to line up. Flashback.
They know the door's been broken. Flashback, just creeping up. Just the Hero Vandal.
Watches back, can wait for the rest of the team, but they're pinging it out. Fnatic knows they've given this space up. Knows that it is decently likely that Flashback has taken advantage of it.
Yeah, ping's coming down though, also from the side of DRX. Wary that there could
Gonna go for the paranoia again.
Just on the opposite side of this very flimsy door.
This is gonna be tough. Buzz with that Hero Vandal.
Yep, paranoia doesn't hit if you're deep in the corner. Huge. Huge. Buzz, my guy.
Op is going to be scooped up. Buzz says thank you very much. Lockdown available for Alpha here. Does he send it though in a 2v3, knowing that weapons are recovered. Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Opts to go for it. The fragment isn't in play. You know, there's nothing to really clear this one out unless Buzz gets on a deep enough line. But now Buzz is out into the open. He's got nowhere to go.
You want to try to float down to the ledge. That's rough.
Snake bite on the one side. The smoke. A bit of a question mark there. As Alpha going for the defuse. Mako waiting patiently. Here's
oh,
the
he knows.
Knows that it's up to half. Swings back in and cannot make it happen. Narrow margins, but Fnatic will tie us up.
I mean, Buzz is also really, really good on his entries as usual. Knocking a couple down, but an even better retake here from Fnatic.
Tied 9-9.
Locked on to great success. Buzz there working that angle against Durka so nicely, ready for the follow-up. Huge shots from Mako. Not sure what happened with that smoke.
Oof.
Just
that spray.
Too quick on the trigger with it, maybe. Panicked a little bit.
Either way, I mean, that felt like that was a must-win round for the side of Fnatic, given the commitment with that lockdown. So are able to find that win. They've got 3 ultimates to try to counteract the 4 that are available on the side of DRX.
The start, the default starts have been the same for DRX the entire time, but I think a little bit, man, I don't know. It's tough.
You can find an opening.
This time you have a bunch of ultimates. Obviously, most of them not going to be used on the execute itself, but that's the other thing about this composition that I always not a big fan of. But
find a different way to adjust to it. I like this change up from Fnatic. Making sure that that extra angle is going to be that much more difficult for DRX to create.
I think taking a main control a bit earlier just to draw out at least one cycle wouldn't be the end of the world. But once again, they'll go for slow creep ups.
Whether it be Durko, whether it be Boaster.
Oh, TP up in the tower.
Well, that's a different way to get in there.
His paranoia's going to go cross.
Okay, but this gives them another backup plan that is now dead.
Alpha here finding that punish here in mid. Knew that he was going to be going for it no matter what. The patience pays off. Fnatic once again, man advantage. Quick drift across from Bane, spotting out Chronicle's position as the null command.
Oxy9, null command. That's going to keep him alive as well.
Shocked out a little bit too deep. Damage not going to be found.
Mako needs to hold that. Okay, he does. Saw him.
Catches a glimpse but cannot catch the shot. He gets eliminated as this dimensional drift leads the charge. Bane now in such a poor position. Completely and utterly surrounded. Doesn't know which way to look. And that is going to be a flawless as Fnatic will gain the lead.
Phenomenal retake here from the side of Fnatic. Able to give up that space to DRX willingly. I like the idea there.
Fnatic's adjusted. I think another timeout is in order. DRX should have a second one, yeah?
We have the dimensional drift. We can use that. Plus they cut down flashback as well. So that extra layer of lurking.
Because Fnatic's adjusted now. They give that early space and then they start to close in. And then they just re-clear mid. And then it's an easy peasy hold. Easy peasy retake.
This is going to be DRX
no
back
timeout though.
Still not going to be seeing that second timeout call.
Yeah. I guess they're on an eco, so.
Perhaps for the next buy round.
Yeah, could be the next one.
Blades online. Both are just playing forward, more than happy to eat that null command as he puts, or that 0 point I should say, as Mako gets put down to 49 health. Buzz needing to be crispy here on the entry. Up and over the top, the ping reveal coming through, but
oh, he wants to greed for it. That is rough.
Just a classic in hand. The side is DRX's, but can they hold it is the question.
Ooh.
What a util combo to try to set Buzz up. It almost works.
Quick peek out. Durka going to be rerouted here. Buzz continuing the jiggle peek, but there's a double wraparound coming through in mid at the moment that he's going to have to try to greet at the door. The push forward. Shot rings out. The blind connecting, and Durka finds his man.
Buzz has too much he needs to do here. He's going to get, corralled.
But here comes the drop down. Here comes the flood. Mako trying to hold the line. The quick TP. The trap. Getting the stun. Shots ringing.
This is a, dude. Using this Cosmic Divide to just buy time, that's incredible.
DRX pull off a MasterCard thrifty of their own when they need it the most.
What a game! What shooting from Mako and Foxy9. I thought this had Fnatic written all over it. You don't get.
Oh yeah, what a round from Foxy, really. Dude, that ante. Oh, 2 shot, 2 kill.
Flashed up the heck from Durka's utility, dead to rights. And then Foxy9 finds 2 huge ones. Mako comes in with 3. DRX ties it up.
And this was like
Foxy just still looks happy. He's like, I'm just happy to be here, man.
And then you open it, and there's just an expletive in there. That's what that round felt like if you were cheering for Fnatic, because it seemed like they had it on lock.
Again, just the same setup, but this time they cover up A main, right? So they're hoping to draw out a reaction. Fnatic, smartly so, are still just holding their util. They're like, all right, you know, they want us to just kind of get baited, and then they hit fast. So we're gonna wait to see where that contact comes in from. Fnatic's been playing with a lot of non-information, and I think DRX finally recognized that, so they're burning time a bit more and waiting for things like this drone. It's taken out immediately.
Now, who gets an N64 at the age of 45?
What the F? Come on, man.
Well, anyway, crucial round. Let's focus up here. 10-10 on the scoreline.
No, watching is very much enjoyable. Playing, it's a bit of a hit or miss. I still enjoy playing it. So for me, that's why I don't play during the season much, and then I'll play a little. I mean, I'll play obviously during patches and stuff just to test the new changes, and then I'll play once the off season starts. Like I've been playing a little bit now in the downtime. Huge kill. Can't believe you're going into this, and I can't believe you're winning out on it.
The site now broken open. Chronicle dead. As Bolster now will have to just go ahead and try to save this weapon.
Man, oh man. I mean, that looked like it was going to be difficult. Hero got that pit down just before the 0 point arrives.
Dude, they might be able to close this out. Honestly, I think Fnatic are
floods into it. No hesitation to make sure he's cleared out. Flashback on that lurk, able to cut down Chronicle.
They're playing very. I mean, they're kind of falling into their own traps with their composition, in my opinion.
In what has been a tremendous start.
That's what it feels like.
To another great series between these two teams.
I mean, that's the thing. The DRX gaining the lead. It does feel like they really need this win here on Abyss.
Oh, yes.
Given that Lotus is coming up next.
Oh, God, yes.
But because that Lotus is coming up next, if DRX do win on Abyss, then I am so ready for a potential 3-mapper. But this all starts with that snappy headshot from Foxy, just getting the punish here onto Alpha.
Absolutely disgusting. He has come online in the last couple of rounds.
So funny.
Oh, I love it.
So funny. Well, it is online.
Also one of those hype guys.
Do they go for a fast hit? I don't think they will because of where the Omen is.
Kind of the trio here.
He's been spotted. So that gives the cam for free for flashback. That's huge. You're waiting for a push out because basically DRX is saying, dude, Fnatic, they've been playing with non-information for so much, and they countered us a little bit in the middle, and they caught up, but now once again, they kind of just have to go for these blind stacks. Surely they push out, and the Euro did in mid. Doesn't get info, so you're expecting another push out. He doesn't, so they're slow creeping.
How do they get that done? Flashback is watching for a deep lurk, expecting something with those weaker buy from Fnatic.
This turret lets them know that no one's actually gone through mid yet, though.
Lower purchase, but didn't have
dude.
Durka getting timing like
oh, Durka. Great timing here from DRX. Saw one.
Swings in, finds Boaster. It's Chronicle, the shot going right above Mako's head.
Flashback getting taken care of is big news for Fnatic, but you have the Hunters.
He failed the jump.
Wait, what?
Trying to wrap around.
Wait, but why is he so...
At least that's what all I have to assume.
That's my best guess.
Hero silent on the drop down. 20 HP though remaining here for him.
We might have been blinded? We have to see it. It looks like he might have been blinded, and maybe he missed the jump here. I think there might have been a deep flash here.
Chronicle, just a Marshall in hand.
There's no way that he just jumps off.
Foxy gonna be tagged down low, cannot find it, and
because it's not like you get shot from this jump.
He's not going to be able to get away from this one. DRX will move up 12-10. Map point in their hands.
This is incredible from DRX. Give me that replay. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
And then
let's take a look back at this one.
I want to see this. Bane so good checking that angle. Durka there.
Yeah, this is just the usual. Yeah, it's...
Instead, just
Oh!
phased.
Oh, he
Just-
just
he
literally backpedaled.
Just backpedaled off.
I thought he had messed up the jump, but I mean that's.
no.
But the thing is, that's why we saw, and at least he has an alright smile at the end. But that's why we saw Durka get timing, because he's trying to play on that ledge. He's trying to get as close to it as possible without falling off. So he's checking that side.
No, man, you gotta know.
Yep. Yep.
You gotta know, man. That's unfortunate. Because the other parts of that side have a railing, I'm pretty sure. I think that's why, but...
A lot of kind of mechanics you're not really used to having in your back pocket unless you play a whole lot of the, practice round map, getting yourself into that parkour setup. But most of the other maps, there's less danger in those situations, mostly none.
Yeah.
So, let's see what Fnatic wants to do. They need 2 more to send us into OT. They're going to have a big buy coming up. They're going to have that lockdown.
So Fnatic's coming up with a buy.
But DRX has the counter with the Hunter's Fury available.
I think
to set this up.
I don't think you go for a fast hit, because I think you probably suspect that Fnatic will wait for it.
Buzz on this attacker side.
There is an operator now as well.
Saw Fnatic
But Buzz has his own. Has had his own.
at home for now.
What's up, Trader Joe?
From Durka.
A lot resting on this. I mean, clearly the map resting on this is Mako and Buzz. Cash aplenty. Say, hey, let's try that double op thing, but this time on the attack. And the lack of the operator has been something that has been hindering Buzz a little bit. He's had a couple.
So DRX is going to, they're gonna kind of fish for an early kill on both
Just
sites.
said that. We might need to get your hearing checked.
No, I know, but I mean, I'm just trying to understand it with Mako picking it up.
And Mako used to be a Jet player.
That's true.
Once upon a time.
He did. This is very unorthodox for DRX.
No, his IGLing has gotten a lot better. Just overall, the team too, like their protocols have gotten very clean. They're looking like they're back in old DRX form almost in terms of like their playbook.
Slowly backing away.
But they've adjusted it for the players that they have. So now you've shown that Buzz has an operator. He doesn't have to stick with it, but
everybody else from DRX gets ready to stack up on A.
changes it out for a rifle. Same with Mako.
Hope that somebody will walk out.
I would assume. Yep.
Drone to try to check. Tuck back from Foxy. Nothing
Oh, but
spotted
this
over
drone
A.
slows it down. But there's nobody spotted. So that actually works out even better, man. Fnatic, they're all leaving.
Okay, a sense here.
But the recon goes so deep and there's no information. This is good from Fnatic. But DRX knows that they're a little late, right? Because of the drone coming in from Chronicle. So they know that they need to go deep, and Buzz is just on it, man. Buzz is... Dude, I love Buzz. Buzz is my favorite. Buzz is the best.
6 feet under. Looks for the follow-up flick.
He plays so crazy when he actually wants to win. Like whether it actually leads to a winner. Sometimes it's a little haphazard. Like sometimes it's a little haphazard, but
Now pushing forward. Flashback taken down. And lockdown is in play. Fragment going to be sent to try and delay. Hunter's Fury's
I wouldn't call them a dark horse, but they're not favorites, that's for sure.
The Hunter's Fury now open to try to stop any potential planter, and Hero will get taken down, but it's already held a half.
Uh-oh, the half already done.
He just stole it away from them all. The 4K as well to boot, and DRX had everything in their hands, and they have let it go.
And all it took was one missed shot from Buzz. He knows he can hold that angle because there's no flashes. And he's got them dead to rights as soon as they come around that corner. There's not a great angle for Alpha to use the lockdown from the back of sight until he pushes forward. And then it's just marching orders here, and I think just DRX gets really...
Yeah, but no, well, this is exactly what I was saying, is that win or lose, though, I like that he goes crazy. It is overheating every now and then, but...
Once Fnatic was given that slight opportunity, they completely took control of that round.
They did, and that's the
Well,
thing
it's
that you
still,
cannot do against
still doable.
this team.
Good timeout from
From
DRX.
DRX as they look to avoid an overtime here. But it feels like it all came down to that critical moment. Save the Hunter's Fury. Don't clear out the lockdown. We'll go ahead and try to pick off the diffusers, but they just can't keep the players alive at the front of sight.
Well, and I think in DRX's mind, you're probably saying, well, they have to dry swing everything. We could just hold angles. No problem. And they just couldn't do it. They got outshot. And that leaves Bane on an island at that point. So
They haven't gone B in a while.
I would have rather seen it there to clear out the lockdown.
But I don't think they will, because I think that's too obvious.
That's when you got to kind of have that idea, but my guess is they already kind of had those protocols in place ahead of time or something, or they talked about it, and so it made it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, it do be like that. However,
Although maybe you wait the first 20 to 30 seconds, slow creep into A, and during that, maybe you finally try a lurk all the way on B site.
I mean, especially Alpha.
Something that DRX hasn't really done, and like actually going into the site, because just sending util has not been great. Alpha's had some good reads on it.
Taking this into overtime. We'll see though as we go into this. 0 point this time, not going to be noting anything. Question is that
Same exact opening as every other round for DRX, right? Recon to check close, 0 point to hold A main. Drone comes out, and they're going to push out very far. Oh, you saw that it was the op.
More than enough. Backs away. Shock dart towards the corner, but Buzz just out of range of it. Able to stay alive. Smoke has to come through.
That's both flash drives gone.
For that exchange. However, Chronicle
Rotating now is a pretty hard tell, but we'll see. They have to be fast, because you're not holding these guys here for long.
Being pretty quick to rotate over to B. If they can just kind of dial up a good execute here, they could pretty decisively.
I wouldn't say Foxy9 is so much of a vibes guy. Like he's definitely very well-spirited. He used to be a cracked mechanics guy. I think he's playing his role very well, though.
Dashes over to the side. Hero playing forward here. Guardian in hand. Spots out one. Finds the kill.
You gotta hunt him down. There you go. You have to hold back sight.
Hero and Alpier both going to be taking out. The knives now going to be popped just in case he needs a backup. There's Buzz going to be playing on a deeper angle. Everybody from the side of DRX getting disconnected from the site.
Oh, they have an op, though. You don't have an Odin.
Coming through. Durka
So flashback has to go. Flashback has to go. There's no killjoy. Yep, this is the answer.
Flash at the ready to pull out.
Oh.
Wise to
Whoa.
and snaps over, finds a
There, but they didn't hear it. But they didn't hear it.
Finds the headshot through the smoke to deny it away. Fnatic a whisper away from taking us into overtime, but Buzz had had enough. 13-11. Fnatic fighting tooth and nail. They made it a banger, but it's DRX winning the map.
Oh my gosh.
You better buckle up, people.
No, Bane is the Korean Zelsis. Why is everyone getting this wrong? Bane was touted as the Korean Zelsis. I actually think I started it, and Bane said he agreed, and Termi said he agreed. That was stage 1. Since then, Bane has no longer been the Korean Zelsis because he's the one that crumbles under his own pressure on himself. But Foxy9 was never called the Korean Zelsis, just so we're very clear. People keep confusing this. Foxy just like smiles and he jokes around a lot. Like you can just tell like he's a bit of a jokester. Same with Bane, but like Bane is much more the like let's go, like the hype guy. Foxy's much more the like yeah, like I love being here. I love video games, you know. But I mean Foxy, the thing is he's playing in a position, especially the way that DRX plays. The difference between DRX and Gen G a little bit is that DRX, I think, in some ways is a bit more reliant on Buzz and then Flashback. As much as Gen G, obviously, Texture and Meteor are very good, they're not, like, their playstyle isn't reliant on them, per se. But that means, like, Foxy's job is to really just, Foxy and Bane's job is to just set up Buzz for success. And I think he does that pretty well. He is mechanically very gifted. It's just that he's in a position where he's like, the problem with Foxy used to be that he only ever knew how to shoot. So he would overheat whenever he was playing Duelist. He couldn't really play the other roles well, etc. So now that he's playing, you know, mostly the utility on his role, I think he's doing very well. What happened to Foxy? Oh, supposedly he sprained his ankle. I don't know what happened. It's the first time I was seeing it when they walked onto stage. What was this focus? Foxy9's vibe, flashback. Bane's the hype guy. It's like Foxy9's vibing, but Bane's the hype guy. it's more like Bane is more, or used to be, and I think he still is. It's just that when he doesn't do well, he's very hard on himself, so he kind of doesn't really get the team hyped. But like Bane is closer to Zelsis, while Foxy is closer to Tens. Does that make sense in terms of like their attitude? Dude, Bane's the one who's always screaming. Him and Buzz. Foxy's never screaming. He's always like, yeah, give me that fist pump. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you look at his Kayams, and I don't know where this came to be. I think it's because we did that quiz, and like, I think both Quack and Asteroid said Foxy 9 was the Korean Zelsis, and they both got it wrong. Because it was Bane. When he first joined in stage, I guess it's when he first joined in stage 1, like, he was popping off, and even if he wasn't, like, you could tell he was the one who was like, let's go, like, we can do it. Like, he was getting giga hyped and whatnot. Yeah, Foxy 9's more the kind of like chill, like the passive memer. Like, he's got memes and he'll joke, but you know, like Tens kind of gives me that vibe in their comms videos and in their vlogs, right? Like, he'll just nonchalantly meme.
That was for DRX. I'm now joined by their head coach Termi and Jen to do some translations as well. Now, Termi, there's always obviously a risk to pick a map where your opponent has never.
Dude, I can't believe DRX picked the new map against Fnatic and won, though. That's incredible.
What was your first reactions, and did you think that was something you could have maybe prepared for?
그동안 보여주지 않은 맵을 고른다는 건 좀 어느 정도 위험 요소가 있는 일이잖아요. 그 푸나틱의 어비스 조합을 봤을 때 어떤 생각이 드셨는지, 그리고 좀
No, if you sprain your ankle pretty badly, sometimes you need crutches. I don't know if they said that he broke it. I thought they said he sprained it, but
팀이지만 제 아무리 푸나틱이어도 대회에서 한 번도 안 했다는 것은 좀 현장에서 경험 미스로 인한 좀 실수들이 나올 수 있다고 판단을
oh, dude, Termi with the goated response, man. Listen to this once she translates it.
조합이라 저희끼리 얘기를 잘 해서 크게 당황하지 않고 이겼던 것 같습니다.
Fnatic are a really strong team, but given that they've never played this map before on stage, it means that there's a possibility that they don't have enough reps in the officials, so there could be a lot of mistakes from their side as well. And we're super confident that no matter what comps that they pull out, what strats that they pull out, we can beat them on this map. That's how strong we are on Abyss.
Yeah, you guys looked very strong. Thank you
so
very much, Coach
that's
Termi,
exactly what happened to DRX against Fnatic on Fracture.
Holy crap. That was
and DRX learned the lesson.
That matchup there on Abyss. Of course, DRX walking away with the win courtesy.
Dude, the hate that Termi used to get was so ridiculous. But he was like getting it in Korea too, and like I get why, but I don't know. Like, here's the thing, like, I thought roster changes were necessary. It's not, and I always said it sucks because if you ask me, like, well, who's the weak link? It's not that I thought anybody was like a distinct weak link. It's just that, like, you needed a change and you needed upgrades. And that sounds ridiculous, but we do have upgrades, right? No, you could say he fumbled it, but like but that's the thing, is that even that, it's like he fumbled 1 year. I wouldn't say even fumbled, it's just that they fell from glory, right? It's not like he suddenly ended VCT Pacific in 9th place or something. And yes, because there was no roster change, it does make you question, like, how in the world are these guys not adjusting? But he's also a guy who was like innovating the strat book of Valorant for 2 years prior to that. So like, because the team fell from glory for 1 year, calling for his head seems a little reactionary.
Into the A site with some really nice utility, especially
the not calling timeout, like, I get it. Like, you can be angry about certain things he did, but then being like, he's incompetent, he should be replaced, is just like the timeout thing. I think I get why he did it. I mean, not just the whole like well, I wanted them to learn to mid round, and even that I think is like I do think it's reasonable. It's just never gonna look good. But okay, the Foxy 9 one I agree. The Foxy 9 one I agree just because I think it was bad for both him and Foxy 9. So I agree with that. Like again, I'm not saying Termi's untouchable. Like I think Termi made a lot of mistakes. I think he did. I think Termi, you know, didn't make all the right calls. But the other thing is like I'm sure it's not like I'm not out here trying to defend Termi. I think this is just true for a lot of coaches. Is that everything I've seen and heard for all regions, by the way, is that coaches don't actually have, like, it's not just the one person in a room thinking about roster change. You know what I mean? It's like management, it's other coaches, the players. Like, there's so many things that come in. And so the one criticism I used to have is like, it feels like Termi and the overall team, and I would say this is why I would criticize the team. The one criticism I had of DRX was it felt like they knew they wanted to make a change, but they were too scared to do it because they were too scared from falling from glory, because you knew that you would have to rip the band-aid off and then start over. But then basically they half-assed it, and now they just looked even worse. So that's the criticism I would give them. But then again, the internet overreacts about everything. So like I get why it happened. I just think it was weird.
I mean, we've seen subverted expectations.
Yeah, he was the same coach for Vision Strikers. He was the same guy.
Anything's possible, especially when you have players firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it's just that it was a worse year. It's just that it was a worse year, and then the thing with Foxy 9 made it all the worse, which again, I do think that was bad. But like, but I also totally, dude, like I would not have, like, it's easy for me to say sitting outside to be like, oh, hold on, let's listen to the interview.
Map 2 now, Elma, it looked like that buzz was causing you guys a lot of issues on map 1. How do you make sure you have to shut him down on map 2 before things get out of hand?
I think obviously Buzz is a good player, but we've got to make sure that we're just trading. If we have two players there, not getting hit by too much utility, I mean, he can't kill two people at once. So our players are good, they'll hit their shots, so I'm not too worried.
All right, thank you very much for your time. Let's see if Fnatic can bring it back on map 2.
Good interview. Nice and confident. What was I saying? But the thing is it's easy for me to say, being a third party, of being like, dude, you gotta pick and choose. Like, you gotta either put Foxy 9 in and deal with it and just learn to grow again and just get, you know, trash talked by all your fans for a full year, or you just don't do that. You do one last run and then you make big changes, right? It's easy for me to say that, but like, given the reputation they had in Korea, and given the way that fans react, and given the expectations that were on them, and given that it was the first year of VCT, like, I get how you would make the, I'm gonna say it, the bad decision of like trying to give Foxy chances, but then taking it away when you had to make a run, because you feel like you had to make a run. So it's like,
later, deeper on in the playoffs, admittedly. Yeah, exactly.
Does Gen G have the best coaching staff or DRX? I mean, I think they're both strong. I mean, Gen G's, you'd have to wait. I think, you know, it's only a year. It's clearly very good. I think the combo of Solo and HSK helps a lot. Solo had 2 years that were kind of iffy. Oh my.
Finals appearance, something like that. Surely you have that form.
No.
I like, we got Chamber.
Dude,
that is a weird one.
Chamber's in the house, baby.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, the composition itself is not that unusual, to be honest. And
Can we not? Can we stop?
Happy on the agents that they're playing.
I mean, they have been playing Chamber before. They were previously playing this comp with Neon as well. Now they've changed it over to
yeah, that time Flashback was playing it. Now Foxy's playing it. But why are we so... Dude, T1, like, T1's legacy this year is just pilling other teams on the Chamber.
It's somewhat predictable. There's only a few
That's
players
crazy.
Who play Chamber and get good value out of the rendezvous.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be difficult for the DRX to catch him off guard, but at least you're leaning into the raw
It's
talent.
insane to say that Gen G's coaching staff is more proven, just because, I mean, yes, I understand it's a different level of competition, but like, DRX's was like the most proven of the world for 2 years. So I do think it's a little insane to say that Gen G's is more proven. I think Gen G's had more success this year.
The last time we'd seen them play on Lotus versus Gen G, that was that Neon breach set up. The Chamber was there, but it was on the hand.
Josh RT is very good. Josh RT is very good. His prep and his anti is very, very solid. I would say even a Team Heretics, right? Nilzunio and his crew. I think Heretics also does a really good job in their coaching.
Foxy 9 as the Chamber a little bit better.
No, it's not a throw. They've played the chamber before. They had flashback on it when Buzz was playing the neon. And other teams have played the chamber. The chamber itself is not. And let's hold on. Let's work through this. Oh, I also never did the predictions, so I'll just give you guys the points for the first one, which almost none of you will get because you all thought Fnatic was gonna win. Yeah, non-believers. Sorry about that. No predictions for this one, I guess. The problem with chamber is it just feels like you have to, like, especially on this map, you like have to hit your shots, but we'll see. But if you do, the pressure you get is immense. T1 made it work for quite some time, beginning of the year. For now, it's not going to matter because they're just going to group up. Boaster is still here. Does he stay? I think he stays, yeah. I think that is the play, because that forces him to have to clear it. He does get spotted. Oh! Dude, he literally just dropped the boom bot on him. Whoa, Mako. Whoa, how does he still get one there? Whoa. Whoa, flashback. What are we doing here? Oh. Okay, now it's a double up. It's double up. Just high-low. Oh my! What in the... Dude, you're not... What?
What a monstrous shutdown!
He is unreal today.
11-11 remaining on the timer. Make a wish. What a clutch.
Absolutely.
Dude, that's insane from Alpha here. Just the pre-fire, dude, I mean, not quite a pre-fire because he wasn't exactly sure at which point they would be, but dude, what an incredible first shot.
Nothing you can do against that. He's just better.
Alpha has the god hand here today.
No doubt about it.
Always praises rifling, but to start working on praising.
Damn, Foxy is playing but this is the other thing. You have to play aggressive if you're going to play the chamber. You have to, because you're not getting value if you just sit passively. Because then you're really like, well, if I don't hit the first headshot, then I'm like the most useless guy on this team. So you have to play aggressively. It's also insane that he went for the outlaw, but
Now a good outlaw shot as well, knowing that it's going to be half armors in this anti-eco for the side of Fnatic. See if they can do any more damage.
That's 2 kills to really affect the economy here. Slow push up. Pull back there on the rendezvous. The inch forward so far, nothing being spotted. They see that connector door already broken down. Flashback just lobbing that poison orb over in towards stairs.
And you can see the ideas right now for DRX on this A side is to just be slow and methodical. Check every angle on the way in.
and then they're going to go B, close quarters.
But the retakes for Fnatic are something.
Oh, they're just going to fake it.
Again. We saw it against Billy.
Except nobody's there, so that paranoia is completely wasted.
Able to find ways to make it work. They're going to be giving up a little.
I mean, either way, they'll get the plant, but not having the paranoia is going to suck.
There is Foxy going to be instantly rendezvousing out. Plant can come through. Patiently played so far here from the side of DRX. His paranoia does get sent out, but no one in position to really try
Dude,
to
Foxy's in a dicey position.
Of those potential blinds. But Boaster, the distraction for the Prowler is absolutely gorgeous. Mako, not going to be able to
yeah.
in this position. Once again, finds somebody killed around. Over by that connector door, and now Buzz is going to be taken down. Just Flashback and Bane, the Outlaw trading hands here, getting passed around. But Flashback makes great use of both bullets, but Alpha again finds himself a 3K, Ghost in hand. Last player's there in tree.
That is unreal stuff, but Alpha is just cracked out of his mind. You know what they said? He's good with the Ghost. Might as well just let him carry it over. And he gets 3 more. Yeah, 6-0. Pretty good start.
1 away from a lockdown going into their bonus round.
Unbelievable.
Even with losing a weapon here in this, that is still fantastic overall for them moving forward into round 3.
That's a good replay, yeah.
I think a
So
lot
now,
of people were reacting
oh my gosh.
similarly after that
Now
one.
Mako's just going to go full armor.
Blink of an eye.
And the Marshall, really.
Mako after the 4.
Meanwhile, everybody's on half armor.
Feeling the after effects of that Outlaw purchase is going to be down to a Marshall here. There's Nate up over the top. Foxy. See if he gets anything to peek out.
Dude,
Oh my God,
dude.
man, he is on one today.
Yeah, what? How?
Durka the first to
Dude,
fall
how
once
did they
more.
come to the conclusion that he was the guy that's going to play the chamber and he's delivering? That's
Into a round win. Use that blast pack.
crazy.
Oh, got shot out.
Yeah, they clear it out, so not going to be able to get that clear, and it would have been a high value one as well. Nano and Alarm Bot both stacked in on top of each other.
Yeah, you would have loved to have had that. Make it a little harder for Fnatic to get a read. Poster, though, pushed pretty far forward, trying to spam
All right,
down
so
to
at the minute
challenge
mark,
this
you want to
entry by
pressure this
DRX,
for sure. And I love the, yep, you want to re-clear B main a little bit so you have options.
Except for Mako.
Because you don't actually know exactly where they're at. Now, Fnatic's pushing out from C, which is huge. There's no way. This is where Chamber struggles a little bit. That there's no way to know about this. Mako's not exactly suspecting it. He's going to get shot. Oh! Oh! Dude, okay, so that's the call. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Potentially could go recover that weapon, but
that's
doesn't
insane.
want to be disconnected from the rest of the team for too long, so we'll just go ahead and watch from main here at B side.
And they're actually going to not push out. This is smart.
Between Flashback and Foxy 9 to try to account for these A lurkers. I mean, this round should be done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, the save call has already been made.
Yeah,
if you didn't have Boaster at 10 HP, maybe you try to go for a play here.
Sure.
Or at least poke and prod around the outskirts of the site, but ultimately Fnatic just have to allow for this anti bonus to come through here for DRX, and they're going to be able to get it done in flawless fashion. Mako, he can sprint over and he can pick up that weapon, whatever weapon Alfier had.
Absolutely. Get a Bulldog.
We'll find out here in a moment. But for now, Spike will go away, and there you go, Bulldog in hand, as you said. A nice upgrade and a very nice round here on the attack for DRX to get themselves that first win on Lotus.
Yeah, this is so
Flawless.
interesting so far from DRX because it's very slow. And it's very just, okay, check every angle, go for those initial trades, try to just win.
It's actually honestly,
chamber,
if you can hit your shots, it's
relatively well in those situations.
It's honestly a good way to play against this composition.
Tricky. You have some util to work with, but there's a lot to clear. You could see in some of the previous rounds, we used the Prowler to clear out that Outlaw initially.
Alfier has lockdown. Odin has come out. I don't know if they're going to suspect it.
Kind of get in and do his thing. Have
Not yet.
Available. Foxy 9, same angle, getting spammed down, getting prowlered, but nobody on Fnatic going to show their head this time around. Giving that chamber a little bit more room to work with. DRX just ultra patient.
Trying to get a reaction. Chronicle wants to see if there's a reaction, but now he's just going to start spamming, let them know to watch out for that angle. And dude, Foxy's doing he's very proactive. He's doing a very good job of tying them up on the A side. And then you have Mound, you have the Alt Orb.
Really do a lot.
Blast back this
Trying to
time.
break the
off,
setups. It doesn't break anything yet, but there's no way for you to know unless you're peeking in and going in at some point. So they're going to assume that they've broken it, which is unfortunate.
Now the danger pings are coming down from Fnatic towards Mound.
They think they've left, though, so that's huge.
Decent read that this might happen.
Because the rubble control is still for DRX.
Paranoia is not going to hit anything.
They're going to start rotating back, but there's a timing lockdown. Sent in pretty deep, though. Plant can come through, but that's likely going to still lead to somebody being detained as they try to clear it out. Pain Shell going to be lobbed in. And
Huge, and Foxy gets the kill under Chronicle. Oh my gosh. Dude, Foxy's still lurking, probably ruins Chronicle so bad.
It's going to have to be a save call from the side of Fnatic, and another flawless from DRX.
Am I getting tired of the spam meta? Not really.
See if he's going to want to try to push any further to try to challenge some of these players.
More teams should just work on getting good flanks, I think. Honestly.
Out of range here, so Foxy's not going to be able to hear those.
Some maps it is egregious, right? Like Sunset was pretty egregious, but
will be able to hold on to their weapons, but DRX are going to be tying things up and maintaining.
I think eventually what we'll find out is teams will learn that you just have to be much more active even on defense. And then that should get better.
That caught Fnatic off guard. And instantly 2 players got taken down.
Foxy pushing on the swing, and okay. Flawless not going to be found. Durka does manage to find that kill. And punishing
wants to do whatever extra damage he can.
Not much going to be given over. Durka still a couple charges away from having that showstopper.
Okay, you drew out the lockdown. Dude, sick nade, by the way.
Clean take from Buzz. Just pushing forward, finding the kill. The paint shell lob perfectly in to go ahead and find the destruction.
Unbelievable play from Buzz. Foxy there on the other side, still doing the KO maneuver. No KO in play this time, but I
think they might just be flexing.
Yeah, I think they're flexing. That's what I think he's saying. Let's go, like.
Maybe he's
I think he might be copying Zelsis. I think that's what Bane might be doing.
Sends out a shot, just looking for a timing hit. Once again, DRX working their way over
Zelsis
towards
does the
C.
whole thing of like, let's go. I think that's what it is.
This time really quiet, trying to see if they can.
I think that's what it is.
Blast pack should be deep enough to
Deeper this time, but it's even deeper. It's an adjustment on an adjustment, but it's good from DRX.
Prowler on the hunt.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
His util. Buzz able to find Hero and Chronicle. Does manage to stand his ground, and now Alpha strikes. Swinging in when they least expect.
Yeah, Alpha actually sticks around on this site for so long.
Still to worry about that op from Foxy 9. He's getting deep with it.
Oh
my.
Almost finds the hit there as well. A little bit of spray onto Chronicle. As blast pack from Durka interrupts the plant. Some time going to be bought. Allows for Boaster now to get into position to try to go for this retake. Mako
Makes it sound like they've left.
Sliding back. Swaps over for the smoke. And
Dude, what happened? How has he gotten so good?
Paranoia dissipates. Mako able to find one, but
oh no.
Wallbang shot comes in. Mako dead. Foxy gone. Bane all alone. No health remaining on Chronicle, but has to get through Alpha. Potentially first here. As they look to play together, the smoke gone away. The util drained. The head spotted. Happy with it is Bane. Here's the footsteps and knows that he's here on this spike. Swings out, and Alpha just trying desperately to stick it up the half.
Dude, what happened? How did they get so? How did Bane get so calm?
3-2.
Wow, these entries for DRX are really well thought out. Yeah, they used the blast pack to clear a little bit of utility.
Yeah, they're just copying other people's celebrations. They're doing the Zelsis and then the Benji and Moot.
Buzz up around the corner.
That's so funny.
Holds this down
That's
really,
actually so funny.
Really efficiently with Alpha. Alpha steps up and starts doing damage, but they're able to finally get that plant through. Foxy Knight hits another crazy good shot. He is clearly fired up to be playing that chamber. And DRX fired up.
Damn, dude, what a clutch.
3 in a row for them.
And ults abound. Showstopper online for the side of Fnatic, but that's all they have.
Okay, breaking the door, trying to make it look like they're going to have a stack around A.
World away, but Nightfall
Just a nice and early break.
He should lose this operator, should lose his money.
Basically trying to funnel them into C, almost C or B, right? You've got a judge on B. You got the close setup this time on C.
Or the Nightfall in this round and still get the win. Only use one of them. Save the
Dude,
next one
what is this blind fake smoke onto the turret? What? It holds no meaning because Boaster is here, but that's
A
crazy.
little bit of extra cash, but back over to this A clear. They just take their time. Watching. They know that Fnatic is generally playing kind of further back, so Nightfall, I think, might connect.
No, doesn't go deep enough to find that.
Yeah, that's
but
a
it's
rough
still
one.
The rocket connecting, and now the Haunt getting the reveal. Durka to try to clear. Drop back.
Oh,
here
he
for
wanted
Buzz,
the
not wanting to have
combo.
another Boombot go off in his face. Backpedals and flashback. Joins in. Showstopper going to be drawn out. Rocket.
Oh, it doesn't get the double, though. Buzz is still alive.
TP away,
That might
dodging
actually
that
work out
shot.
better for Buzz.
Foxy keeps himself alive.
This is a lot of ults used.
Shell sent. Boaster on the
Oh,
drop
that's a
into the
good
smoke.
drop
Gonna
from
find
Boaster.
Buzz.
That's a sick jump from
Share shots
Boaster.
here. Gonna be going wide. Alpha
Dude,
with that
Foxy
rifle. He'll
is
find one.
just
Boaster taps here on the
hitting
spike, but
shots.
the players are just so very low. Boaster trying to fight back. Finds Foxy 9. The hold to half coming through. Bane waiting this one out. The Haunt going to be cleared. Boaster knowing that he needs to
Oh
get this
my
kill.
gosh, Bane
Should've
is
made a man, but
playing
Bane is
so
playing around
smart.
Here. The Prowler goes on the hunt.
Dude, how
Boaster
has Bane gotten so calm? What kind of
backpedal.
mental training have
He
they
will make it
given
out
this
alive.
guy?
But cannot find the clutch. DRX now up 4-2.
And back-to-back
Holy.
phenomenal clutches for Bane. He has done a great job of playing for time, not giving anything
my-
up, going for those jiggle peaks when he needs to.
Oh,
In
wow.
those scenarios, he has been brilliant. Buzz off the back.
Yeah, I mean, his peaks, he was really good in stage 1 too, but it looked like the pressure would just keep getting to him. And
Fnatic,
yeah. Buzz just said, let's fucking go. So they're copying Zelsis. That's so funny.
decently far away from a
Yeah,
couple
this
more
is the new
coming into
DRX.
cycle, so
It's
that was a
wow, that's
pretty
sick.
big gamble there. That doesn't pay off for them. Yeah,
Mako
you get a couple
gave him the
ults out of
clutch.
DRX as well, but You know,
Mako's like, I am the leader that sacrifices myself for confidence boost to my teammates. Okay, so what's Fnatic going to be talking about here? What does DRX need to watch out for? They could go harder in the paint on Rubble, right? Because it's DRX's comp isn't exactly built to fight it other than Foxy 9. Or they could actually try to position forward on C Mound because they've never taken that control. But I think, quite frankly, they're very good. Alpha is very good at anchoring as long as possible on C. So I imagine they just go hard in the paint on Rubble.
Just think about what happened the last time they met at Champs. It was a 13-2 for DRX. I go and interview Mini, and he's like, well,
no, he played like this, or he's still playing better, but he played almost like this in stage 1, and then in stage 2, Bane was very shaky, but...
I mentioned Thrifties, and that's what we might be looking at Fnatic.
And you could tell he's just so hard on himself, but...
Big investments, the Operator, the Odin here in play. Dirk are going to be scooping this one up yet again. Foxy.
Oh, Dirka op. Okay, yeah, then they go C for sure, and DRX reads that. I didn't realize they were going to pick up the op.
One way already to clear that angle.
So they pressure that on purpose.
Coming his way.
Dude, and Foxy 9 has a stinger? What in the world?
I kind of wonder if at some point there might be a bit of a paranoia and a push through that door with the Odin or something like that, or just spam it down because DRX has low.
Oh, they're right on the edge here.
God.
Quite a bit of damage. Mako going to be wheeled away at down to 30. Very rough way to start things off here on the push. Chronicle setting up the pipe, but as he does, Buzz strikes.
You know that one's still in there. He is stuck.
They say paranoia be damned. We're not letting you get away. Buzz down to 8. Paint Shells just over towards drop. Haunt gets the reveal. They know that he's still playing up top. But that's 3 players on the side of the DRX.
Yeah, from the shadows if need be, but
completely and utterly shattered. Not even a 4
save.
HP bar between the 3 of them. A lot more pressure here on Foxy and Flashback, but Fnatic, they're not even going to try for it.
And giving up this A Rubble space is working so well for DRX because they're just creeping their way forward. They're just tiptoeing ahead.
Dude, Fnatic should really just be
They're
looking
checking
to
every
fight
angle.
this.
They're being so diligent. And a lot of times it's Foxy 9 leading the way.
Because the only way they're going to get it back is...
But Foxy 9's been so clean, Durka's going to take him down, but he had the tour de force, so...
I mean, you'd have to use everything, right? So
they're not going to be carrying that one forward in the next round, but they still
I think you can dump this, send Boaster in, and then see where it goes from there. See if at least if you force DRX. But dude, DRX has learned how to play against Fnatic. You want to creep up. I think I mentioned it briefly. I didn't want to go too deep into it, but in the video. But you want to creep up because they are so well built on when to trade util.
Looks like they will. So now I expect, based on what I'm seeing
In some ways, I would argue that it's kind of a similar thing for Gen G as well, where you don't want to tell them too early because they'll go for over-rotates. Fnatic doesn't like over-rotate as much, but yeah, so now they're going to fight for it. He's going to wait for as long as possible. But now that he's rendezvoused out, you have full priority because he's not going to be able to peek as aggro anymore. Yeah, they should have been doing this a long time ago. I don't know why I'm telling them what to do because I'm here for DRX, but it was kind of getting frustrating. Either way,
great adjustment though. This gives them a lot more map control.
so now DRX step 2, something that they haven't needed to do because they've always had rebel control, is where else do we pressure? You haven't quite cleared this, and they should know that because they've been using blast packs to try to clear it.
Clear out some of these angles towards B potentially. Rest of DRX now joining. Still have that trademark at the back to watch for the flank.
They're trying to make it look like they're going to rotate all the way to A. And then they're just going to break into B site. This is insane. A blind break into B site. Nice shot from Hero, but this is DRX, I think, just trying to get a curveball tempo here. Where did they plan it? Okay, they plan it default in the center.
Plant is in.
The positions aren't the greatest.
DRX to try to hold this site.
Still have the haunt in the seas for Hero. Try to clear some space.
Flashback's in a sick position though.
This makes Flashback's life a little bit more difficult because he doesn't have that trademark to try to play off of.
And they've pushed up. Look at this reaction from Mako and Bane.
To find a shot, maybe he had line of sight either way. The push forward instantly dealt with Durka. Not even getting an opportunity. The drag across. Flashback has the steady. Finds the kill. But Boaster now again. The last one alive. Just has to evacuate, has to save.
Dude, this is actually
They keep getting decently close. They keep putting members low, finding kills, but it's just not fast enough. DRX's time buying has been too strong, and now they find themselves with 6-round wins here on the
because
attack.
this is how you keep your post plant too, right? You don't want to use your util early because they'll always have more left.
Is really good in terms of the big picture strategy, the way they're working the map, the way they're kind of doing these slow
I mean,
pushes
again, Fnatic.
all over the place.
The thing is Fnatic should have more that they can evolve into. Like, it's not like this comp just breaks if you slow creep up, but
like in situations like this, Crossfire is so well set up, so well thought out, and everybody holds their line.
so okay, they still start the same way. You want to fight for Rubble. This time Foxy9 is gonna creep in afterwards, so he still has his rendezvous. This is such a good adjustment from DRX too. Dude, Boaster in other games, Boaster would have actually had that on Foxy. I think that's unfortunate for them. Okay, so once again, minute 20. If you want to re-clear Rubble, it's got to be done around the 50-second mark because there's still a long way to fight through, especially if you don't get the kill instantly.
One towards the back.
But because last time they went into B, Fnatic's concerned about that. DRX seemed like pretty well aware of it. There is the lockdown. I think they might be trying to bait that out as well. You still have your paint shells, though.
Getting a reveal, though. Decent glimpse. The setup here from DRX. For now, we're going to be slowed up. 48 seconds remaining.
They're going to go to C, but Foxy's going to look for a rotate.
Waterfall.
No?
Tap the door again. Spike being brought over.
They are going to come to B.
Durka
That's
set up. ADS stand on a line. It's Mako trying to just
okay. Faking onto C.
Here at the C site.
It's a bit of a hard tell, but the haunt. They did get the lockdown. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh! My God, looks for the third, and he's got it.
Oh.
Goes to the reload. Alfia is there.
Yeah, this one, this fake, I'm not a huge fan of.
Letting the round get away from them. Chronicle dinked here, but Mako not looking to over pursue. Knows that they're going to be encroaching. Boaster about to push out here, potentially into that A lob. It looks like the answer is going to be no. They will back away.
They can get that extra little upgrade. Mako spam through the box. He swings out, and over bullets, got to back out.
He does back away. And that's going to be Fnatic breaking the win streak here. It was all consecutive from DRX up until this point. Solid rifling from Durka.
Just insane.
Maybe a touch of with that second shot, but either way, it is disgusting. As that B site held down by him.
Okay, so A Rubble to C to B, that's been read now. Fnatic has responded to it. So you know that if you do that again, they're going to be focusing on B a little bit again. So that's another option. Another option is to just take over Rubble. Oh, dude, what an...
Going up on top of the Rubble again.
Dude, how are they adjusting so fast round to round, man?
Yeah, he's saying, okay, I'm understanding your tendencies and flashback now, watching for this word forward.
Foxy, and the fact that Foxy calls for that, like he reads it and tells them how they want to get. Dude, that's
solid counter opening on the opposite side.
Flashback dying is a bit unfortunate.
To deliver. Already 2 charges closer to that next lockdown here.
Okay, making noise towards B.
Boombot leading the way. The push coming through here.
They're actually going to go in even deeper to really sell it.
Try to get through, but is it just going to be a pump fake? Spike still set back.
Fnatic wants to check it. That's what DRX is relying on. Oh, he would have had it other times. Oh, he actually makes it out.
Swing around the back, buzz out into the open, able to dodge that showstopper. The Chronicle now finding the punish on the Bane. Durka getting
that's a rough one.
Finds his mark all the same.
He does have ult.
Completely stranded. Mako has the opening, but or the ultimate, I should say, but there's just no way for him to really pull the trigger on this one. Maybe smoke and see if he can try to TP across the map, but teleports over to the side. Hero is right there behind him, puts him down, and Fnatic start clawing things back.
It's just great reactions. A great kill again for Durka, who's really starting to heat up.
So things that Fnatic has fixed, right, is they'll push out. They're playing a little bit like Gen G now, where they've realized Fnatic has clearly discussed whether it's during the timeout or during the rounds, that DRX has been taking slow contact. So we need to meet them earlier. We need to catch them off guard. Wonder if DRX calls a timeout. They might not, but they should consider picking up the pace a bit now that Fnatic's doing that. Well, I guess you have Stinger, so you might as well do it even more.
Mound control the entire time until then. And it worked a treat.
And because of those rounds, Fnatic have now forced DRX.
I mean, Diviem, if you saw the shots he was hitting in the first part of this half, I don't know if you'd be saying that. So going off of the, you know, the 2 shots he's missed, and the one last round, I wouldn't really blame him. Even trying. Yeah, that's oof. So they did pick up the tempo, but bit of a full send.
Foxy9 taken down. Fnatic within touching distance.
I mean, I would say that Foxy9 was carrying the beginning part of this map,
Run back from them. No doubt
like
about
to
it.
a shocking
Really
amount.
shore up
So
their defenses, especially at the point of attack. And if they give up that space on A, now they've got a lot.
I mean, if it still fails, if it still doesn't look great by the end, I would just blame the comp itself, and I agree that maybe then it should just be the Killjoy. But I get why they did it though. Because I think DRX 100% understands Fnatic's overall preferences and tendencies, which is to play mid-range, which is to wait for util trading, burn you out, and then have the information. So you want to play contact, which is why they're taking the chamber. Because what other way to take contact than the guy who can take contact and run away for free?
Came into this one with glass cannon, and he's very lucky to be alive. DRX don't sights set on B for now. As the smoke comes through, the Prowler to check. Pit going to be dropped over on C, basically saying like, yeah, you have to go into this site. You have to go. And
no, you have to re-clear somewhere else. You got to re-clear rubble.
We've already reinforced these positions.
DRX has to re-clear rubble.
Now DRX realize it's fairly unassailable.
Yep, you still have a minute left. You still have time to do it.
Read from Mako and company, understanding that they don't have good opportunity.
Oh, Foxy.
He has to be so careful here.
Yeah, close at all to that corner. He is a dead man.
I mean, listen, if you want to come here and just talk about how he was bad at it in the past, then that's fine. But everyone used to say that of Buzz, and then he just straight carried with 14 kills in the first couple of rounds of Abyss. So greedy alpha here, right? So like, I think it's fine to be like, wow, I wouldn't have imagined that they would go to far. I said it. I was like, wow, I can't believe. I don't know what it took for them to decide that Foxy was the guy who they wanted to op and play chamber, but he's been doing it.
Spammed flashback down to 20.
And if you don't believe me, then all you have to do is rewind on YouTube.
They have to make noise. They have to run. The time is just not here on their side. And
Chronicle's going to be here. Buzz has to peek out. Huge.
Shot swaps back over to the Vandal. A 2v2, but
Still
HP
a 2v2.
very much in the favor here of Fnatic.
They're going to spread out.
Flashbacks. They want it. Flashback wants to cut the other guy off early, but Flashback might take too long. I think he's going to go for the full wraparound. Yeah. Oh, now he does for sure, but now Buzz has to play for time. Oh, he actually wins it, which is massive. Holy cow. Dude.
DRX are up 7-5 at the half once more.
Unbelievable stuff. Just what a back and forth series. I mean, these two teams playing out of their minds today.
Well, we're going to take a quick little break, take a breath, and then get geared up for the second half of this map.
Oh. Damn. Whoa. Yeah, the volume is low because the ads are really loud. It's crazy. Oh my god, Aim Labs is on Xbox now? Just in time for Valorant on console? Okay. The defense is honestly on attack though. I'm still not I'm still jury's out because defense is I think really where the chamber struggles if you don't hit the shot. So we'll see. Right?
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into the second half here of Lotus. Fnatic down, but not quite out as they get ready to move over onto the attacking side. But what an insane way to round out the attack from DRX. Rescuing a round that it seemed like they had no business rescuing.
No, I mean, just...
I wonder if they do. I wonder if they make plays where they're setting Foxy up far forward, or I hope they don't just do the chamber hold C with an op, or like a guardian or a headhunter. I think that's so weak. Like I mean, yeah, you can hit miracle shots and it will carry you the game, but like, I don't think that's the play. And I don't think DRX would rely on that.
It is what it is, because DRX is...
They're going to do it for the pistol, which is fine. The pistol, I'm fine with that, but...
It's so puzzling as we take a look here at the scoreboard. Right now, Fnatic, 42 kills across the board between all of the players. 35 on the side of DRX. They're below. They're down by 7 eliminations, but up by 2 rounds.
Good math.
And a lot of that has to do with, a lot of that has to do with just those saves having to come through, because DRX, when they were having those clean rounds, they were forcing Fnatic out in such decisive
Okay, so they push out. DRX, though, knows that they have to take contact. Huge. Okay, that is early util spent, but...
That's so much control.
But now you know they have to use util to get back.
Look how fast they're
Bane, that's a very aggressive position. Eventually want to go heaven.
TP's out, but Alpha going to be tagged up.
Okay, at the minute mark, this is where Fnatic would want to start re-clearing, which is why Mako's going to start to play a bit safer.
Here towards A.
Crazy to me that he's...
Just Mako with a classic. Has to clear out the haunt. Spots Poster.
Oh my god. Oh, dude, Buzz's cover? It's good cover just because it buys time. 40 seconds. And Foxy goes back to C. What a call. DRX, what a call. Makes the call that they still don't hear anything. And Fnatic thinks that they would have sold it, but it doesn't matter because they've still got information across the whole map. 4v4. That's the only one they're worried about is B site. You still got the trademark afterwards.
Still low on HP. Quick check behind the box. And Hero on the swing.
Big swing.
Finishing him up at flashback here from Connector. The spike is now dropped. 12 seconds remaining. As they have to just steamroll their way forward, but Mako once again puts the
pre-fires from flashback.
Cannot break things open. DRX will take the opening pistol here in the second half. And move up now by 3.
As tricky as Fnatic is trying to be, DRX able to outguess them in the end. Also a nice play here by Foxy 9 at the very end of that round to swoop in towards Waterfall, come through, and watch the back angle of flashback. I could see Alpha on the map hovering, trying to find that little bit of an angle.
Dude, how is Mako so calm while he's IGLing?
Before he'd get to the angle that the trademark would clip into him. But Foxy 9 was just a
Dude, I've never seen Jeremy get so excited. So,
really nice stuff. What is that?
But Alpha here just
oh man. And this is why not setting up for your chamber, I think, is so not worth it. Especially against guys like these. Okay, they should win the round, but Bane's very low. You have the Outlaw.
Poster knocked down to 60, the tap of the door. Looks like the final call is going to have to be just maybe remain quiet, hover in these positions, try to catch somebody off guard.
That was insane.
Just trying to keep it on the swivel. Bane scooping up his comrade's gun. We'll go ahead and put them down.
Can you believe it? I mean, the start to this round again. Fast and furious from Fnatic, trying to just bulldoze their way through, and they get that opening kill. But then flashback goes unaccounted for. Able to find a kill, able to buy a little bit of extra time for the reinforcements of DRX to arrive to bail them out. Goodness me. This has been...
They're going to fight for Rubble. So for now, they're still going to do fight for Rubble, set up chamber alone on C Mound. I guess until it completely breaks, I guess. Which again is fine for the most part.
On the entry, jumping forward, does get slowed up. Paint shell sent in towards Connector, goes in on the swing, and Buzz completely blind. Durga, however, cannot re-steady.
Good re-clear though.
Mako able to collect and now gets the upgrade on the weapon. Flashback out in the open. Ends up getting taken down. An easy kill set up there from Chronicles.
Mako?
Wide swing. Does get punished for it, but Hero is there to clean up the pieces.
Everybody's one tap for this outlaw. Foxy9 sticks with it, however. Likely could just walk through the site.
One point there's Pacific Pride, but then again, Fnatic went up. I mean, these two teams are tough. It's tough. I really like Fnatic. I do like the way they play. But obviously DRX same.
Also, you have that nano.
Yeah, no, seriously. Paperworks has done a huge benefit to the Korean teams. I would say even Gen G to a certain extent for DRX. Like, Gen G has probably trained DRX a lot. But the most important thing is that DRX has learned that they need to just creep up to get contact against Fnatic. Which would have been different.
There's the nano pop.
Maybe that's why they
Forward, top of the spike. Trying to shoot through the side. Gets a quick scope in.
Oh, nice try. The door faked him out, but so maybe that's why they banned the Ascent, though. I get it, because last we saw it was the Yoru ISO there, and that style does not work against that comp.
Chronicle, clean as always. And then Hero swinging in off the back of that wide swing. Foxy9 does what he can. Wanted to do as much damage as possible. Tries to see if he can sneak out a defuse, but does that extra piece of damage. Now has an operator. Glass cannon for him. Lost this battle previously. Now he's a little bit of
So this time you have the Viper to help set you up. You're just leaving B open. You hear the boom bot, so you're gonna go.
From the side of Fnatic to challenge that mound.
And now you're playing for time here.
So for Fnatic,
Oh, they want to punish Foxy9. They're gonna make it look like they're coming in from Mount, and then they open the door.
Actually, they're trying to set up for this crunch through the door.
Oh, and he hides himself. Oh man, dude, where's that hater? Where's the hater in chat? Dude, Foxy is hitting these today.
Re-hit at the door. 3 players out by Mound. Smoke's dissipated. Foxy scoped in, trained and waiting. Waterfall smoke set up. Foxy gonna be spotted.
Oh, well, the barrel gets spotted, but so does Boaster's butt.
It's quite a bit of damage there on top of the box, but is able to keep his life intact. But
Dude, Bane is so crispy on this map. And Mako's still holding Baby Door. Still holding Blue Room. So they're fine. They have the information. Nobody else is on site, so Mako's going to be ready for it. He knows one's gone through. He's just going to wait. He doesn't want to dwindle the numbers. So he knows that they're all through.
Wait for the reinforcements. Still has the paranoid.
Huge.
On the Hero. Unbelievable.
Carrier killed. Mako just trying to dance away, trying to get out. He cannot, but Buzz
Damn.
capitalize. And the bank is broken open, robbed blind as DRX move up to 10.
Did you see Texas said the smoke machine made him play bad and gave him a headache? Well, so here's the thing. It probably did. Listen, it was very clear that he had a really bad headache, like on camera. I do wonder why it was so different, though. I don't, but because I imagine they had the smoke machine on the first day. I imagine it is probably a combination of the heat buildup, like in the past couple of days, and then the smoke machine. I mean, it's probably true. I still think Heretics played, well. But as I said, like it seemed very clear that they were. Dude, what is this? Oh my gosh, dude, what is that haunt? Dude, you guys see that counter haunt on that smoke?
This paranoia will send them all packing.
I mean, there's nothing for me to say about DRX because they're just playing so well.
The ping's still coming down. DRX still wise that they're not.
Why do some people shoot better on different maps? We actually noticed this a lot with... Who was it? In Game Changers.
And Buzz instantly fighting for an ace, and he's got it!
Buzzes him.
Granted, it's against
He doesn't get 4Ks. No, it was in Game Changers with the old Zeta Division squad when they brought in Suzu for the first time. And it was clear that she was so good. She had like some of the best aim we had seen in East Asia Game Changers until they went to Pearl, because she hadn't ever played it with the team. So I think for some players, they're just more used to it, you know, or maybe they've like practiced those angles more. It's a combination of things. It could just be that they were off in the previous map and they've reset their mental, like. But I think it's very likely that some players just shoot better on certain maps because you're like more used to it, like or maybe you're always holding the same exact angles on this map, whereas on another map you're like always changing positions and things like that.
Duelist and the controller IGL on DRX, and then Durka and Boaster, the duelist and controller IGL. Still on.
No, the thing is Texture didn't play that bad in terms of overall stats. It's just that there were very clearly, it was very uncharacteristic. His consistency was off. Like, he's had games where he doesn't get kills and he dies and he's like put in positions that are bad. But today there were like multiple times where he would swing out and like he just wouldn't shoot, or his aim would be like his movement would be all over the place and he's not stopping in time. Again, I don't think that's the only reason they lost. I think Heretics had some really good prep and reads, but yeah, you could tell on camera that he was under the weather for one reason or another. So that's unfortunate.
Well, they've been really willing to play contact off the rip.
Yeah, there's also longer close range. But like, for instance, like there are some people that like they play on C all the time, so they know exactly where to leave their crosshair on this mound, right? They know like what the jump peak looks like. Like there are just certain angles that you've been so trained on. So that's something you might notice every now and then. Good swing from Durka. Nice try from Foxy. But I like that they've been playing confident. I like that Foxy's been playing confident. He's constantly going for the reswings. Again, this is how you play against this team. They will burn you down on util. You do not want to play the util game with Fnatic. Dude, this is one hell of a play from... I mean, this is an attempt from Fnatic. Holy...
They're from Boaster. And suddenly Alfie is the last man standing in desperation. He's going to be sending out that lockdown. But noted as Alpha continues
very
to
smart.
Team.
I mean, I had a feeling Alpha might check it, but not that soon.
Here on Lotus, despite the scoreline, he knows that he's cleared the space. Turret set up to watch over towards Waterfall. Double nanos available. Mako contemplating what he wants to do.
I mean, he has so much time. Alpha can keep faking this forever and ever.
Alpha desperately trying to draw him out into the open, but Mako will go ahead and reveal his position as he clears out the turret. A couple pot shots through the wall to try to get the wall bang hit. Nano's now set up, but Alpha has to survive, and he's still playing a very aggressive angle.
Expecting him.
He's waiting him to wrap all the way around.
Anticipating the smoke TP.
Oh, he's pretending that he's not on site. Does Mako read this? Oh. Oh, he's pretending that he's not on site. This is insane.
Sets it right in on top of
oh, he has no... Mako has no idea. Mako has no idea. Oh my god, he has an idea.
Somehow he nails it. Alpha.
Dude.
Doing his damnedest to turn this around. To keep
so here's the thing. I think he had an idea because Alpha never actually peeked out.
DRX steps up when it matters most.
That's insane. Because the nano swarms, that's fine, but once he smokes and there's still, because it's not planted for mound. So Mako's like, well, I smoked the spike off and there's no movement from mound, right? No one's peeking anywhere. Yeah, so Alpha was winning the mind game until he wasn't. And Mako just calls the bluff and he says, all right, there's only one last place you could be. It's still a risk. He jumps into it, but dude, that's crazy from both of them. Huge paranoia for Paranoia. Good showstopper to overcome it, though. Fnatic was friggin' stuck here.
Good start. Fnatic now. Need to see if they can find ways to snowball.
I mean, that was one hell of a 1v1 in mind games. Dude, these two teams have produced some of the best rounds we've seen. That one round in Abyss where they were just like constantly pushing and pulling on mid.
Once again, on his own is Foxy9 with that operator over on the other side. Prowler to check. Gonna force him back.
Yeah. I mean, they know.
Which may as well tell him, yeah, I've got an operator.
Yeah.
They know who's been playing on this side of the map.
Doesn't matter though. He just needs to hold the angle long enough, and he's gonna re-clear. Foxy's gotten so good.
Here from Bane. Gets a couple tags. The trails tell all.
He re-clears so they know it's not C. You know that it's A and maybe an A to B.
They just want to make sure that they have that extra layer. Mako.
Mako's getting curious. Just staying alive is very important. Swings off of it. Huge. Huge.
The shutdown comes in. Mako trades his life, but he trades
Oh my god. Doesn't even matter that he didn't hit the shot anymore.
He draws down with the shot with the headhunter. Takes out Chronicle. The reveal is in, and Boaster is eliminated. It's always been 2-1s every time they've met, but today, DRX on home soil will get a 2-0 victory over Fnatic.
Holy.
Original Kings of Korea do what Genji could not earlier in the day, and they punch their
Dude,
ticket into the
really scary, because here's the thing. They didn't look like this in Stage 2.
destroy Fnatic on Lotus.
And not since
Oh my god.
played as Vision Strikers versus Fnatic. Not since then does DRX get grouped. It is inevitable. They are once again through to the playoffs. And the form, the resurgence from this team that we have been seeing as of late has been incredible. For Fnatic, they will of course take their bows, but we are far from done with this squad. They still have another life. They still have another
Dude, there's no way anybody has 100% left now. There's no way. There's no way someone predicted DRX to go out first in this group while Genji doesn't. There's just no way.
I think they will rebound, and I would not want to play them in the next round of this event.
Dude, but this DRX is insane.
DRX continuing to look better and better. Buzz, what a day from him. Mako as well. Showing us that form that we didn't get to see too much of.
Poor Foxy.
Today, he was frying. For Foxy, he'll be carried forward here by his teammates, but he did not need carrying in the lobby.
Oh my gosh.
No doubt about it. He came out hot and really set the tone and the tempo on Lotus, on that chamber.
100% pick him as a myth.
On the defender side, but that's okay. The teammates picking
Yeah,
him
maybe
up
it's
when they
broken.
needed to. And this DRX squad, it's unbelievable. I mean, you just felt like something was brewing. The reverse sweep versus Paper X.
Holy.
Pushing Genji to multiple overtimes in the Pacific Grand Finals. But
You know what the crazy thing is if Crew beats Billy, I think they might have a shot against Fnatic. I think it would still be an upset, but now that they've seen how DRX played against it.
And I really thought they were going to have the upper hand coming into this one, but the tenacity put on display by DRX.
It's just crazy that DRX, a team that always, again, new roster, I get it, but like relied on util, learned that you have to play contact against Fnatic. You have to just, you have to just not give them the cycles. Actually, it maybe makes sense because that's how you used to have to play against DRX.
Brilliant performance here, and this game
Like, that's insane.
Coming into this Lotus, this methodical attacker side and this sturdy defender side.
I mean, I would some of these crazy fights that Buzz won, Fnatic probably should have won on another day, right? A mix of Buzz not being at his best and Fnatic probably being at their best, sure. But I do think a lot of it was that they weren't ever in a position to fight fairly. You know what I mean?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Buzz of DRX!
That's actually insane.
Congratulations, Buzz, on that 2-0 against Fnatic. You beat them in your home ground, in front of the home crowd. What
No,
is this
Fnatic
win
should be
into?
fine, but
버즈
Crew
정말 축하드립니다.
will feed off of this style.
앞에서 홈 그라운드에서 푸나틱을 상대로 2대0 승리를 거뒀습니다. 속 너무 시원하고 어깨도 훨씬 가벼워질 것 같은데 좀 기분이 어떠세요?
사실 큰 적을 좀 넘어뜨리고 가는 것 같아서 너무 기분이 좋고.
This is a huge confidence boost for them.
저희가 저번 경기에서 좋지 않은 모습도 많이 보여줬었는데 오늘은
Can you imagine being like Bane,
90점 정도의
Bane
플레이를
flashback
보여줬다고 생각해요. 그래서
and Foxy 9?
사실
You come to your first champions as a bunch of rookies. You take down Fnatic.
Took down the Goliath from David and Goliath. That I'm
Doesn't
super
matter if
happy
they
about
looked weak for half of the year. It's still Fnatic. It's still Boaster. You know, it's still Alpha Air, Durka Chronicles, all these guys.
Our team 90 out of 100. So it's a good day for me to be able to do this, especially in front of the home crowd. Now,
The worst part is like there's a good chance that Genji
operator
Comes into
on
playoffs a
point
second
two.
seed,
Some
so
people say, maybe
DRX
this
is probably like, God
Buzz's
damn
prime.
it.
Maybe you've reached your highest peak. Would you agree? 버즈 선수 오늘 너무 좋은 모습을 보여주면서
man.
버즈의 전성기 아니냐, 진짜 최고점을 찍었다라는 평가가 많이 나오고 있거든요. 동의하실까요?
사실 잘은 모르겠는데요. 그냥 스테이지 2 때부터 정말 열심히 노력했는데 그 노력의 결과물이 지금에서야 조금 더 빛을 보는
Dude,
것
Buzz
같다고
played so well
생각하고
today.
있어서 저 스스로도 너무 뿌듯하고
He's been playing well all
동기부여가
year,
되는 것
quite
같습니다.
frankly, but
I'm not really sure, but I worked really hard in stage 2. I
Fnatic's
think that
discipline
hard work is paying dividends right now. So today, my performance definitely gives me the motivation.
Fnatic's discipline was a little bit out the window today, but I think both Gen G and Fnatic were getting pressured in their own style, right? Both of those teams.
Foxy9 on the chamber.
Both of those teams have some very distinct styles that look so sturdy and so textbook and so thorough, and I think both of them got really hard pressed on their styles today.
조합의 변화를 조금 느꼈었고 그치만 이제 거기서 플래시백 선수의 바이퍼도 좋고 아무래도 폭시나인 선수가 전에 듀얼리스트와 그런 거를 좀 병행하면서 했다 보니까 아무래도 그 사람을 죽이는 그 암살의 DNA가 많이 남아 있다고 생각해가지고 잘 할 수 있겠다라고 생각했는데 그 결과물이 너무 잘 좋게 나온 것 같습니다.
The way he said
There
that.
was indeed a little bit of a calm change up for us on Lotus, but we thought Flashback's Viper looked really strong, and Foxy9 used to play the duelist when he was flexing around other agents as well. So we did think that there was that killer instinct left in him. So we enabled that, activate that a little bit, and you know the results were really good. And I'm super
mine's done so.
Today, now Buzz, we have Crew, Billy, Fnatic left in your group. Who else is going to make it to the playoffs? 그러면 남은 세 팀 중에 플레이오프에 가는 팀은 누가 될까요?
아무래도
Still
여러분들이
Fnatic,
다
right?
예상하시는 푸나틱일 것 같습니다. 아무래도
Yeah.
조금 아직
Fnatic should still absolutely be the favorite one. DRX just played really well today.
생각을 하고 있기 때문에 무조건 올라올 거라 생각하고 있고 저희도 더 노력할 것입니다. 예.
I think it's safe to say Fnatic. I mean, they played really well today, but I think they're a super strong team. They just need more time to adjust to the new environment. I think they will make it out of groups 100%, but we will keep our guards up and try our best to prep for the playoffs as well. Now, Buzz, anything you want to say to the fans?
Dude, what a day for
와주신 분들도
DRX.
그리고 이제 온라인으로 시청해주시는 팬분들 다 응원해주셔서 너무 감사하고 솔직하게
Dude, incredible.
말씀드리면 뭐 다들 예상 밖의 결과라고 생각하셨을 텐데 그래도 저희가 잘 증명했다고 생각해서 너무 뿌듯하고 앞으로 더 좋은 결과 낼 수 있도록 저희가 더 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you everyone for showing up and supporting us at home as well.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is that, you know, having that target on your back.
I'm really proud of my teammates for being
Having
able
that target
to
on your
prove
back
ourselves
is
once
it
again.
shows.
So thank you everyone, and we will deliver our best game. So on in the future
Incredible, incredible play from DRX. So I just didn't think they could do it. I just didn't think they could pull it off. I thought they would just rely on, you know, what they were good at. But the fact that they played slow contact is insane to me, because that is the answer to Fnatic.
Thank you so
That's
much
crazy
for
to
that,
me
Jen.
that
And
they
look,
did
I
it.
mean, he may be humble on the stage, but he's a demon in the
That's
server.
insane.
Buzz was electric this series against Fnatic, and the proof is in the numbers right there. I mean,
All right, chat. It is late. I am donezo. There is no watch party tomorrow because I am at the venue for the Korean analyst test, so I'm going to be on the Korean broadcast. But then I will be back for the winners matches of Group C and D, and I believe I should be able to watch party, or no, the losers matches of Group A and B, and then I believe I should be able to co-stream Talon and Paper X's matches on Friday as well. So yeah, they last minute they asked me to come in like twice for the Korean desk, so I'm gonna be at the venue tomorrow. Would be nice if I had a set up to watch party from there, but that'll be it. That'll be it. I mean, what a day. I mean, listen, props to Heretics. I think Gen G will still be fine. I think they'll get out of the group just fine. Well, maybe not just fine. FPX if they come up, but I have a feeling Sentinels is gonna beat FPX though. But DRX, I mean, the fact that they're able to change up their style to play against, you know, the opponents is very, very impressive. And Buzz is him. Let it be known, Buzz is that guy. I've always said if I had to take one player from DRX, it'd be Buzz. Here's why. Anyway, thank you so much for Analyst stream setup. Yeah, that would be cool, honestly. Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. The video for, because I'll be at the venue tomorrow, the video for Talon and Paper X will probably come out 2 days from now. And then we'll have to wait to see what the playoff matchups are. So I'll try to make sure I have those prepped for the playoff matchups happen so that, you know, because we're not going to have much turnaround time. But that will be it. If you haven't checked it out, I mean, the things I talked about for Heretics are completely wrong because they just changed how they played against Gen G. But then also, Fnatic, I feel like I was pretty decently online. So it probably, honestly, I was watching it. As I was watching it, it made me think that this probably has to do with the fact that the DRX Fnatic matchup, I was like assuming DRX were the underdogs. And well, they are the underdogs in that matchup. But like, that they were going to lose, whereas Gen G, I was assuming they were going to win. So that probably, I should probably change how I do that for the future videos. So that's a good lesson learned. Anyway, thank you very much. Have a good one. And I will see you all in 2 days right here on the Watch Party.